The microphone is out of the way. All right.
Check 1 2. Check check.
Hey. Yes, yes, yes.
Shadows falling out of memory and time. Don't say we have come now to the end. White shores are calling. You and I will meet again. You'll be here in my arms. record. David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift. The baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Well, your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty and the moonlight overthrew ya. She tied you to her kitchen chair, she broke your throne and she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to get started here in about 30 seconds, so if everybody could take their seats, and we'll get started with the presentation. All right, well, good morning. My name is Bill Nicotra. I'm the MSL and perfusionist for Essential Pharmaceuticals. I want to welcome everybody. It's so great to be here live and online with all of our friends and colleagues. It's great to see everyone today. So I wanted to say a big thank you to Taylor Kroll, who helped put this breakfast on. I think she did an amazing job, and breakfast was fantastic today. Wanted to talk a little bit about Essential Pharmaceuticals. Many of you may not know who we are. We're the largest distributor of custodial HTK in the United States. The company was founded on guiding principles such as highest quality product, the highest standard of excellence, trust, and a patient-first mentality. We have 24-hour technical support. Many of you may not know that. So if you have real-time technical questions in the field, we have 4 perfusionists on staff ready to answer any questions that you may have about custodial. And then we have a terrific customer service support team as well that we utilize. So without further ado, I'm going to start off today's talk. I'm going to go over some new and exciting things that are happening in custodial, in the world of custodial. There are new protocols. For years, we've discussed only one standard protocol, and many of you are very familiar with that protocol. I'm going to go over that protocol, but there are new things happening, and we're very excited to share with you what's happening in myocardial protection utilizing custodial HTK. So for years, this was the gold standard for cross-clamp times of greater than 60 minutes expected time. You would give the standard dose of custodial HTK, and it has been the gold standard for years in the industry, utilized worldwide this way. You've heard me talk about this protocol, but I will go over it briefly. Obviously, custodial has to be refrigerated, so it's stored refrigerated, but it has a 1-year shelf life. So you hardly ever waste custodial cardioplegia. And then you can use any standard delivery system. So whatever you're currently using, you can still use when you use custodial HTK. So there's no upfront capital cost for you to start using custodial. And then you deliver custodial in the beginning, much like every other cardioplegia technique. You generate enough pressure to close the aortic valve, and when you start to get arrest, that's when it changes. As soon as you start to see arrest, then you back off your flow rate to about 80 to 100 millimeters of mercury, and you'll likely see that you're delivering it much like retrograde cardioplegia at that typical rate. And you give it for the pediatric dose is 20 mils per kilo, and I recommend that if you have patients that are less than 60 kilos, utilizing this technique to reduce hemodilution. So for up to a maximum of 2 liters. And then if you need to redose after 2 hours, then you use half the loading dose, whatever that was. So, and I just went over this briefly, that until you get arrest is when you back off. But the important thing to note here, and I have it bolded, is that time is more important in the delivery of custodial HTK than the actual total volume, because you need to make sure that you reduce that sodium level enough to reduce any possibility of any action potential to exist. And then this is common sense, but make sure that the heart's not distended so that you get really nice, even distribution of custodial to provide that 2 hours of protection. And then, as we just said, after about 90 minutes to 120 minutes, that's when you typically consider giving another dose of Custodial HTK. And whatever that redosing volume is, it will reset the clock to another 2 hours. So you'll be provided, if a redose is necessary, with 4 hours of protection with just 2 doses of Custodial HTK in this particular protocol. And that's really advantageous in the single dose techniques for surgeons to have just uninterrupted repair time and not worry about it. And if you're using this higher dose protocol, then you may need to hemoconcentrate if you can't scavenge the HTK into like a cell saver or a throwaway sucker. And this protocol is listed on perfusion.com. So if you want to see a copy of this, you can go to the website and see that. Some of the benefits that I noticed when I utilized Custodial at Temple University, the low viscosity allows for not only rapid arrest, but cooling the myocardium, probably colder than I'd ever seen a heart get in my 36 years of perfusion. The reduced potassium is advantageous. So if you've got patients that are predisposed to AKI, you don't have that high potassium load because there's just hardly any potassium in Custodial HTK. So the kidneys aren't going to take that high hit. And then this is what separates Custodial from every other cardioplegia technique utilized in the world. It has histidine, and we know that histidine is a powerful amino acid buffer, and it's unparalleled in buffering the pH. And then for this, we had one recognized protocol for years, so we had the same expected results every time. And there's no compounding with Custodial HTK. So in an emergency, you pull it from the refrigerator, hang it, and you are ready to go. You don't have to worry about anything. And then retrogrades often unnecessary in typical AVR, MVR type cases. Unless you're using it for cabbage use, then I would recommend using retrograde. And there's a cold agglutinin protocol. So if you have a rare occasion that you have a patient that has this, you can actually cool the heart and protect the heart utilizing Custodial HTK. So that was the gold standard and the high dose. But here's what's new. We have other options available for you for different types of cases. Dr. Ganaiden, you'll see him later on today, he will discuss a protocol that he developed called the low-dose protocol. And he'll use this low-dose protocol for cases such as quick AVR or MVR with a cross-clamp time of expected less than 60 minutes. And basically, the delivery will be much the same as the high dose. You'll give it exactly the same way. The only difference is that you're only giving a maximum of 1 liter for the 60 minutes of ischemic time. And if you're using this for cabbage patients and you need to use retrograde, then 2/3 of that total volume would be antegrade, and then the last third would be retrograde. And if you needed to redose, if you thought it was going to be less than 60 and things happened and you needed to redose, then you would just repeat this induction protocol all over again, and it will afford you another 60 minutes of protection time. So why did we look at low-dose protocols? What are the advantages? Well, as we know, single-dose techniques are very popular and talked about probably ad nauseum in a lot of the conferences, but data will show that it has better long-term outcomes for single-dose techniques in less than 60 minutes, and you'll see evidence of that today. And then obviously reduced hemodilution. So now if you have a case that's less than 60 minutes, you're not gonna have to go with that high dose protocol with the 2 liters. And then hyponatremia, which often is evident with the higher dose protocol, it may not be evident. You may not even notice any hyponatremia. and it could reduce the need for hemofiltration, a much talked about topic today. But you do have that high propensity for redosing, and if you've seen any of Dr. Ganaiden's previous work, you'll know that redosing is not something that is without risk and without reduced outcomes. So then, on top of that low dose protocol that you just saw, that we now have modified custodial. And so modified custodial will be essentially using it just like the original Del Nido formulary at a 1:4 ratio. So you'll mix 1 part blood with 4 parts custodial HTK, and you will give it exactly the same way that you would the low dose protocol absent the blood. And why consider using modified? Well, the first to me is a no-brainer. Now we have an apples-to-apples comparison to the original Del Nido formulary that's being used in the adult population. And so if you want to do prospective work and take a look at what your institution is doing, you have an option to go and do a direct comparison. So you're using 1:4 versus 1:4 in the same ischemic times that are widely reported. But the second part is cabbage use. So I've been with custodial for about 5 years, and a common concern that I heard in the field was that it's probably not great for cabbage use because if you're using 100% crystalloid, it has sometimes the effect of bleaching out the heart, and it makes it difficult to trace the targets, so the surgeon has a difficult time marking the targets and seeing where he needs to go. Well, now that you're adding 1 part blood to this, now it makes the coronaries just show up so much better, and the surgeons have easy access to the repair. And then all the other reasons that we had mentioned in the previous low-dose protocol. So that's what's happening in custodial now that's new. I'm going to be here all week. I will be happy to answer technical questions when it comes to the delivery aspect of the new protocols that you're about to hear today. But I have the absolute distinct pleasure of bringing our actual keynote speaker to the podium today. He's Dr. Ganaiden. He's a friend and colleague to everyone here in this room. Everyone is very well aware of who he is. He's a professor and cardiac surgeon at the largest cardiac center in Turkey, in Ankara, Turkey. He's a world leader in looking at long-term outcomes of all cardioplegia modalities, not just custodial. He's considered the world leader. He has so many publications to that effect. Some of his other passions include minimally invasive techniques and blood conservation techniques. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Serdar Ganaiden.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you very much for this introduction. It's almost my pleasure to be here. Last time I was here in 2019, so it's been unfortunately 3 years now, right? So we have a very hard time because of the virus. And finally, even in our country, the mask limitations is over now, so we don't need to use masks in our daily life. I work in one of the largest centers in Europe. We have about 5 surgeons working in this hospital. We have 12 operating rooms doing about 3,000 cases even in the COVID era. So we do every type of surgery, including transplantation, ECMO, and pediatric, and everything. So we have options to try different modalities, different surgeries. I've been interested in doing especially perfusion-related technology research for a long time. I also have a PhD in bioengineering, so I also teach in bioengineering schools in Turkey, England, and Germany. So when you check for the literature and you write down only simply cardioplegia, you can have hundreds of papers. And most of them, of course, are related to blood cardioplegia because it's one of the oldest ones. And also when you check for the research, you see that there are many papers, starting from, of course, like before 2000, focused on blood cardioplegia because single-dose techniques have become popular very recently, let's say 7, 8 years, because we used to use Dalnido cardioplegia in pediatric research. And I'm the first one to use Dalnido in Turkey in adult case. Everybody was looking at me like a crazy guy, giving only one shot for a cabbage case up to 5 vessel. And this was the start. Now it's become one of the most popular formulas in Turkey. So as you know, Dalnido is a very simple simple composition, but the only tricky point is to manage lidocaine level. It's becoming much more important, especially in the repeat doses. So it's, in our research, we always focused on to manage the lidocaine dose to bring it half and then 1/4, sometimes the same dose in the repeat dose. So we tried many different things to find the correct one in the second dose. And the second point we always focused on was how long is the safest ischemic time? So you give like 1 liter for 1 hour, 1 liter for 2 hours, 1 liter for 1.5 hours, what? So we did a lot of research, and I will mention them later. So, of course, it's originally designed for pediatric surgery, and there are now maybe more than 300 different solutions. All of them are calling themselves their Dalnido, but most of them are not Dalnido indeed. So HTK is a very old cardioplegic solution, especially used for heart protection and in the transplantation era, designed by German Dr. Köhler. And it depends on 3 different amino acids. Histidine is one of the most important point in this composition because it controls the buffering system. So, you know, Custodial may be expensive solution because of histidine, because it's the most expensive unit in this composition, and it's very hard to get indeed. So ketoglutarate brings the energy in the ischemic period, and tryptophan is very much like lidocaine, stabilizes the membrane. So when you compare them in the pediatric way, within the literature, of course, they both work very well, and also in transplantation. But when it comes to the adult cardiac surgery, it's different. In the early phase, nearly all the papers are showing that they're very much same in the early clinical outcomes, but very few papers about the long-term outcomes. So we, again, now started to see some meta-analysis because there are many publications in the recent 5 years, let's say. And even all of those meta-analysis, we see in the early period, within, let's say, 5 days, 7 days in the hospital, whatever you give, like blood, Dalnido, Custodial, the early results are very much same, especially in normal risk patients. We are not speaking about the high-risk patients. So this is the composition of the current literature, early and late. So, and also in Europe, the most popular one, again, this is another paper to check on what are you using in your cardiac surgery. Most popular one is, again, blood cardioplegia, and in the US, this is the paper of my dearest friend, Alfred Stemmers. As you can see, it's 4-to-1, is popular in CABG in the US, and the Custodial is only #1 in urgent cases because it's ready to use only one formula. And this is the quote from one of our very famous philosopher, Rumi from Turkey, and says, now we have to say something new. That's how we started our own research, and we started with the first question, which single-dose technique is good for which type of surgery? And we started from the lab. We have a very good lab backup in our country, so we just work on cell cultures. So we have myocardial cell cultures. We put different cardioplegic solutions on them, and we check what will happen. So this is the direct view, and we use 3 different cell lines, one representing neonatal cells like pediatric surgery, one representing adult surgery, like adult human endothelium, and myocardium itself. So this is the setup of the experiment. Any laser pointer here? This one? Yeah, but yeah, okay. So these are the cell lines, like myocardium, adult, and pediatric, and these are the solutions, St. Thomas, blood, HTK, Dalnido. And the formula is very much same with the operation. And we did different types of testing for toxicity, because toxicity is important, especially in Dalnido, by the lidocaine dose, as I mentioned before. And of course, we also used some microscopic evaluation at the end. So these are the results. For fibromyoblasts, the myocardium itself, the single-dose techniques are good in the long term. In the early phase, is very much the same with the current literature. There are not any differences. In adult cardiac cells, in the early phase, again, not any much difference, but in the long term, HTK becomes prominent. And this is neonatal cells, like representing pediatric cardiac surgery. Both Dalnido and HTK are much better than the control groups in the long term. And this is the microscopic evaluation. When you see the green cells, they are viable, and red cells are not viable. So control is the best solution we use. So you can see 6 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours. And again, like single dose St. Thomas or blood are failing in the long term. And this is the adult cardiac surgery. HTK is very good going on. Dalnido is becoming much less prominent in the long term. And this is for pediatric. Both of them work well. And there's no toxicity in any of this if you use only one single dose. So as a conclusion of this one, we concluded that, okay, in the lab, Dalnido and HTK works perfect on pediatric cells, but in adult cells, in the long term, HTK becomes much more prominent and significantly different than the others. And then brings the other question. How about the long-term protection? Okay, we do the operation, we finish, we discharge them in 5 days, 7 days, whatever. So what happens next? So then we also published this paper in Asian Annals last year. In this case, we just compared 3 different groups, Dalnido, HTK, and blood cardioplegia with 100 patients in each group. This time, we also tried to demonstrate the endothelial glycocalyx degradation. It's a very new parameter showing us the earliest sign of disturbance of the myocardial cells. So this is the endothelium here, and this is the glycocalyx layer over endothelium. So if something happens, like overvolume, ischemia, acidosis, it's the first line that will break, degrade, and we can see the results in the blood. So it's the earliest marker of any potential damage. So for long-term follow-up, we just, when we discharge the patient, we put on some kind of iPhone-like machine on them that records 24/7, like the ECG, blocks, bradycardia, AFib, and angina. So there is a button here. Whenever the patient feels uncomfortable, he or she presses the button, and then there's a message center that receives all the codes. So we follow up those patients 1 month in this way up. And the only difference in those patients was the choice of cardioplegia. And again, in the early period, before discharge, there was no significant difference in any of them. And in 1 month control, we started to see some differences. So this is much better here. So in 1 month control, you see that the Dalnido group, more incidence of tachycardia, more incidence of AFib, and more incidence of rehospitalization. So this also brings up the discussion on the cost. So in cost effectiveness, what do you measure? Inside the hospital or all period of the patients becoming, including rehospitalization. So the conclusion of this, we said that in the long term, custodial is much more safer than any other single-dose techniques. And now we come for another question, hemodilution. Yes, hemodilution is a very important concern of any of the single-dose techniques because you deliver like 2 liters in, let's say, 5-6 minutes, and it really causes hemodilution. So you need to do something to overcome those hemodilution. So in this sense, we again compared 4 different groups and about 300 patients in each one. So the primary endpoint was the transfusion rate, and the secondary endpoint was the hematocrit change. And this is, I can show you this one. Whenever we use any single dose, a Dalnido or HTK, it doesn't matter, in CABG surgery, we routinely use retrograde coagulation and LA venting. And at the end of operation, if you use full dose, we always use hemoconcentration. So we need to do 3 additional procedures, like LA venting, retrograde coagulation, and hemoconcentration at the end. If you do all of them, then there is no concern on hemodilution. As you can see, baseline, on pump, last dose, after ultrafiltration, ICU. So not significant differences in transfusion or hematocrit change. This was the conclusion of this study. And then comes the next question, redosing. It's much more complicated concern. So then you need to discuss the safest ischemic time, especially for Dalnido, because for HTK, we are okay. If you give 2 liters, you have at least 2 hours of protection in 85–90% of the cases. But in Dalnido, it's not the case. So when we started using Dalnido for the first time, we were giving 1.5 liter for 90 minutes. It didn't work. So we give 1.5 liter for 1 hour. Yes, it really helps in the early phase. But if we need to give an additional dose, it's a complication. So at that time, like 6–7 years ago, we started our minimally invasive program. And of course, in the beginning, we were not very much experienced, so the cross-clamp times were much longer. And we have many problems in redosing of those patients. So we also published this redosing in Innovations last year. So we compared this time Dalnido and HTK, 100 patients in each group, plus if we give redosing, we did some subgroups to understand the effects of redosing. So at this time, we check for the aquaporin levels. It's also a new prognostic evaluation technique. Aquaporins are the proteins in the myocardium to deal with the overvolume. So when the cell is faced with overvolume or hemodilution, the cell starts to produce aquaporin proteins to overcome. If the cell fails, then you can see less aquaporin. That means a less response to the overvolume. Again, in the early period, even in this minimally invasive patients, there is no difference. But this is the repeat dose. So in the repeat dose, the red ones are the significantly different ones. So AFib incidence were higher in the Dalnido group, block was higher, and ICU stay was longer in redosing. This is because of the lidocaine toxicity of the incidence of higher arrhythmia. And also, the aquaporin levels were much lower in the Dalnido group because of the lidocaine toxicity. The cell cannot respond to this second volume, and you can see it microscopically. When the picture is bright, that means the glycocalyx layer is degraded, and the glycocalyx is out of the cell, so you can die. So it's not good. So the bright picture here shows the endothelial glycocalyx degradation of Dalnido versus HTK here. And this is the aquaporin level, as I've told you. Cell produces some kind of proteins to deal with the overvolume. In Dalnido, you can see the cellular edema because of the failing of the producing enough molecules. This is the conclusion of this study, that we should say redosing is not preferred. We need to plan our surgery as much as excluding any redosing. But if we need redosing in Dalnido now, we reduce lidocaine dose 1/4 and to avoid any kind of problem. In HTK, we don't have any concerns in redosing. So temperature and pressure is also very important, which temperature you're giving and which pressure. So especially for HTK, we also work with Germans to show it on the intercellular level. You need at least 5 minutes to reach the adequate sodium levels to make the impact of the cardioplegia. If you are less, like 2–3 minutes, it doesn't work very well. So you need to adjust your pressure to give whole volume. Whenever you give 1 liter or 2, it doesn't matter. Should be above 5 minutes. So even Germans are suggesting 7 minutes, but it's usually very long for a surgeon to wait that long. So as I've told you before, for CABG surgery, always retrograde, LA venting if you are using full dose. If you are using the lessened dose, I will talk later, you don't need any of this. So, and then we come to another question, as Bill mentioned before. Okay, giving full volume takes a lot of time, has some concerns on hemodilution, sodium levels, or whatever, especially in the need for arrhythmia. Can we do something else to overcome? So, like 75, 80 of our cases are having ischemic cross-clamp time less than 60 minutes, like CABG plus 2, CABG 3 vessel or whatever. So this time we just come with an idea to lessen the delivery dose to 1 liter and ask for 1 hour ischemic time. So we also published this in EACTS, presented in EACTS meeting this year. So this time we compared again 3 different groups, Dalnido, HTK, and blood as a control. And again, in the early period, not any differences. And so we were successful giving only 1 liter for 1 hour in 92% of all cases of CABG times 3. So this is very practical. So if you use 1 liter, what we didn't use, we didn't have any concerns about hemodilution, no LA venting, no ultrafiltration, not any problem on sodium imbalance, and not any type of lidocaine toxicity in Dalnido. So 1 liter for 1 hour worked very well in CABG cases, especially up to 1 hour. And then we also used this for valve surgery, for simple single valve like AVR or mitral valve. So it really worked very well again. So we did this now, 89% of valve cases expected to have an ischemic time of 1 hour. It worked very well. And this is another paper we're going to present next month in the ISMICS meeting, in the minimally invasive cardiac surgery meeting. This time we use this diminished dose for minimally invasive aortic surgery. And again, it really worked very well. Although we have not many patients, about 80 patients in each group, it worked in 90% of the patients, so it was enough to give only 1 liter of HTK for 1 hour. And again, you can see the results here. They really worked very well. And the last innovation was to add some blood, because I really personally don't believe to have a blood composition to see the coronary vessel. I don't think that may make any changes in the surgical practice, but most of my colleagues insisted on having some blood portion in HTK to see the, some visibility of the coronary artery. And so we did this study. We did one for cardioplegic technique, and like we did it from the pump, like we did it for Dalnido, for example. And yes, the visibility was much okay, satisfactory for them. As I told you, personally, I don't see any difference, but they did. And in only like, it was 32 when I prepared this. Now we have more than 50 cases. And it really worked very well. Again, we're using CABG surgery, and we're using 1 liter, 1/4 for 60 minutes. And we have very, very good results. So as I've told you, histidine is the most important component of the solution. When we add, we don't need to add blood theoretically, because the osmotic volume of the solution is okay. If you add blood, and we also measured the osmolarity, and it didn't make any significant difference. So adding blood is only preferable for the visibility of coronary artery surgery if the surgeon wants it to be that way. And the results are very much same, so even helped much better, less hemodilution results. So this modified technique is also being used in our clinic with some other surgeons. So as a result of all those studies, the single-dose techniques are currently becoming more and more popular, becoming used in every type of surgery, including pediatric, CABG, or valve, or minimally invasive. So we started using these techniques in the early days of minimally invasive experience, and now we come to a point that we do 85, 90% of all operations in minimally invasive techniques, including CABG ×3 in our hospital. And even in those patients, those single-dose techniques, the safest one, as I can confirm, when I feel myself comfortable, is using HTK. So why don't I use HTK for all cases because, of course, the financial problems in our country, because HTK is like 8 times more expensive than del nido, so we need to find a kind of equilibrium point to deal with those patients. So especially in high-risk cases with an ischemic time of, let's say, 2 hours, we certainly use HTK. In high-risk cases with expected cross-clamp time for 1 hour, yes. And in other cases, we discuss the situation of what to do in that case. So we are doing more and more research now, especially for redosing, because this question is still not completely answered. Okay, because we have much more incidence of redosing in when we are using 1 liter for 1 hour. So how do we proceed? Again, with HTK, additional one, or something else. So we are trying different compositions. So HTK is always safe. You can give overdose, even 2 liters, it doesn't make any problem. Sodium imbalance is never an issue for us, and we never correct any sodium imbalance because it becomes another problem in the long term. So we are trying the redosing. Maybe we'll present those data later. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions from our audience? I have several questions here from our webinars members here. One from Brian Belangi. He asks, have you ever considered attempting to apply the custodial key ingredients with a Quest MPS and give an all-blood-based cardioplegia formulation, custodial
So
formulation?
we don't have a Quest system in our country, so that's why we couldn't try. And then, yeah.
Okay. I think that was a big question on a lot of people here that had talked about that. How about, and I think you talked about this a little bit, but there's several questions again. Is there any post-op issues with regard to low sodium using custodial?
So if you use the whole strategy, like full dose with the additional LA venting, retrograde coagulation, and hemofiltration, we never have any issue on sodium levels.
Okay. And I have another one from Wade Caldwell. What is the reduce amount on short cross-clamp times if you need to go longer than an hour, than if it lasts an hour?
As I've told you, we are trying different techniques. So using half dose custodial is, of course, practical if you go further. We are trying some different compositions. Like if I have only, let's say, 20 minutes, I need 20 minutes more, I sometimes try even blood cardioplegia to have an additional 20 minutes, and it really works, again, no problem.
Sure. And Paul White, can the custodial be mixed in-house, or is it brought in already mixed?
No, we are mixing it in-house.
George Holzman, maybe I missed it, but what temperature do you use to deliver the cardioplegia?
4 to 8 degrees Celsius.
4 to 8.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what about back order issues? Do you ever experience any back order issues? This might be a perfusion question.
Yeah.
With a custodial. And if so, does your hospital make it also?
Yeah, we currently haven't experienced any backorder issues whatsoever. It's manufactured in Germany, and it's ready to go from there. So it's not reliant on component availability here in the United States.
And there's several questions about the low sodium post-op. Do you see complications with this frequently?
No, as I've told you, if we do the whole package, no problem at all. So I can say, like in 200 cases, we can see on the 2-3 patients with some sodium imbalance. And in the early times, we were trying to correct the sodium levels, and then it becomes overdose in the postoperative period. So even in those patients, we don't do anything, and they will become just in a normal range simultaneously, let's say in half an hour and 1 hour.
And Felicia Ben, she has a question here. If the patient doesn't have CKD, what are the benefits of coming off bypass with a high potassium level?
So, yeah. Well, It depends on the choice of the group. So we don't, I mean, we are not really trying to do it in that way. So it's also possible, of course.
Yeah. Let's see. One of them was about the comparison study, and I think you mentioned this too, Del Nido versus CPAC with the cardiac procedures for patients with similar anatomy for evaluation of the postoperative myocardial function.
Yes, in the early phase, it's not easy to find any differences. But in the long term, we did the study, and we can see some more incidence of arrhythmia in the Del Nido group, especially when you use additional redosing in those groups.
This is just a comment from Anita Stachow. We use Del Nido on all of our valve cases, invariably hemoconcentration and Z-buff protocol to reduce the excessively high potassium levels. It would be great to try custodial. Just a comment there.
Thank you.
I don't mean to hug all the questions here. Does anybody else have any questions from the audience?
Thank you very much. Chris Trocchio, Atlanta, Georgia. It's a great talk. And you went through a lot of slides really quickly. And what I'm interested in is your, if you could just comment a little bit more on lidocaine toxicity in comparing the two. And a lot of these cases that we decide to use a single dose technique come in with, you know, mitral valve disease. So they got AFib or they got AFib, you know, pre-op and stuff. How do you, I think we probably see lidocaine toxicity and don't realize it. I mean, so when you talk about it and the prevalence, number one, what do you think the true prevalence is? How do you diagnose it and how do you treat it? And is it relevant because our patients, you know, seem to have arrhythmias anyhow, you know, coming into surgery? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So in the early years of our use for Del Nido, we were giving the full dose, like 1.5 liter. And when we need the redosing, we were giving like half dose, but half dose with half lidocaine. So especially in those type of patients, like receiving 2 doses of Del Nido, we started to see, as you mentioned, more incidence of arrhythmia. So we tried to understand why. And lidocaine was the only responsible molecule in that composition that we can blame. So we measured lidocaine levels in the early postoperative period, and they were really very much higher than expected. And so even very close to the toxicity level. So in those cases, we tried to use some additional drugs to neutralize high lidocaine levels, but it's not practical. So you need to wait for, let's say, half a day to get the lab result, and you need to search for another antidote, so it also takes time, so it takes a long time. So in order to use it in that way, we lowered the dose of, especially for the additional dose of lidocaine, first to the half, and it still didn't work very well, so now in 1/4 of the original dose, and it really works very well, excluding any type of additional arrhythmias. Of course, it's not a very scientific way of evidence-based solution, but it's a kind of experience-based solution, I can say. The incidence in a routine dose, only one single shot, is very low. But in a kind of patient with the additional dose, it may go up to 15, 20%, like 1/5 of all patients.
Any other questions from the audience? I have another one here from Emily Chappelle. Do the kidneys take a hit for having to do hemoconcentration? We see a lot of papers with that in the past.
Yes, and recently we started also using for goal-directed perfusion. It really also helped us to manage the kidney function when we are doing this. So now, in the early phase, we were doing it blindly, so we're not having any idea of the ongoing kidney function. Now, when we incorporate the goal-directed perfusion monitorization, so we are now safe, that we can stop hemodilution early, hemoconcentration early or late. It depends on the goal-directed DO2.
several questions here. Some of them are repeats. So anyway, Scott Yaskula, has there been an increase in patients having first-degree heart block after single-dose cardioplegia cases?
Not single dose, but with additional dose, yes. So as I've told, like in Del Nido, it may go up to 15%. In HTK, much less, like only 5%, maybe less.
Okay. And then several questions on here, one especially from Shannon Quinn. What drugs are you giving post-op on the post-cross clamp after the cross clamp comes off? What kind of drugs are you giving?
We're not giving any special drugs, no, nothing.
Okay. Anybody else?
Good morning. Mike Rothcheck, Youngstown, Ohio. Question, we're talking about that lidocaine toxicity with Del Nido. Routinely, we always give lidocaine as the cross clamp comes off. Are you saying when we give Del Nido cardioplegia, we should not just routinely give the extra stick of lidocaine every time?
You should give, but you should lessen the dose. This is my suggestion. Maybe 1/4 of the initial dose in the second dosing.
I'm talking about when the cross clamp comes off, we give 100
for
milligrams of
Oh,
lidocaine
yeah, okay.
to help with arrhythmias.
Yeah, yeah.
But if there's so much lidocaine
Yeah,
in the Del Nido, should we avoid giving that?
Yes.
So you don't give any lidocaine
No,
when
no,
cross comes off?
never, no.
Because it has so much in it already?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
One more here from Timothy Snook. With normal renal function, we use ultrafiltration as an adjunct to normal with the urine output to maintain normal volemia. Let's see, I didn't,
Yep.
yeah, that was. Can you say what the average cost of custodial per patient is?
The average cost for 1 liter is $198 in the US. But I will add, while you're trying to filter through some questions, you know, when you look at some of the research that's been done here in the data, I know Dr. Gnaiden skipped over it pretty quickly, but in all the studies, postoperative AFib, permanent AFib, is higher in the other groups as compared to custodial. And we know how expensive it is to treat postoperative AFib. So if you could reduce postoperative AFib by 10%, you would save an inordinate amount of money over the additional cost of using custodial. And again, the ingredient histidine is very expensive and hard to source, and that's why it's not available in other cardioplegias.
I have another one here from Jim Vogel. Do you think that one of the advantages of crystalloid or Del Nido is that the fact that there is less viscosity than blood cardioplegia, and it can be easily get past the blockages?
Not really, because even in HTK solution, histidine really has a very high levels of osmolarity. So this is not the first reason to act, for any single dose cardioplegic techniques. We are looking for some different advantages.
Malenko, if you're doing a longer cross clamp time, do you redose with a full liter or 500 milliliters of HTK? The more cardioplegia you give, the more you will have to hemoconcentrate, which can affect the patient.
Yes, we use, if you use like 1 liter for 1 hour technique, if you need some additional time, we use 500, yes, in the second dose.
Anybody else from the audience? Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Gneiden's work, and definitely not a representation from the actual company itself. So thank you again.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome back to our 11th year of our Sanibel Symposium. So good to be back with you in person and being live and seeing all your smiling faces again. We've really missed you. So give our a little bump with our elbow or a hug or whatever. We're excited to be back in person. This year we're providing 31 RN contact hours, 40 registered respiratory therapy contact hours, and 40 ABC points. So we're all inclusive of all of our professional organizations. So I'm real excited to be able to offer this for you. Our goal is to provide you with outstanding speakers, evidence-based presentations, and friendships revived in the next 4 days. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to our committee. If you're in the audience, please stand. Carla Mall, John Englert, Bill Harris, Luke Pius, and Kristen Irwin-Cross, and Marco Polizzi. I think he's in the registration desk. But thank you for all of our outstanding speakers. I want to give a shout out to all of our outstanding speakers this week, and also our corporate sponsors for the continued support. We wouldn't be able to do this without each and every one of you. I have some daily instructions or some announcements to make. This year we're offering our CPR. If anybody needs to renew their CPR, in even ACLS and PALS also. We have a renewal certification available for you on Thursdays and Fridays. So if you want to sign up for those, there's a sign-up sheet up at the registration desk. And also, we're doing a ECMO specialty breakout session for any of you that are ECMO specialists or even the CCPs that would just want a little renewal and refreshing information. This is a great opportunity for you. And that will be Thursday afternoon. And then also, we're going to have a crisis management hands-on wet lab session, and that will be Friday morning. So if you want to kind of refreshing your expertise with the hands-on too, that's a great opportunity for you. Please, I think I heard a couple of phones ringing in the background on our first session, so if you could just remember to silence those ahead of time. And our marble game, we're going to bring that back again this year. So please support our exhibitors. And we have our two winners in the last 2 years that were before pre-COVID that are here also. Summer Pizzuti, she's going to be here, and she's presenting on Saturday. And Haley Petit, they won a couple of years ago, so they'll be here also. So you'll need to go to each of the exhibitors and count the marbles and write them on your marble sheet that's included in your booklet. And I want you to please add, we have one new addition to it, which is transonics. So if you please add that one to your list, we'd appreciate that. And we're going to be announcing the winners for that on Saturday morning following Summer's presentation. And you must be present to win. So please attend that. Make sure you please sign on online each day. You'll need to scan your QR code and then press hold so you'll be able to get points for every day of the meeting. And then also for the webinar attendees too, they'll need to sign on each day and to participate by asking a question per each session. And you can also, this is for our webcast people, you can watch YouTube directly, but you still need to sign in on the Sanibel Symposium website every day. We're excited to have our attendance. We have 250 live attendees this year, which is kind of hard to estimate how many we were going to have, but we were excited to do this for our welcoming back. And then also 375 webcast people, so a total of 625 at this meeting. So congratulations, everybody. So please fill out your speaker evaluations and do this only at the end of the meeting. So you won't have to redo it again, but we have it just set up so you can only do it at the end of the meeting for the evaluations. And please give us your suggestions for next year. This is how we make our meeting better and better each year. So we do read each of your evaluations to make it, to increase our attendance and make it better every year. There are links provided for your CME certificates and the speaker evaluations, and it's all on the electronic program when you log into the Sanibel Symposium. Our certificates for attendance will be awarded and for each of these for the meeting, and then they won't be available for about 2 weeks after the meeting's ended. So, and also a big shout out to our coworkers back home that's covering for us so we can come to this meeting. So a huge shout out, because I know that they would like to attend too, but we're very appreciative of them covering us at home. So we're in for a big treat this morning. Our first presenter this morning is our keynote speaker. He's also sponsored by LivaNova. Thank you very much, LivaNova, for sponsoring him. He is a retired Navy SEAL commander. He graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy, and he has served in Iraq, Afghanistan, and off the coast of Somalia, and in Panama, too. He now consults about bringing mindfulness and meditation to high-performing teams to aid in dealing with stress, anxiety, and depression, all while increasing focus, creativity, and productivity. Thank you for your service to our country, and please join with me in welcoming John McCaskill. He's presenting Developing High-Performing Leaders and Teams Throughout Preparedness, Resilience, Grit, and Compassion. Please join with me in welcoming John McCaskill.
All right, hopefully you guys can go ahead and fill out your speaker surveys now. Give me 100% thumbs up, because it may be different at the end of this. So I'm going to go a little off script today, because I am here to talk about that. But first, I want to thank you. Here we go. I want to thank you, and also I'm not used to standing behind a podium. I'm used to walking out here, but since that's there, I guess I'm stuck right here. Anyhow, I want to thank you for what it is you guys do day in and day out to improve and possibly even save the lives of people you may not know. And the reason I say that at the very beginning is I have a personal story. My brother-in-law, Ryan, in November of 2020, he almost died from COVID. Except that on the day before Thanksgiving, we were able to, by some series of miracles, we were able to get him an ECMO machine from New Jersey, flown down to Shreveport, Louisiana, and get him on that machine just minutes before he passed away. He did not pass away, he lived. And that machine saved his life and saved countless others since then. So I have a personal affinity for what it is you guys do day in and day out. So I wanted to start off by saying thank you and kind of go off script there, so forgive me. Let's get into this. I'm here to talk about developing high-performing leaders and high-performing teams through preparedness, resilience, and grit. And you're probably thinking, well, what about all those other leadership attributes I learned about in school? Focus, courage, integrity, honesty, all those. I believe in all those. I believe those are fantastic leadership traits. But I also believe those fall into these 4 buckets. If you're prepared, you're resilient, you have grit, and you have compassion, you're going to have courage. You're going to have integrity. You're going to have a vision. I'm going to bob and weave into and out of those. And there's going to be times when what I'm talking about may not seem at all related to the overall topic, but believe me, I will tie it back in. So with that all said, I want you to stop. Stop what you're doing right now. If you're on your phones, if you're writing something down, stop. And focus on one thing that is causing you anxiety, stress, or even sadness right now. Think about that. It might be personal, it might be professional, it might be financial, families. I don't know what it might be, but think about that one thing. And as you're doing so, notice what your body is doing. Probably similar to what my body is doing standing up in front of a crowd. My heart rate is increased. My hands are sweating. Got some tension in my forehead, tension in my shoulders. Don't worry, we're gonna do away with that here in a second. I'm not just here to stress you all out. So next, what I want you to do is take a deep breath in and let that out, nice and slow. And as you do so, pay attention to the physical sensations of the breath. Pay attention to where the air is entering your body. Another deep breath in, ideally through your nose, paying attention to the air at the tips of your nostrils. Breathe that out, nice and slow. Pay attention to the contracting of your lungs, belly, chest, as you breathe out. And one more. Nice deep breath in. And on this one, let out a nice audible sigh. I want to hear it. Come on. All right, there we go. All right, now why did I do that? One, to calm me down. So I appreciate it. So thanks for bearing with me. Second off, I wanted to show you what your body does when it's perceiving a threat. Your sympathetic nervous system, and many of you guys know this way better than I, you guys being in the healthcare service, but your sympathetic nervous system kicks in. Your heart rate increases, your respiratory rate increases. It's there to protect you from threats. Threats like an attacker, a bear. But what we perceive as threats these days are social media notifications, messages on our phones, traffic, rough relationships. And while these are all stressful indeed, they're most likely not life-threatening. The other side of what I showed you there was you tapping into your parasympathetic nervous system. That's you calming yourself down. That's your rest and digest nervous system. That is the nervous system that is allowing you to respond rather than react. And you can do what we just did just about anywhere. You can do it when standing in front of a group of people. Calm yourself down. It can really make a difference in what it is you're experiencing and how you react or respond in your daily life. It can also really make a difference in how others respond to you as a leader or as part of a team. That mindfulness that we just did, that is mindfulness, paying attention to what your body does, that ties into this preparedness, resilience, grit, and compassion. It's a key component that is common among all four. So that's another reason I do it. And the last reason is to get you guys focused on the presentation at hand, because as a presenter, I want you to pay attention to what I'm talking about. So that's that. All right. Susan did a quick intro on who I am. I won't go much further into that, but I'll just cover briefly. I was born in Cape Town, South Africa, raised in Ruston, Louisiana. I enlisted in the Navy first, then got picked up for the Naval Academy, went into the SEAL teams, and 20 plus years later, I now teach meditation. It's not your typical warfighter transition. So I'll explain why I got there. This will also not be the last time you see meditation mentioned in this presentation, nor the last slide you will see with meditation on it. So the reason I got into meditation was I dealt with my own anxiety, stress, depression, survivor's guilt, imposter syndrome, you name it, I dealt with it in the SEAL teams. And I sought counseling for it. I self-medicated for a lot of it. And I got prescribed medication for it. And those helped to a point, but they never helped to truly heal me. Until one day I went to a counselor and he sat me down and he asked me all the medications that I was on, officially and unofficially. I told him and he said, okay, well, let's see what we can get you off of. I was like, well, what are we gonna do? He's like, well, I'm gonna get you on mindfulness and meditation. I stared at him, I was like, what? Yeah, mindfulness and meditation, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get you on meditation instead of medication. And I laughed at him, I was like, Doc, I've got some serious stuff going on. I don't know what it is you're trying to teach me here. I don't believe in meditation. Meditation, mindfulness is for hippies, monks, and weirdos. I'm kind of this badass guy. I don't know what you're trying to teach me. Well, one, I was way off. 2, he introduced me to the science, the data, the physiology behind it, which as a math and operations research guy, that initially got me interested. And then he told me about the performance enhancing aspects of it. And as a special operator, you're always looking for an edge, whether that's an edge over your enemy on the battlefield or an edge over your buddy right next to you. You're always looking for an edge. So I was sold. Oh, yeah, give me whatever that is, doc. I'll take that in a pill, or I'll take that as meditation, sure. So I started meditating, and I started to see the differences in my life. And I was actually able to come off all those medications that I was on. About 3 months later, I felt better than I ever had. Or not better than I ever had, but better than I had up until that point. I was back where I felt I needed to be. So that's why I teach mindfulness and meditation. That's why I'm here right now, right here with you all, and to talk about how that all ties into being a better leader and a better team. But this wouldn't be a SEAL presentation if I didn't tell you something about Navy SEAL training. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen Navy SEAL speeches before. You've read all the books that are out there. Admittedly, there are tons of them. We all go through this. This is basic underwater demolition SEAL training. It's a 6-month weeding out course. It's divided into 3 phases. The first phase is basic conditioning phase. That's basically where we wash everyone out that doesn't want to be a SEAL. Second phase is dive phase, which, as the name implies, you learn the basics behind diving. Third phase is land warfare phase, where you learn to shoot, move, and communicate, and blow stuff up, which is a lot of fun. Now, BUDS is in Coronado, California, which, as you can see in this picture, is beautiful and sunny, but the instructors have a way of making it hell. During all phases, you're pushed to your limits, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. You run around with these inflatable boats on your heads. You run around with logs, giant logs, for physical training. You wear yourself out. You go on very little sleep. You start hallucinating. There were times that when I thought that I was going to run into a bridge, and there was nothing there, no bridge at all. And it wouldn't have even made sense that there would be a bridge there, but for some reason I thought there was. We hallucinated. So that's BUDS, more on that in a bit. But let's get into talking about preparedness, resilience, grit, and compassion. Preparedness. Coast Guard logo, Coast Guard motto, Semper Paratus, is always ready. My wife was in the Coast Guard before she joined the Navy, a decision she regrets until she met me in the Navy. But I digress. Always ready. That is preparedness. In BUDS, basic underwater demolition SEAL training, one of the things you go through multiple times a week is some form of inspection, whether that's a room inspection, a uniform inspection, or even inspection of your knife to see whether it's sharp. And the inspection for that is literally to take the knife and see if it will shave the hair on your arms. If it will, you're good to go. If not, stand by. The instructors are going to make your life hell. Either way, you've got to be prepared. You've got to be prepared for the inspection or the consequence. And these inspections, they prepared us for the SEAL teams, and then they prepared us for life afterwards. I felt this just after a decade and a half later as I lay on the waiting room floor at Boston Children's Hospital. 3 weeks prior to that, my wife and I had been told that our 6-month-old had a massive tumor in her liver, and she would need that removed or she wouldn't live. The surgeon told us, we're going to have to break your little perfect China doll. I can tell you, the battlefield is scary, but I've never been as scared as I was there. Lying helpless while my 6-month-old was operated in a few hundred feet away. But I can tell you that the training that I went through, the training that my wife went through in the military, prepared us for that and prepared us for the uncertainty that came afterwards. I'm happy to say my daughter is now a flourishing 5-year-old and is a complete handful that stresses me out to the max, but I love her to death. She's doing well. Now, I know what you're probably thinking, great, so you and your wife had military training. That helped you to get prepared. Well, preparedness doesn't necessarily or exclusively come through military training. It comes through training. Training in your discipline, whatever that might be. Training in your craft. Training often, and then training when you want to and when you don't. And then training specifically when things go wrong. Intentionally injecting things that go wrong in your training. Plan on people getting sick. Plan on supplies not being there. Plan on machines not working. Plan on computers not connecting correctly. All right? Plan on that because it's going to happen. So, meditation. Meditation can help with preparedness. What it does in regard to preparedness is it helps you to think clearly. It helps you to know what you have on hand, know what your strengths are, what your team's strengths are, know what your weaknesses are, and what your team's weaknesses are. Meditation can help in developing your preparedness. What I hear often about preparedness is, I don't have the time for that kind of training. Well, a lot of the time, we have more time than we think. We all go home and we scroll, we doom scroll on social media. We binge the latest Netflix series. What I encourage people to do when they tell me that they don't have time is to do a time audit. Find out where and how you're spending your time. You probably have more time than you think. The other thing that I see often is that people think they are fully prepared. They think they know everything. They don't want to ask questions. They've got that fixed mindset. They can't grow. They don't want to embarrass themselves in front of their team. They want to be the smartest person in the room. The flip side of that is the growth mindset. That's where we want our leaders to be. That's where we want our teams to be. Asking questions, always learning, wanting to improve themselves and improve their teams. If you run into somebody with a fixed mindset, if you run into a team with a fixed mindset, I encourage you to run as fast as you can in the opposite direction, because they're the most dangerous people out there. In my profession, they get people killed. In your profession, they get people killed. Run away. Finally, when it comes to preparedness, one must learn from the past, live in the present, and plan for the future. So do some mental time travel, if you will. The past, learn from it. Learn from it, but don't live in it. Reminisce, but don't ruminate. Use your past to make your present and your future and the present and the future of others better. The present, live in it. That's the only real thing. The past is gone, the future's not here yet. The present, live in it, enjoy it, relish it, the here and now. And the future, plan for it. Plan for it, but don't worry about it. Two different things. Planning for it and worrying about it. Next, let's talk about resilience. Resilience is defined as the ability to recover quickly from setback or adversity. Sure, that's the definition. I looked it up before I came in here. But that doesn't help a whole lot. Does anyone know who this is? Buster Douglas. I think that's the first time I've ever asked and someone actually knew. That's Buster Douglas. Buster Douglas was a boxer in the 80s and 90s, and in 1990, he fought Mike Tyson. The odds in that fight were 42-1 in Tyson's favor. This was supposed to be a tune-up fight for Tyson as he went to go fight Evander Holyfield. Nobody expected Douglas to survive the fight. Never mind come back and win it. In the 8th round, Douglas was knocked down. The ref counted 7, 8, 9, 10. Except he didn't count 10. Douglas got up. On the count of 9, he got up. Nobody had ever done that before. Nobody had gotten back up after being knocked down by Tyson. Douglas not only got back up, but in the 10th round, knocked Mike Tyson down. The undisputed world heavyweight champ knocked out. That's resilience. He is the definition of resilience. Getting knocked down, then coming back, and not only coming back, but coming back to win. Going back to buds. Yes, this is a picture of the Super Bowl. Trust me, I'm going to tie it to buds. So this is Super Bowl 36, Patriots versus the Rams, February 3rd, 2002. Super Bowl Sunday. This was also the kickoff of our Hell Week at Buds. We gathered as a class at the compound to watch this and eat pizza, which we thought was a great idea before Hell Week. But we learned soon after the game that was a terrible idea because we saw that pizza again, 2 or 3 times after. So what happened after the game, the instructors told us, okay, gents, we're going to let you get a couple hours of sleep. Go out to the tents, go out to the cots. And there's tents and cots that we had set up on the beach. And there's this giant berm of sand that separates the Buds compound from the ocean, from the Pacific Ocean. We go out to these tents. It's dark now. The game is over. We're all wondering when Hell Week's going to happen. The anticipation is there. We walk into our tents, and then all hell broke loose. We call it breakout. The instructors started throwing mock bombs, shooting machine guns, spraying us with water, having us do flutter kicks, push-ups, squats, anything they could that would make our life miserable. And it was just that, it was miserable. It lasted a few hours, that breakout, but that's the introduction to Hell Week, but it seems like it lasts forever. Fast forward 5 days, very little sleep, 3 hours, not 3 hours a night, but 3 hours total. We're on the other side of that same berm. Now it's nice and sunny. We've lost track of what day it was. The instructors kept telling us we were only on day 3. No idea where we were, what we were doing. And we have these things called whistle drills. They blow a whistle once, you get down, you put your hand over your head, cross your feet, and you open your mouth. That's supposed to simulate what you're supposed to do when a bomb hits. 2 whistles is you start crawling towards the ocean. 3 whistles, you stand up. We heard 2 whistles, so we got down, started crawling towards the ocean. We were miserable. We were sore. We had abrasions on our elbows, inside our thighs, on our knees from the salt and sand that had been rubbing on us all week long. Then we heard 3 whistles. Stand up, turn around. And what do we see? We see the most beautiful thing we had ever seen. At that point, the instructors and the commanding officer were standing on top of that berm with the red, white, and blue American flag. And we heard the words, Buds Class 239, Hell Week is secured. Best words we had heard. We started Buds with 181 men. We started Hell Week with 108. We finished Hell Week with 24. I was surrounded by 23 of the most resilient men I've ever known. I still know them to this day. We're still friends with most of them. Some of them, unfortunately, have passed away on the battlefield. These men were knocked down through that week multiple times in multiple ways, but they got back up. They were stronger, and they were better for it. Better for it as SEALs, better for it as people. So, great story, bro. Thanks for that. Thanks for reminiscing on your Hell Week. What does that do for us? Not much. But what you can do to become resilient is go back to that first attribute, the preparedness. As you better prepare yourself, you're going to become more resilient. So plan for the future. Leverage that first attribute to become more resilient. But there's going to come times when the unforeseeable will happen. A pandemic will flip the world upside down. A hurricane will hit off the coast. Your house will get destroyed by a fire. I don't know, something unforeseeable is going to happen. you're in one of three phases in your life. You're either getting knocked down currently, you're getting back up from having been knocked down, or I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're heading to get knocked down. So prepare for the unforeseeable. How do you do that? First, build faith in yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror. Say things to yourself like, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. If you don't get that reference, look up Stuart Smalley during your next break. But in all seriousness, I know this sounds silly and it looks ridiculous, but I did it this morning. I knew that I was coming in here to speak to an audience. That makes me nervous. It gets my heart rate up. I stood in the mirror and said, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, they're gonna like me. But in all seriousness, it really does build faith in you. So do some positive affirmations, whether that's writing it down, saying it in the mirror, say those positive affirmations, write those positive affirmations. It builds faith in you. As you build faith in yourself, you become more resilient. I remember when I had gone from my small town in Ruston, Louisiana, a small school there, to Annapolis, Maryland, and went to the Naval Academy. If you guys know anything about the academies, there's a lot of very high-performing individuals there. I was not one of them. Or at least I didn't think I was. My grades were mediocre at best. I was failing calculus, I was failing chemistry, and I wasn't the best athlete. I had gone from being a big fish in a small pond to being that small proverbial fish in the huge ocean. Or at least that's what I was telling myself, right? Literally, I was telling myself the story that I wasn't good enough to be there. I had that imposter syndrome, which is common amongst many high-performing individuals. I imagine with the group of high-performing individuals I'm staring at here, we've got several who have that. Well, I just made a decision. I made a decision, hey, look, I don't listen to what other people say about me. Why am I going to listen to the negative thoughts that I tell myself about myself? So I literally decided to stop doing that and went back to those positive affirmations, started staring myself in the mirror, and started telling myself positive things, started journaling about it, started doing the positive things, and my grades improved and my athleticism improved. You can do that. Decide to stop telling yourself those negative stories. That helps to build the resilience. Next, practice wellness. Stress can manifest itself in the body, and as it does that, it reduces your resilience. But stress can also be created by the body. And what I mean by that is, as you don't drink enough water, as you drink a lot of caffeine, as you eat poorly, as you sleep poorly, you increase stress and cortisol in your body, and your resilience goes down. The inverse is obviously true. As you sleep more, as you drink water instead of the caffeine, reduce your sugar intake, taking care of yourself, practicing wellness, meditating, your stress level goes down, cortisol goes down, your resilience goes up. So practice wellness. And within that, I told you meditation was going to be covered throughout everything. So here we go. Within that, practicing meditation can improve your resilience. Meditating and living mindfully, it can help you to see the bigger picture. A lot of the time when we're feeling like we're not resilient, we're looking through like a soda straw. At least that's what it feels like. When you start to see the bigger picture, your resilience improves. Meditation can help with that. I mentioned this in preparedness. I'll mention it again here. Each time you get knocked down, learn from it. Learn why you got knocked down. Learn how you got knocked down. Learn what you did wrong to get knocked down. That's going to help you to maybe not, it won't prevent you necessarily from getting knocked down, but it's going to help you to get back up faster. You're going to be more resilient. In the military, after every operation, and I'm sure with you all, you do something very similar to this, we do a debrief. We call it an AAR, an after action report. We sit down and we discuss what we did right, what we did wrong, what we could have done better, and we learn from that so that we are better the next time. We are more resilient. We get knocked down fewer times, and when we do get knocked down, we get back up faster. So learn from your past. Don't dwell in it, but learn from it. Next, try to have a sense of humor. Yes, this is Shrek. In Buds, we had a classmate of mine. He was actually a Naval Academy classmate of mine as well. We called him Shrek because he looked just like this, except for the green skin. His ears even poked out. And one of the days, we were getting physical remediation by the instructors at Buds for one reason or another. I swear there were times they just made stuff up, and I don't doubt that at all. But they're beating us, and Shrek stood up and just runs away. And we're like, all of us and the instructors just stared in dismay, like, what in the world just happened? About 2 minutes later, he comes back with 2 boxes, 24 Dunkin' Donuts. And he starts to open up the box and hand them out to the instructors, but oh no, the instructors were not having that. The instructors turned to Shrek and had him eat all 24 donuts in front of us. And if you knew this guy, you would know that wasn't a problem for him. There was a reason he had 24 donuts in his locker, and they were not for the instructors. They were for him. And he joked halfway through eating the second dozen how good the apple fritter was and wanted to make sure the instructors got their share. And we all laughed, including the instructors. And it made for a much better day. What could have been a truly miserable afternoon was hilarious. So have a sense of humor. All right, now let's talk about grit. Grit is defined as firmness of character, an indomitable spirit. Again, I looked that up this morning. I confirmed it. It's still the same. Angela Duckworth, if you've ever seen her TED Talk or read her book, she further defines it as perseverance and passion for long-term goals. I define it as stick-to-itness. Stick-to-itness. All right? We often see successful people and we think they got there overnight. I'm staring at a room of successful people. Did you guys get there overnight? I'm imagining not. I'm imagining there was a lot of hard work put in. What most people don't see are those thousands of hours that we do to become successful. The early 5 a.m. runs, the late night study sessions, the parties that were not attended, the weddings that may not have been attended, the failures along the way. Successful people have grit. Grit breeds success. But successful people also have to maintain that success. It takes grit to become successful. It takes grit to maintain success. So work on developing your grit. So how does one do that? When I was younger, I ran track and cross country. We had a great team and a great coach that was like a second dad to us. I still stay in contact with him to this day. This is us in 1995 after we won our 4th state championship in cross country. And this is us just last year. We basically look the same. Well, his training wasn't easy. As a matter of fact, there were times when I downright hated the workouts. Running hills until we felt sick, sometimes literally pulling off to the side of the trail and getting sick. Running in the beautiful sunny weather of Louisiana, or the pouring rain, or sometimes even the heat, the sleet, and the snow in Louisiana. Yeah. He joked that we were like the U.S. Postal Service, that we were running whether it was raining, whether there was sleet, whether there was snow. Those miserable times, looking back, they are some of my favorite memories, not just of high school, but of life. I still look back on those as my glory days. But more importantly, they laid the foundation for so much more in my life. Additionally, they bonded us as a team. So doing hard things as an individual, doing hard things as a team, that begets being able to do more hard things. So if you want to develop grit, do hard things. Now, in doing hard things, that takes motivation. Intrinsic, the motivation from within; extrinsic, the motivation from without. And if you're able to develop that intrinsic motivation, that's what's going to last you longest. To be intrinsically motivated, though, you need to know what your why is. Going back to my cross-country days, I remember specifically one of my sophomore runs. It was just a training run, not a race. And I was miserable. And I wanted to quit. And I thought, you know, why am I doing this? What's the point? Why do I want to do this to myself? Why do I want to be a good runner? And I thought to myself, well, my dad was a runner. I want to make him proud. My mom was a nurse, and she grinded through school to be a nurse and then to provide for us later. And I wanted to make her proud. Didn't have children as a sophomore in high school, but I knew one day I would have children and I wanted to make them proud. And to do that, I was like, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to protect and defend my family name, McCaskill. That was my why. I focused on that last name through high school, in cross country, in school, and I did better. I did well. And that, years later, came into play at Buds again. In Buds, you run around with a different color helmet per phase: green first phase, blue second phase, red third phase. All of them clearly have your name printed on them. When someone quits, you go and you stand on 2 frog feet that are painted on the compound ground. You grab a rope and you ring the bell 3 times. And then you take your helmet and you walk it out onto the grinder and you put it beside the long line of other green helmets of folks who couldn't quite hack it. I would never have my last name associated with quitting in Buds. That was part of my why. With this in mind, there was a lot more to my why, and I get asked that quite often. What's the difference between the people who make it into Buds and the people who make it through Buds? I could tell you 3 things that I've been able to identify. First, identify your why. A lot of guys show up and they're like, why are you here? Well, because I wanted to come to Buds. Well, you're here. You can quit now. That's not your why. That shouldn't be your why. That's like showing up at med school and saying, I wanted to come to med school. That's not what you do, right? No, you want to serve as a doctor. You want to serve as a SEAL. You want to serve besides some of this country's best warriors on the battlefield, serving this country. That's your why. You have to understand what your why is at a much greater level and then be able to see past where you are. That second thing, you're able to visualize and attaining the ultimate goal. That ultimate goal, again, serving next to those folks. You can see past that. Third, they're able to break that goal, that ultimate goal, into smaller, digestible chunks. How do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. 1 bite at a time, right? When you look at that whole elephant, it's daunting. When you get to Buds, it's daunting. But when you break it down, you say, you know what? I want to be a SEAL serving next to the best this country has to offer on the battlefield, serving my country. Well, first you got to be a SEAL. First you got to go to Buds. First you got to make it through first phase, through Hell Week, through this meal, through this hour. You break it all down, it's digestible, it's manageable. You can do that. That's the third thing they're able to do. I mean, why do you think there's so many pictures in this presentation? Because I didn't memorize this whole presentation in one big chunk. I memorized each slide. Hopefully it's more digestible for you to listen to as well that way. But it's definitely more digestible for me to present that way. Sometimes, however, no matter how much you want to be intrinsically motivated, no matter how much you've tried to get your why, sometimes it's helpful to get a little push in the right direction. That extrinsic motivation. There's multiple ways to do that. I'm going to tell you two. I've got an at-home gym. This is not my gym. I wish it was. Mine is a little dingier, a little smaller, but it does have some nice equipment in it. My kids will tell you because they like to hang on it and treat it like it's their monkey bars. I like to hang some laundry on it sometimes. There have been times when that's all it's served as, is monkey bars for my kids and laundry drying rack for my clothes. Those were times when my extrinsic and intrinsic motivation were really low. To overcome this, I went back to memories of my high school days, again, another cross-country glory day story. To get me running sometimes, when I didn't want to, I'll break out my Walkman. My Walkman with some big old headphones. Pop those headphones on, and I'll listen to motivational music. I listen to the soundtrack of The Rock, the movie The Rock, on tape, and I thought I looked so cool. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but I thought I did, and that's what mattered. Anyway, it got me going, and I remembered that used to get me going. So now, when I am struggling with motivation, I go to YouTube and I download some motivational videos, and if I'm not watching them, I will listen to them. And that gets me going, and that has helped me to get back in the gym, take the laundry off the clothes, and keep the kids from hanging off the pull-up bar, unless they're actually doing a pull-up. So I use that. We've got horses on our small farm in Colorado, and these motivational videos even help me to get out there every morning to pick up horse manure. And somehow every day, I'm surprised that there's manure to be picked up. And somehow I'm also surprised at how much there is to be picked up, and I despise doing it, but I'll listen to those motivational videos and it will help me to do it. Find some extrinsic motivation to do the things that you don't want to do, if that's what helps. I also told my wife that I would present and work horse manure into the presentation and a picture of said manure, so there you go. Now, if motivational videos are not your thing, I know they're not for everyone. My wife hates them. Maybe another extrinsic motivator is having a team. Data has shown that if you have a goal and you have someone to support you, to hold you accountable, you're much more likely to succeed. I'm sure you've all heard the saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We'll go together with a team, build a team. I've built several accountability teams, one of which is actually watching me right now with my wearable. They can see my heart rate. They can see my heart rate variability. They can see my SpO2. And sometimes in the morning, I'll get a message from them saying, hey, buddy, I see you haven't done a workout in a while. Maybe you should get on it. Or I'll see something like, hey, man, I saw your heart rate variability was pretty bad last night. Did you have one too many? And maybe on the edge of intrusive, but I'll tell you, it gets me going. It gets me going. So if you're trying to develop grit, work on developing that extrinsic and intrinsic motivation, whatever it may be. Find it for yourself. The other thing is reframing. Reframing how you feel about things, reframing how you think about things. Take what life throws at you and think about how you think about those things. Your metacognition. Realizing, you know what? Standing before a cold shower, before you get in a cold shower, you question yourself. You're like, do I really want to do this? Well, stop and think, why are you asking yourself that? Are you afraid of it? Are you afraid of being afraid? And go down that rabbit hole. Think about it. All too often in life, we ask questions, why is life so stressful? Why is work so stressful? Why is raising kids so difficult? Any of you asked those questions before? I'm sure all of you have asked those questions before. Well, a powerful reframe with those questions, a powerful reframe when you start having that metacognition and you start doubting yourself is, I get to do this. Example, with my kids, I've got 3 young ones, 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 10-month-old. There are times when I do say parenting is stressful, and I start to doubt myself, but then I say, you know what? I get to spend time with these beautiful children, and others don't. I get to have children, others don't. This morning I was a little nervous about coming in here. I thought, why is public speaking so stressful? But I reframed it literally as I was walking down the aisle. I get to do this. I get to talk to you all this morning. I get to positively influence your lives, or at least hopefully I'm doing that. So when you start to think about something in your life a certain way and it feels negative, try to reframe it. And try specifically, I get to. Grit can also be built up by intentionally putting yourself into uncomfortable situations. An easy one, an easy example is a long run. It takes effort and discipline to train for that long run. It takes effort and discipline to do all the shorter runs, working your way up to that long run. It takes effort and discipline to set aside the time for that long run. And then when you're uncomfortable in that long run, whatever it may be, maybe it's a 5K, 10K, marathon, whatever it may be, when you're uncomfortable, push through that and realize that you're able to push through that. And then when you're uncomfortable afterwards, got all the aches and pains from that training run or the real run, don't medicate. No. Relish that pain that you're in. Understand that that pain is actually going to make you stronger. When you do a long run and then you go load up on 3 800-milligram Motrins, 1, that's terrible for you. 2, it's terrible for your mind. Push yourself past your limits, physically, emotionally, mentally. The physical one's an easy one, but there's other ways you can make yourself uncomfortable. Do it intentionally. Next, grit can be built through creating. All too often, we go home, we jump on our laptop, our smartphones, we start checking social media, scrolling through there, seeing what other people are creating, checking Netflix, watching movies that others have created, consuming. Creating puts you down in that proverbial pit of the arena, putting yourself at risk of being mocked, putting yourself at risk of failure, but also potentially reaching astounding success. Consuming is just sitting in the stands, watching, mocking, critiquing. It takes no effort, it takes no discipline. Create more, consume less. Creating takes time, effort, discipline. It takes grit, but it also makes grit. And finally, meditation, setting aside that time to do it and then doing it. How many of you in here have meditated before? All right, that's good, right on. Well, the first time you do it, I remember the first time I ever meditated, sat down for an hour-long meditation. Lasted about 17 seconds. Yeah, I think it was 16 actually. But bottom line is, it was frustrating. Took effort and discipline to work up to being able to do an hour. Setting aside the time takes effort and discipline. Doing it takes effort and discipline. I think you're catching the drift. To build grit, develop effort and discipline. Finally, let's talk about compassion. Yes, I'm a retired SEAL, and I want to talk about compassion. All right. I want to be clear here. I'm not talking about sympathy. I'm not talking about empathy. I'm talking about compassion. And these three are often used synonymously. They are not the same. Sympathy means you feel sorry. You feel sorry for someone. Empathy means you actually take on their feelings. You understand what it is they're feeling. You feel those feelings. Compassion takes it one step further. You're basically feeling empathy, but you want to do something to get that person out of what it is they're feeling. Brene Brown has an excellent talk on this, TED Talk, where she talks about sympathy is walking by a pit that somebody is in, looking down in the pit and saying, wow, that sucks that you're down there. And then empathy is walking past that pit, seeing someone down there, crawling down in that pit with them, looking up and saying, wow, yeah, this does suck. And then I'll take it one step further. Compassion is crawling down there, seeing that it does suck, feeling that it sucks, and then reaching over and helping that person out of the pit. Compassion is wanting to do something about it. But something that is rarely talked about is self-compassion. And as a leader, I would argue that that is actually almost more important than compassion for your fellow teammates. Because if you're not taking care of yourself, you can't take care of your teammates. If you're not eating well, if you're not resting, if you're not exercising, it's going to show in your performance as a leader and as a teammate. It's the same thing as when you're flying and they tell you to put your oxygen mask on first, right? Why do they do that? It's very tempting as a parent to reach over and put your oxygen mask on for your kid first, but you may pass out in that process and then you can't take care of them. Same thing with self-compassion. If you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of your team. But here again, how does one develop it? As you'll probably guess, the common theme, meditation. Meditation can help you to start seeing things in a different way, start having more healthy thoughts about yourself and your team. But it can also make you aware of what your team needs, make you aware of what you need. Live mindfully and try meditation. Again, they're not as woo-woo as you think. These can help to develop compassion. Next, I thought I'd put in a picture of 300, since I'm talking about compassion. Acknowledge that everyone is fighting their own battles. Everyone is fighting their own battles. And give them the benefit of the doubt, and give them grace. But when I say grace, I don't mean outs. A lot of the time we disguise outs as grace. There's a difference. Give grace, but not outs. And finally, listen carefully to what is being said. And here again, we see mindfulness potentially coming into play. Listen to what is being said, but also pay attention to what is being said in other ways. Body language, habits. Maybe someone is a very high-performing individual and their performance has dropped off. Maybe sometimes they come in early and leave late, but now they're coming in late and they're leaving early. Maybe sometimes they make their own lunch and they eat at the office and now they're skipping lunch altogether. Pay attention to that. Ask the questions, ask the hard questions. Are you okay? And then take that one step further. Pay attention to your habits, what it is you're doing every day. Listen to what is being said by your body, how you feel. Listen to what is being said, but also pay attention to what is being said in other ways. That helps to develop your compassion. Okay, so in summary, preparedness, resilience, grit, and compassion. Think about, plan, and train for the future. Be prepared. The falls are coming. Get ready for them and learn from them so you can get back up. Be resilient. Know your why. Set those overarching long-term goals. Break them down into those shorter, more digestible, more manageable chunks. Get gritty. And finally, help your people and yourself to be the best leader and best team. Be prepared. Get resilient, get gritty, and be compassionate. That is all I have for you today. Over to you guys. All right. Easy, you guys are easy.
Mr. McInstill, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation and, of course, for your devoted service to this country. I've got a question, but it may be a comment first, then a question. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Grit was obviously a center point of your presentation, and I think it's extremely important. if you look at the evolution of SEAL training, and you know this better than I, but if you also look at boot camps, Coast Guard, Army, Navy, and Marines, almost 50 years ago, I went through Marine Corps boot camp, and
Hoorah.
we had, hoorah, and we had, the obstacle course, we had motivation course, we had a number of things going on. Now it's Crucible, which is 3 days, and I, read about this, and I say, oh my gosh, I would never be able to make that now, and I'm sure the Navy SEALs probably evolved, I would imagine more tougher than it was maybe 30 years ago. Medicine, we have a paradigm that's shifting, and getting back to grit, the number one issue that individuals go into medicine, and let's look at cardiac surgery, which has actually devolved in a certain matter because we have less individuals who are applying for that specialty. In fact, a number of the fellowship programs are not even filled, although that may be changing. A lot of foreign medical practitioners come to America and train in the cardiac surgical fields, mainly because of quality of life. Cardiac surgeons routinely, in the fellowship, would work 100 hours a week. Laws have been passed in medicine to keep residents from working over that area because we know sleep deprivation changes how our acuity is to go ahead and handle this. Get back to your brother-in-law who was put on ECMO, and thank God he was.
Indeed.
If you look at the survey analysis for perfusionists, ECMO specialists, the number one reason that perfusionists today will not accept a position is ECMO. And it's really because, and this is published, this is not my own opinion, and it's because of the time commitments, as you well know, the time commitments that a perfusionist and ECMO specialist, nurses have with ECMO can be days long. I mean, it can go weeks, months, even years in some patients that have been on. But we choose not to accept that as the primary reason for taking employment. Medicine is in the same situation, nursing is in the same, suicidal ideation is rampant throughout medicine. So my question, which I'm finally getting to, I apologize for being in that comment.
You're fine.
My question is, you have the military, which seems to be progressing and establishing, SEAL, warrior ultimate, but even down to the level of the other branches that are out there, in developing individuals with all the character traits that you have said, especially in leadership as officers and even non-commissioned officers. Medicine seems to be going the opposite direction. It seems like, the quality of life, which I firmly believe in, especially as a father and a grandfather, is extremely important, that balance. But what are your thoughts in regards to what you've experienced in your life, and probably still, training today is getting harder, but we in the health field are seeing that perhaps decline. Can you comment on that?
I would love to, thank you. First off, the last hard BUDS class was about BUDS class 239. Since then, they've been very easy. No, my wife is an orthopedic PA, and she works shift hours, and it's long and hard on her, it's long and hard on the family, the kids. My sister, whose husband is Ryan, my brother-in-law that I mentioned, she's a nurse, ER nurse. And she works long hours, and I've seen that. And my mother was a nurse as well. I've seen that. I honestly can't tell you why that is happening. In the military, I can talk to that side. I wouldn't necessarily say it's becoming harder. I would say that it's different. And I think people are more aware of what training works and what training doesn't. And they're working to do away with the training that doesn't help and implement more of the training that does help to make you more prepared, resilient, grit, compassionate. To the point where we're doing psychological surveys as you're entering the military. We're doing mindfulness and meditation at boot camp now, which is great. I think it's very helpful. Some people will say, well, they're just using meditation to become better killers. I don't think so. I think they're making them to be better warriors, more aware on the battlefield, not necessarily so that they're able to take more lives, better warriors. And what I mean by that is they're more aware of how to escalate force, and sometimes not escalating force when it doesn't need to be. Coming back to your question, because I've gotten a little off track, I think with the medical field, healthcare field, fewer and fewer people are going into it, and it's unfortunately, the downside is more and more people are here. We're living longer, so more people need more medical service, but there's fewer and fewer to provide it. So it just means you're going to have to unfortunately work longer and longer hours. And then I think that's all that there is to it, is it's a numbers game. Being a math and operations research guy, I'd love to see the data on it, but I think that's all I can say is it's probably has to do with the rising population and decrease in number of people that want to go into the medical field because of the level of stress in it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Semper Fi.
Semper Fi.
Thank you. Let me take this, and this, and I'll get out of your way. Let's see, this is mine, this is mine, this is theirs. Power outlet is mine.
John, thank you so very much for that very powerful message. We appreciate your service. That's very good. We're going to continue on with our next ECLS session, and I want to introduce Bill Harris, which will be our moderator this morning. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome, Susan. Thank you. So this is going to go right into our ECLS session. We have a number of great speakers, great topics, I think, chosen for a good bit of the day. And my first speaker, Elizabeth Moore, who just said, did you have to put me right behind my the keynote speaker right there? And I said, well, you know, I can do this, right? That's what John said. Anyway, Elizabeth Moore is the Associate Director of Clinical Operations at the University of Iowa Heart and Vascular Center in Iowa City, Iowa. She began caring for pediatric ECMO patients in 2002 and was part of the team when the University of Iowa expanded their program to include the adult population in 2006, and she has been that ECMO coordinator since 2008. In May of 2020, she accepted the position of the Global Education Director for ELSO, the Extracorporeal Life Support Organization. She currently serves as a member of the ELSO Education Committee for North America, as well as a member of the ELSO Ed Task Force, focusing on standardizing ECMO education internationally. Now, I thought of and asked Elizabeth Moore to join us here in Sanibel, as there has been an extraordinary need for standardized education in the ECLS community. There have been all sorts of various obstacles to educational standardization, namely as our understanding of ECMO evolved over the decades that I've been involved. And yet to this day, I personally visit multiple programs that seem to have their own ways of clinical management. Now, I understand that there are many ways to skin a cat, and I still do observe many practices that are just downright deleterious to many of our patients, either prolonging ECMO runs or resulting in increased morbidity and mortality. So we clinicians strive to find the best practice with optimal results and relay this information to the multiple centers that either already exist or are in the initial phases of their programs. Elizabeth, would you please come and tell us update on the progress of, in your talk entitled New Era in ECMO Education, How Global Standardized Education Will Be a Game Changer. And thank you for showing.
All right, getting all set up here. And I'm good. I lied to you, though. I do have a video that will have sound. I lied. I will own my lie. So I hope I didn't totally mess up here. All right. So thank you so much to the Planning Committee for inviting me to speak at this event. As Bill shared, I wear two hats. So I'm an administrator, EVIL Hospital Administration at the University of Iowa, which has, my purview has our ECMO, perfusion, cardiac surgery programs as part of the portfolio there. But then I also, pretty much right at the height of the pandemic, officially took a role with the Extracorporeal Life Support Organization to help them advance their educational missions, which I had been working and teaching for them for about 10 years before taking that on, so it wasn't a huge stretch or anything totally different than what I was doing other than taking on a true title there. So over the next 40 to 50 minutes, I hope to share a little bit about what I'm envisioning as the new era of ECMO education. The past few years, the evolution of ECMO has been tremendous. Time spent in quarantine was not wasted, and while I didn't quite master the art of doing TikToks, although my teens tried really hard to get me to participate in those, I did find myself in the middle of a massive project that was to build an online training course called ELSA Foundations. The global collaboration and innovation that occurred was truly extraordinary. While the end product was an online, on-demand course that was kind of focused holistically on adult ECMO concepts, the broader impact of this work is a validated, standardized curriculum for adult ECMO education. ECMO as a treatment modality, as we all know, has really exploded underneath us. So not just even with the era of COVID, and I still don't even think that we really understand what COVID did to the world of ECMO, but really with expanding indications, technology, and growing body of evidence, we've really watched it increase 10 to even probably 20-fold by the time that we tabulate the numbers of what really has happened with the era of COVID in there. So it's my hope that programs will view their training programs as not just a mechanism to train healthcare providers to do ECMO, but really understand the importance of the foundations of building a strong clinical program, really start with good ECMO training. So I have no financial disclosures, but I do have Venmo, which I went too fast, so if anyone would like to, I will happily disclose that you gave me money, but we'll see how this goes. So my ECMO journey. ECMO has been an incredible melting pot of people, and perhaps that's been my allure to why I got attracted to this crazy world of ECMO. Traditional medical conferences, you can imagine, right? You go to the very large, 10,000 plus, you get physicians going to the physician breakouts, nurses and RTs head to theirs, the perfusionists head to the bars, and then eventually, I'm not wrong, am I? I'm not, I really am not. But with ECMO, the constructs of the idea that ECMO is a team sport really revives through and through. And all of us coming together at the bedside really have been able to enhance and advance ECMO patient care. So again, probably why I've had such an interest in navigating that. And sorry, my mouse is going crazy up here. So I started my healthcare career as a neonatal ICU nurse. My first job out of school, bright-eyed, ambitious, ready to take on the world. But back in that era, I was working third shift, not night shift, third shift. So 11 to 7, so that bright-eyed, bushy-tailed part did not last very long. So there's a couple items on the screen that are just going to help you understand how many years ago this might have been. Yes, I did graduate and wear a nursing cap, and that is a silicone membrane oxygenator. So beyond that, you can do the math and try to figure out how long ago I did my training and what the era of ECMO looked like in my beginning. So it's in that ICU that I was first introduced to the world of ECMO. The visuals of seeing ECMO in action is almost a dream that I keep playing, a dream or a nightmare. I'm not sure on any given moment, but I do remember my preceptor walking me over to the other bay to show me a baby that was just placed on ECMO. And the picture above shown there really wasn't far off from what I saw, right? ECMO circuitry everywhere, machines everywhere, and somewhere in the mess of that was a tiny little baby that was put on ECMO. My curiosity was piqued. I learned at my hospital that nurses and RTs were trained to run the machine that inevitably was running the body. I hadn't even heard about this thing called ECMO in nursing school, so I was completely awestruck that they were going to trust nurses to do this. A couple years later, again, on a quiet night in the ICU, I was waiting for the delivery. I was part of the resuscitation team, so we were sitting outside the labor and delivery doors waiting to go back for a 23-weeker. And I was making small talk with the attending. They still came in for those deliveries, and I watched him down an entire pot of coffee as we were making that chit chat, and he's like, why don't you do ECMO? Why haven't you put your name in yet? And I really don't know if it was, his vote of confidence for him even asking, why I hadn't joined the team or not. Maybe it was still that twinge of excitement that I had when I thought about those cases that I had seen. But either way, I had that vote of confidence. I must have done the Stuart Smalley, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, thing that decided go for it and join the team. Applied, was accepted to the team. At that time, to become an ECMO specialist, the training looked like pretty traditional, which probably isn't far off from what many people see today, right? It's a 4-day course offered at my hospital. When you're done, you sit 32 bedside hours. And that 4-day course consisted of me sitting in a tiny conference room. It was like experiencing death by PowerPoint, which I'm doing to you all now. Sorry, I don't know why it skipped there. And so, part of that course was taught by maybe, I think, 2 people throughout the whole 4-day experience. So it was, my experts were just a couple people that were going to teach me about what this whole thing was about. I don't know why this thing is skipping on me. You guys running it on me over there? All right. That's my penance for not telling you I had video in there. So part of that piece in there is that we went through our 4th day of the training. We were on the last day. It was time to do water drills. And of course, the pager goes off. We only have 2 ECMO pumps at our hospital at that time. And so the pumps end up leaving the wet drills. So I didn't even really get to see what an actual ECMO circuit looked like. I had only looked at them on PowerPoints. But at least I did get to go kind of sit in the corner and watch as they put the baby on, but never actually got to touch a dial, never touched sweep, never touched anything. But now that the baby was on, I was going to get some orientation time. So I did all 32 hours of orientation on that single case. Again, night shift. So what does that mean? Don't touch anything, don't break anything, don't breathe on anything, don't do anything until morning. So I finished all 32 of those hours mastering lab draws. That was about the only thing that we could probably do during that time. So draw some ACTs, draw some gases, pre and post. But I wouldn't even say I mastered that, because for the life of me, I could not figure out to remember to hold the syringe post-pump. And pretty much every time I would do post-oxygenator gas, I'd blow off the syringe and create a blood bath. And so even that, I wouldn't say I mastered. But I was officially an ECMO specialist, and as luck would have it, my very first night, independent, the pager went off. I forgot to mention, or if you didn't catch what Bill had shared, I started neonatal peds, pager goes off, and University of Iowa is going to put on their very first adult ECMO patient. Me, a NICU nurse, who doesn't even know where the surgical ICU is now running in to do my first shift independent. And I will never forget, it's like I was getting report off, and they're like, yeah, you'll be fine, it'll be great, take a breath, we don't know what the hell we're doing anyways, so just, you'll be good. So we were starting an adult lung transplant program, and so that really was kind of our parlay in. This was, I'm gonna show you my Midwest. This was a grain elevator injury, so he was crushed by grain and had pulmonary contusion, so we were putting him on. So in the subsequent years, I spent a lot of time reflecting on that training and preparation. For the ECMO emergencies that I would see, and heck, the ECMO emergencies that I probably caused because I didn't know how to diagnose the problems in a timely manner, my curiosity for ECMO grew, and there's a profound desire to build something better. The training I experienced helped me build that basic knowledge level, but the technical and applied cognitive skills just really were not there. So, you saw this screen briefly up there, but as you read the word pandemic, I'm willing to bet your mind immediately went to COVID-19, but guess again, my first go around to this happened years before with H1N1. You're also probably wondering, where is this beautiful tropic oasis? Yep, you saw that. Welcome to Iowa. Y'all are jealous that that's what I drive around to. So my early years of ECMO were largely focused on neonatal and pediatric ECMO, traditional meconium aspirations, PPHN, post-congenital surgeries, the good old days of ECMO, but that didn't last long. So the trends of what was happening with ECMO have been nothing short of astounding. Again, those of you who are sitting ECMO, adult ECMO in particular, this is not a shock to you. You see this line that is basically non-existent flat for decades. And about, if you can read the tiny script down there, clear down about 2009, you see the line for adult ECMO just simply going off the charts. And as someone staffing during that time, right, you saw each year tick up and you're like, okay, where's the ceiling gonna be? When's this gonna end? Where possibly can this go? So click to, again, 2009, and what I call the perfect storm. I will also show you my Midwest and say the memes are true. So when the sirens go off, I go outside, and so this feels like home to me, that we truly do. That is 100% accurate, that I watch the tornadoes come in. But this 2009 adult ECMO perfect storm, what did that mean? So New Zealand put out their reports and said, you know, there might be something to this. I don't know if you guys are seeing this thing going on, but this flu seems to be helped and supported if you can go ahead and put your patients on ECMO. And so then everyone that did have an adult ECMO program started, okay, I really hope this thing doesn't come, but if it does, let's be ready. Then Dr. Peake was running around the UK at the time doing the Caesar trial, and any meeting that you may have gone to and or heard, everyone started growing that excitement, right? Everything was saying, hold on to your hats, there's something here, we're gonna publish, you know, we've been able to do this trial in the UK, and we've been able to show that there was a significant improvement if a patient went and was treated on the ECMO arm versus traditional mechanical ventilation. And then, not to endorse any one particular product, but there was a lot of technology changes at that time as well. So the McKay Cardio Help came out, dual lumen cannulas came out, and so all these things started to hit right at the perfect time that we started to see that surge. That was not me, I promise. I don't know what that was. All right, so I get it. I wasn't truly in the middle of nowhere, but with adult services at that time being very limited, right? So we're just at the crescendo of that trend starting to go off the charts. So there really wasn't a lot of us around, or at least I didn't know who my resources around were. So flash forward, and I'm gonna tell you about November of 2010. So the weather in Iowa can be very unforgiving. You get the beautiful color changes in the leaves, but it's definitely, temperatures can start to get really cold, and I'll explain why I'm even telling you that. So I get a text message from a friend of mine, Melody, who's an ECMO coordinator in Hawaii. So she shared that they have an adult ECMO patient that they were assisting with at Tripler, and it was looking like it was going to be a long run, and they may need to transfer out. She believed that they did secure a bed on the West Coast, but with my relationships of knowing her, as well as at the time the medical director, knowing my medical director, you know, we were there to support whatever they may need, and so we were in constant communication with them. And as you saw that little plane fly over, pretty much within 24 to 48 hours, I ended up seeing them show up in my ICU. So flying from Hawaii, next stop is that little tiny state right there in the middle. So needless to say, I mentioned the weather because they thought they were getting a bed in San Diego, and so under their flight gear were shorts, and I think they had flip-flops for their other pair of shoes and a t-shirt that did not hold up so well when I think it was 20 degrees when they landed at 2 a.m. at a municipal airport with a Gulfstream. And I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the Gulfstream aircraft, but in order to get the patient out, I'm 6'1" with heels. So I even was staring up into how they were unloading this patient. So the doors pop open and we're sitting on the tarmac at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'm not exaggerating that the shift workers there were, I think, some high school kids who we were like, okay, there's a patient up here in a big, if you guys have ever seen Hawaii's flight cart, I mean, it's massive and it's heavy. Trying to figure out how in the world we're gonna drop it about 8 feet down to the ground to help get this patient out. No ramp, no way to do this, and if you saw that quick little picture in there that jumped, yeah, we used a forklift. So it was moments like this where I began to realize the unique world that I was truly a part of. Resources and expertise might be a phone call away, but also perhaps 2,000 miles away. and required you understand how to drive a forklift in order for you to successfully navigate it. You know, I was a small volume program even at that time. I was doing 10 to 15 cases a year, and all of a sudden I was supporting 3 to 4 patients at a time. I needed equipment, I needed staff, and the solutions to obtaining them during the first go around with the pandemic, it was nearly impossible. That was the horrible time of trying to navigate the disposable shortages and trying to figure out where you were going to get your next batch of oxygenators or circuits. There's nothing worse than willing an oxygenator to work just 12 more hours because you expect the delivery to come in on the next shift. Or perhaps you're napping in the hospital waiting room because you know that there's no other staff to relieve you, you've got multiple cases on, and so you can't go too far because you need to make sure that you've got, the team has the support that they need and people readily available. So when COVID started to hit, I saw history beginning to repeat itself. I knew I didn't want to be without equipment, staff, but what was I going to do different? Luckily by this time, my ECMO network started to grow. I had relationships and friendships. I had friends that were in surrounding states that, you know, could be a 4 to 5 hour drive away if anything was needed. But then the dark days hit. As I'm sure you recall, all of a sudden states were shutting down at the state lines, systems were overrun, and so it really was a fend for yourself attitude. If ECMO beds were filled for me, my friends in neighboring states were not going to be able to help. I was facing the reality that I was going to watch patients die due to lack of access to something that I knew had a chance to help them. When COVID started taking 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds, it almost became unbearable. What might be even more unbearable is the fact that this keeps jumping on me. I don't know what I said on here, so I apologize for that. So at my peak with COVID, I was supporting 6 patients on ECMO. And you know, those peaks, as we all know, right, they lasted months, not days, not weeks, months. And for some of us, I think we're still, I'm willing to bet many of you still have some of your COVID ECMO patients that are still on today. So we're far from the end of this battle. So you've stared at Iowa. My goal in here, the subliminal part, is you'll never forget where Iowa is. But you've also probably picked up on the fact that there's some pin drops on the state. So those pin drops, so I'm where the red little drop is there in Iowa City, so off on the eastern side. And I'm ashamed to admit, you know, I never really acknowledged the other centers. They were competitor hospitals, right? So evil hospital administrator, even more so, not really acknowledging those competitors. I had an elitist attitude. How could they possibly be as good as the University of Iowa? We've been doing ECMO the longest, blah, blah, blah. But with resources so scarce, with me not really knowing where this pandemic was going, I did the unthinkable and I reached out to my competitors. And my computer keeps skipping. Maybe. Or I can just have fun and we'll just never know when it flips over and you guys can get a sneak peek of where I'm going with this next. So you know, I reached out. They were just as scared and just as overwhelmed as us. So I connected with one of the programs in the middle of the state. They had contacts to some of the others. And what started as a Zoom call turned into weekly calls. I think part of it was kind of our group therapy session. And then we ended up going on to the group chats. So we created on WhatsApp Iowa statewide group where we would report out volume updates, equipment status, collaborate on any of the calls that we received out of state. You know, as an individual program, I felt like I could support 6 patients at a time. And our teams collaborating together, though, when we started to pull all of our resources and count how many pumps we had, we could double our capacity, and we knew in the state we could hit about 12 and still feel like we were open and being able to support others. We created statewide selection criteria for COVID patients, and we agreed we were going to all stick to the criteria, or we were going to send a consult out, and that if we were going to consider exceptions to what we all agreed to, we were going to get on there and discuss them together. We started to notice programs kind of cherry picking, so they'd call one and tell a slightly different story, and I get it, right? We were all in a really bad place, and people thought, you know, they wanted to get their loved ones to an ECMO center, so it wasn't just other hospitals, it was family members calling us and sometimes calling all of our programs saying, can you please take my husband? Can you please take my wife? Can you please take my child? So, You know, we really did see it our collective mission to serve as many of our native Iowans as we possibly could, especially as the state lines were closed and we knew we were really kind of in it together. And of course, Christmas night, we got an in-house consult for a patient that was deteriorating. We had 5 patients on pump and a 6th pump that just had broke that day. So we were kind of stuck. And it's Christmas, so what do? You know, this patient was young, had no other comorbid conditions. And so we started making the calls, sent out a chat, and so 20 miles north of us, a center had one of their systems open, and on Christmas night, I got a delivery of an ECMO pump within an hour of putting the call out, and we were able to offer support to that 6th patient. That relationship has evolved over time. You know, those initial group chats had turned into, you know, if we could agree to policies, if we could agree to consults and how we were going to evaluate patients, how could we support what we were all facing, which was staffing turnover? So how could we continue to work on that staffing element? We knew that, you know, running an ECMO training course is not an easy feat. You know, arranging your speakers, being able to get the sim room set up. You know, it's not just like you can snap your fingers and everything's ready to roll. But we started to think, you know, if we can agree to these clinical management pieces, if we get our physicians to agree to our clinical management pieces, the conversation naturally evolved to, well, what do you do for comps and what are you teaching in your course? And why not, you know, if we can do it once a year and you could do training once a year, is there a way that we can have an onboarding process multiple times statewide? If we're teaching the same and supporting each other, what would that look like? You know, I think then for us in Iowa, it's still kind of an evolving process for us, but with newly released ECMO curriculum that I'll talk a lot about, and a certification process, at least we have a place to start from. It'll allow our programs to be able to bring on specialists more than just the once a year that we're doing now with our traditional model. And in concept, right, that sounds wonderful to be able to onboard on demand when you need staffing, but how can this be put into action? And I hope I've enticed you enough to keep listening so I can tell you how. So to fully appreciate the magnitude of the educational initiatives, I wanted to back up a bit to where we really started to gain momentum with this. So a few years ago, ECMO education enthusiasts converged to Santiago, Chile. This task force we now call ELSO Ed consisted of 40 healthcare practitioners from 19 countries. The distribution of where and what those people came from, so it kind of splits down the different ELSO chapters, so we really did try to keep it balanced amongst the different parts of the globe. And while we had, I know it's kind of blurry, the biggest group were intensivists, we really tried to make sure nurses, RTs, perfusionists were also well in the mix for that group, so it shows you there. A piece that I do want to stress though is invitation of this gathering was heavily weighted on practitioners that not only had ECMO experience or significant ECMO experience, but people who had formal and informal medical education backgrounds as well. So it was people who were really passionate about navigating ECMO education. So the focus of the gathering was twofold. So we were in beautiful Santiago, Chile, but we had homework to do. So we sat in some conference spaces for a couple days and really started to hone in on describing the state of ECMO education worldwide. And then our takeaway was to create an agenda looking at those opportunities for this standardized, global, collaborative approach towards that standardization of curriculum. And then that's the basis for the paper that you see at the bottom, that this team was really coming together to create a roadmap for what was really needed in the realm of ECMO education. So the crazy group at the bottom, I'm somewhere towards the bottom of the steps in that group. So we were divided up into 7 teams represented on screen. Each team was handed an overall objective to work towards and then or an overall task to reach those. So the blue was really the content generation process, right? So the curriculum committee was truly puristically that, come up with what criteria that curriculum should be presented. The red in there was really how are we going to deliver that content. This would be the pedagogical approach to how we're going to navigate that, and I'll go into that approach a little bit later as well. And then the black is the quality assurance pieces. How are we going to assess the impact of ELSO's educational pieces in there? And that was the desire to create a more sophisticated feedback loop that will allow our teams to say, you know, did we teach what we intended to teach? and then to what degree did we do so. And that would go, our desire was to design a system that was beyond the proverbial subjective feedback form that I'll say, if you don't want to give John 100% on, you can give me all 5s, because I know you'll get the report here and have to say who's getting what scores. If you don't want to give me a 5, you can meet me outside afterwards and I'll explain to you why you're wrong in that approach. So let's just get that out of the way too. So with creation of the validated knowledge assessment tool, as well as a psychometric skills checklist that we have under development, we have access to data that will allow this continuous process improvement wheel that we can look at our educational approaches in the realm of ECMO. So I will, again, because a lot of the work was heavily weighted in this curriculum piece, just kind of explain to you our approach in there. So we use Kern's model, which is a well-established framework on curriculum development. And the expert panel was selected to review this comprehensive list. So this is kind of how we whittled down to what exactly should we be teaching about ECMO. So the panel was given a full list of learning objectives. And it's a team, again, 12 people, multidisciplinary in nature, global representation, and they used a Delphi method to prioritize those learning objectives. So they were first asked on a Likert scale to determine the importance of each. Unimportant learning objectives were weeded out. The more important it was, the more that they kind of flagged those that inevitably went into what they would use for a certification exam. And the product of the work ended up being 9 sections, 53 modules, or you could call the module titles. And in there, about 80 learning objectives that now are what really are the makeup of the core curriculum. So from October 2020 to December 21st, another multidisciplinary team took the list of core curriculum and transformed that into the piece that is called ELSO Foundations. And maybe by the end of this talk, it'll stop skipping on me. So I will show you a little preview about what the course is and be able to describe a little bit more of what ELSO Foundations looks like. But before jumping into that, I'm going to take a time out here. So hoping everyone, granted, I don't have my glasses on, so people in the back could be sleeping, but I don't think I've lost anyone to sleeping yet. So is Howard's engagement. I'm not seeing a lot of phones out yet, so that's also a good piece here. So I do want to ask the question though, what's the average attention span of an adult? Who thinks, I know, right? 5 seconds, a gnat. How about an hour? Who thinks that the average attention span is an hour? Really? Okay, well, you got a few. Thank you for being brave and choosing that. You're wrong, but it's, how about 30 minutes? Half an hour. You guys don't think adults can focus for 30 minutes? All right. How about 20 minutes? Okay, get more hands. How about 5 minutes? Yeah, it's feeling like that, right? All right. So, according to most studies, the average adult maximum attention span is 20 minutes. So, you can choose, what I find interesting in that, right, is individuals can choose to refocus their attention multiple times on the same activity repeatedly. It's normal to lapse in attention during that to occur, but by my math, based on how long I've been given to do this talk, I'm going to lose you at least twice during this period. So no offense taken, you're just being an average adult, that's fine. So after 20 minutes, lectures do become less effective. And it's important to know these things, right? As you're out there and teaching these concepts, just realize that if you're teaching to normal adults, that is the reality of what's going to happen. So working memory and interference are the problems. So as learners encounter unfamiliar information or exposed to new concepts for the first time, their working memory has to process that input. So these require attention and ability to focus. As a lecture progresses and the learner continues to get bombarded with new information, they try to process it. So that whole concept of information overload is absolutely a real phenomenon. The decreased ability to effectively incorporate new information is called interference. So it makes longer lectures both less enjoyable and less effective. So I am really sorry, guys, because you are stuck with me for at least 40 minutes. So we'll try to work on this. So if the phenomenon is widely known, well published, well studied, then why in the world do we continue to do lectures as the primary method of conveying information to groups? It's really been this way since the Middle Ages, and we have not evolved beyond that. So how do we remove beyond the constructs of this idea of sage on the stage, right? The idea that the lecturers are the all-knowing, all-powerful, I am here to transform your information and bestow upon you all the knowledge I have. We already know that the failures in this pedagogical form is numerous. Many times the lecturers are only going to teach what they find elegant or pleasing, and they're not going to touch the stuff that they find to be difficult or complex. So who really enjoys teaching about clotting cascades and its activation in the extracorporeal circuit? I sure as heck don't. And so if you give me that title, you are in for quite a doozy of a talk, because I'm not going to probably do it justice, because I don't even have a concept of what I'm trying to teach you. Probably wrong audience. You probably all love that stuff, so I probably just sold it to the wrong group. So some educators and experts have questioned whether in this modern era is technology having negative influence on the students' ability to focus, and the answer is it's mixed. So while students have the same ability to focus as previous generations did, they are accustomed to that constant barragement of text messages and medias, and you just have to look at how fast-paced things are. So the interesting though is it doesn't mean that they can focus any less, the inputs are a little bit more impactful on them. But they've also though developed a preference for faster paced, interactive learning material. So the potential distractions, they're different than they were decades ago, but they're not really changing our attention span or lessening our attention span. Also, nobody really wants to lighten coursework so much that students are going to miss important concepts. So the new emerging training process is this micro-learning concept. So it allows educators to break comprehensive, in-depth courses into much smaller pieces. So each learning element should only take between 5 and 15 minutes. It should be short, have hyper-focused bursts of learning, and these micro lessons can be enforced by administering assessments or knowledge checks throughout to make sure that they're really retaining and having more information in there. So I say this because you'll see that translated to our interpretation of that in ELSA Foundations. So another popular movement is flipped classroom style. So a lot of the work then is happening outside the classroom. You're going to give them videos to watch. You're going to give them text to read. So that way then when the students come into the room, you can have a far more enriching experience beyond just the stage and the sage on the stage where you're teaching the knowledge. You're really getting at that point the students to teach you what they learned in those sessions, to make it far more of a dynamic and enjoyable experience for probably the students, but probably you as a teacher as well. And I think that we've been able to see that in action. Over the last 2 years, I became a 9th grade, 7th grade, and 3rd grade teacher too, right? Because most of us had to deal with online learning as we sent our students home. And so I think the advances in the style of remote learning and being able to really have a different paradigm in how we're teaching has really escalated and proven that it can be done and it can be done well. Although we'll see how my kids' standardized tests come out to see how well I actually did teach them those things. But again, some of those pieces in there really put down to time, length, attention, focus, keeping it that 5 minutes to maybe 15 minutes, and that's all you're going to get if you really want to get good learning to occur in those periods. I know that our keynote talked a lot about TED Talks, and I'm a sucker for them as well. And even short presentations can be really boring, so I was really interested as I was doing the work to try to help the editorial group really kind of synthesize what we were going to do with ELSA Foundations to say, what is this thing about TED, and what can we steal away from TED Talks that might help us? And I think that for any of you who got sucked into those, you realize that there is something really attractive about watching a TED Talk. So I'll share kind of some of the pieces that come out of there as you approach future lectures and topics to see if you can adopt some of these things, because I do think there's a lot of places in our training that could benefit from these. So TED Talk presenters tend to be conversational. They remove any barrier, so no lectern, I'm messing that up, no handheld notes, which I'm trying very hard not to use, but really it's turning into more of a conversation so that you're connecting and engaging with your audience so that it's not just a sit and stare at my presentation and read what I have on my screen. So it helps to make sure that you can really engage, excite, navigate that way. Be concise, don't ramble on, get to the point. The type D, if you've ever had the personality type piece in me, like I like bullets, I like get to the point, maybe why I enjoy TED Talks so much. But those actually, they say they cannot exceed 18 minutes, which is probably back to the first piece of just attention span. But it really pushes you, and if you've ever been told that you have a topic and you have to present it in 15 minutes or less, it really makes you do your homework and think through exactly what do you want to teach, how do you want to teach it, and I think that there is something to that concise piece. Share compelling content. So again, the piece in this is, be compelling, be exciting, try to figure out not only really what's the important piece that you need to teach, but also teach it in an idea worth spreading kind of way. Anyone can pick up the textbook and read about ECMO physiology, but what do you want to say about it that they couldn't have just read in the textbook? That's really the key ingredient here in being able to navigate it that way. Coaching, and that really is just kind of a no-brainer piece in there, is don't ever show up on a lecture without being adequately prepared. Give it a couple times, let people critique you, and so TED Talk people will say, you really should have presented it several times prior to going up, and I think that just goes without saying, but they had enough that they put it out there as part of their standard curriculum of what is required for their talks. And then the last is be the central messenger. So with TED presenters, the presenters are usually the centerpiece. So if you've ever watched them, you'll realize there's not much going on in the slides other than what our keynote did a fantastic job of too, right? It's use the visuals to supplement, but the story is being told at center stage. And so I think that as you get into meetings, and there's a difference between a scientific presentation and one to engage you. So I get, if any of you are doing talks and you're sitting here going, I have a ton of words on there, there's a difference between presenting scientific information and engaging your group. But if I'm puristically speaking about ECMO training and how we're going to train the next generation of ECMO practitioners, the reality is that we're going to have to hit them in a couple different ways in order to get the information across. And I'm not really sure the scientific method of delivery. They can read the papers, they can read the textbooks. We're here to teach them and have it resound in a different way. All right, so back to that sneak peek that I was talking about. So also partnered not only with clinical experts from around the world, but we also really spent a lot of time thinking about who our partner, our IT partner was gonna be. So we ended up grabbing a group called Sweet Rush, and they ended up taking our 50 clinicians with their team of 20 instructional designers and creative designers to help us create this micro-learning course. And I say that because as you'll see here in a second, I'll show you our dual circulation on differential oxygenation. It's, I think that one is 11 minutes. I'm not gonna show you the full 11 minutes because I just started to get the early, you're about done message. But I will show you kind of a sneak peek of what that visual looks like. Fingers crossed.
To demonstrate the physiology of differential oxygenation, let's look at blood flow during different physiologic conditions. In the first, the patient has just been placed on peripheral VA ECMO, and the left ventricle is not ejecting. The blood being returned into the femoral artery is well oxygenated and travels retrograde up the aorta to supply the brain and heart. In the second, once there is some left ventricular recovery,
Yeah, that's what it was on.
Just plug it in.
This is the point where I wish I had like good jokes or something, but that's just not in my forte. I'm a dancer. Yeah, I could soft shoe up here. Let me try to see if I can hit play again.
Well, usually it pops up the little menu.
Blood will be ejected by the left ventricle and grade into the proximal aorta, while the ECMO circuit will continue to supply blood retrograde up the aorta. The mixing point is the location in the aorta where the two blood flows meet. The location of the mixing point can be anywhere along the aorta. Competitive flow describes the dynamic nature of the mixing point based on the relative pressure of each source. Note that if there is good gas exchange in the native lung,
I was joking but not joking in that I do think that actually the way that the
to
visuals
demonstrate
were
the
done,
physiology
you
of differential
almost do kind of get the
oxygenation,
gist of what we're
let's
trying
look
to
at
say in
blood
there just
flow
by
during
looking at the
different
beautiful
physiologic
imagery on there.
conditions. In the
As you can also
first,
see,
the
very
patient has
clean.
just
We
been
want the
placed
center
on
stage to
peripheral
go to
VA
exactly
ECMO,
the
and the
meat
left
of what we're
ventricle
discussing
is
in
not
there.
ejecting.
And I
The
like
blood
this
being
one because I don't
returned
know
into
how
the
many
femoral
times
artery
differential
is well
oxygenation's been explained to me,
oxygenated
and I have,
and travels retrograde up the
almost 20
aorta
years
to
later
supply the
still can't
brain
wrap
and
my brain
heart.
around it.
In the
And this
second,
team did
once there
amazing
is
being
some
able
left
to
ventricular
really-
recovery,
clinicians being
blood
able
will
to
be
get it down to
ejected
the
by the
brass
left
tacks of what you
ventricle
need to understand
antegrade
about this
into the
phenomenon.
proximal
And
aorta,
then,
while the
imagery
ECMO
and
circuit will
animation
continue
actually,
to supply
is a
blood retrograde
perfusionist
up the
over in
aorta.
Italy who did,
The mixing
all the
point is the
imagery for
location in the
our
aorta
work
where
and
the two
partnered with
blood
the IT
flows
group,
meet.
Velia
The
Antonini.
location of the mixing point can be
Incredible
anywhere
work. If you
along
don't
the
follow her on
aorta.
social media, you're
Competitive
missing out.
flow
The stuff
describes the
that she can
dynamic nature
input
of the
into her
mixing
brain and
point
then spit
based
out
on the
into
relative
infographics
pressure
is
of each source.
incredible.
Note that if there is
So a
good
lot of
gas
respect to her for
exchange in the
helping us
native
with this
lungs,
journey of
the
getting
whole
those,
aorta
pieces up. So it's been ELSO's long-standing recommendation that ECMO training be focused on creating a pathway to navigate the first 3 levels of Miller's pyramid. So George Miller was like in the 90s. His whole claim to fame was, we can't just, again, it's kind of back to the pedagogical forums, you can't just teach the stuff out there and assume a knowledge transfer is happening. He felt like, especially in medical education, we need to have better systems in place that we can actually watch them in action and watch them in a place that they can actually take that knowledge and apply it to this cognitive and skill placement. And so what he did is kind of laid out the framework of, sure, I can have you read the book, I can give you a lecture, and I can do a multiple choice question to say, did you understand that? And as you go up the scale, it's implied that you're really actualizing and being able to take that information and transcend it into the bedside placement in there. So some of the things that also came about with the curriculum is I quickly mentioned that we wove it into the learning objectives. So the expert group that said, hey, these learning objectives, like if you don't know this, you probably shouldn't be doing ECMO. All those learning objectives were given to multiple choice question writers or authors that were able to take those learning objectives and translate them to questions. And what that ended up turning into was about 120 multiple choice questions that are focused on adult ECMO that now are a certification exam that's linked directly to that core curriculum. For those of you who like understanding exam design, here's what this whole feedback looked like. To really create those learning objectives, write the questions, create the exam blueprint, review, and then the last probably 18 months we've been doing the psychometric analysis on it, and then in January it officially launched. If you have no desires to know about exam cycles, I've just lost you for the second time and you guys have totally blanked out on me, but there are people that do enjoy the concepts around exam writing, so that shows you that piece. And then the 3-step piece in there is that really a prerequisite. People always ask, how do you take the exam? There's an application process. Have you gone through training, yes or no, and what did that training include? Have you done bedside simulation training, yes or no? And can you write a letter or have someone write a letter that says you've done bedside experience? It is that simple to be able to go through that, but we're just trying to understand the learning elements in there. So why is standardization so necessary? Why did we even attempt to have this conversation? And I understand that, sometimes standardization can be said, it looks negative, right? It's a cookie cutter approach. But what I will say is that, if you really are thinking about standardization in healthcare, it really is going to minimize that risk of error, increase patient safety, but it also is going to really help with innovation. And I say that because how many people have written a presentation on circuit components, physiology, all the things that I'm sure all of us have, and then we've probably stolen them from somebody else, and then we've remade them on our own, and that's time that could have been spent in the innovation phase of why create something that is a scientific basis piece. If somebody can create something in a medium that can be reproduced and shared, then we can spend more time trying to figure out how to translate that information in other ways to our learners. So definitions. So part of this is I just bring this about is to say, what is a nurse? So I'm sure a mental model for you pipes up and you know exactly what a nurse is. How about a doctor, a respiratory therapist, a perfusionist? You know those roles. We've had this definition of ECMO specialists out there for quite some time. And I think it's, kind of that globally accepted piece in there. But I bet if we started to go back again and for those same roles started to say, what does that training look like? And I'm sure even in this room, if I started to survey, what did it look like to become an ECMO specialist? Sure, there'd be themes the same. But I bring this up because the trend that I'm watching emerge that I'm excited about, terrified about, probably all in once, is go to LinkedIn. Not now because you have to focus on the presentation, so I'll do that for you. But LinkedIn, so right now what you're finding is a ton of job for ECMO specialists, which I, have my own job up there for ECMO specialists at the University of Iowa. But I say that because I'm a little terrified with that one because I'm hiring someone who I don't really understand completely their background, but I actually started having LinkedIn ping me every day. There are 30 new job openings for ECMO specialists every day on LinkedIn. And so I know what it is to be a nurse, and in the US there's a standard that I had to go through a standardized curriculum to sit for an NCLEX exam to get my license. But what is there in existence for ECMO specialists? Same thing here. We've had this question come up recently is how many hours should a perfusion student, so these people are going into the world to be perfusionists, how many hours should they sit pump independently to become an ECMO specialist? Or to be able to graduate, I shouldn't even say to become an ECMO specialist, but to graduate. Right now the standard is not there. I think that we probably could ask what our schools are doing. There's probably similar numbers, but there's not a standard, and these people are going to get hired in these roles. That in my own hospital, when ECMO didn't work out, they'd go back and work in their ICU, but now these people are changing states, changing jobs, changing hospitals to work in this role, and I think that that just even necessitates it that much more. Just with the interest of time, just because everyone loves the Joint Commission, I say this is also another reason why standardization is so important. You can't be prepared for something by still wishing it would not happen, so I had last triennial visit, day 2, a surveyor at the beginning says, let's shake things up. Do you guys have an ECMO patient in-house? And I sat there started to immediately sweat. And he's like, I'd like to go to the bedside. I'd like you to pull for the credentialing session. I want whoever the managing physician is, I want their files, and I want the files for the ECMO specialist. So for me, I did sit there and I was like, okay, do I fake that I'm having a heart attack right now? Because I'm not so sure I'm not. Do I start frantically texting the bedside to say, please take this patient off now in the next 5 minutes? Whatever you gotta do, just get them off. Hide the drinks, because that's all they care about. So maybe if all the drinks are covered, maybe they won't recognize the ECMO patient in there. Or I could just take a breath and realize, you know what, I got this, which I did. But there's overachievers in our world everywhere. And in this room probably even, there's somebody that has a 15-page checklist of all the technical things that it takes to be an ECMO specialist. And then there could be you who has a paper that says, this person knows ECMO, signed your friendly ECMO coordinator. So if you're Joint Commission and you go to Hospital 1 with a 15-page affidavit and blood work and fingerprints on one ECMO specialist, and now you're sitting there going, I just signed and said, yes, they know ECMO, we may have an issue. So regulatory groups are asking, regulatory groups are interested, And I don't think that's going to change anytime in the future. And even dear CMS and Medicare has looked at us. So I don't think that's changing either. So I think it's probably time that we go back and really think about what our training looks like. So ECMO 1.0, right? We all know what that looks like. Early days of ECMO, complex circuitry, constant vigilance at the bedside, make sure nothing explodes, make sure nothing sucks air. ECMO 2.0, that got us doing the fun of walking around our ECMO patients. They're awake, they're talking to us. It's been an exciting ride. I do want it to go on the record that I'm calling ECMO 3.0 right now. We did a lot of crazy stuff in the pandemic. A lot of crazy stuff with these ECMO patients that, actually ended up working out and ended up being just fine. So what surprises are ahead of us, and what will the next few years bring? Do you have your team trained? What does your training look like? How long is your training? Is your training going to stand up to the training program that's down the way? And really trying to think through that the teaching does matter if the end game is knowledge transfer. So I really challenge you to think long and hard about how you're getting your team ready for this next paradigm. And before Bill gives me the official hook, I'll end it and say thank you. My email's on there, and if you'd like to see the video, I'll be at the bar.
Beautiful. Thank you, Liz. Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to start again on time at 11:10 with Dr. Zaycox. Now, there is a panel discussion with Elizabeth and all our ECMO speakers at 15:40 today. So you'll be able to ask questions that you may have for her at that time as well. Appreciate it. Thank you, dear. Well, I realize that wasn't a very long break. So we apologize, but in the interest of time, we want to get started again. This is our next speaker, Dr. Akram Zakok. I'm saying it better and better these days, even though he's a good friend. Dr. Zakok is a medical director of ECMO at the MedStar Washington Medical Center in Washington, D.C. He's a board certified in both internal medicine and critical care medicine by the American Board of Internal Medicine. He finished his critical care medicine and research fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, where he still holds an adjunct research position in the Department of Surgery. His primary clinical focus is on managing critical ill patients in complex medical cases that require life-saving supportive measures, mainly acute mechanical support devices such as ECMO. Akram has a strong interest in understanding of the very complex inflammatory process, something that we hold dear to our hearts, utilizing mathematical modeling and techniques for prediction. Equally important, he is a good friend and one of 2 physician consultants with Perfusion.com that we often utilize when our company goes out to speak with other programs, other primary care provider physicians about improvement within their own ECMO programs. I asked Dr. Zakok has always been, well, I know that he's always been one to push the envelope on the care of his patients, but in a way that was backed by research, collegiate conversations, and a special intuition of what works and what may not. As a society, the ECMOids out there have seen a paradigm change toward moving toward earlier ECMO intervention and relying less on ventilator management, especially as it pertains to respiratory dysfunction. Now, there are still a few handful of programs that are willing to extubate while on ECMO, but that number seems to be growing, and Akram can give us an update on this practice in his presentation entitled The Shifting Paradigm from Ventilators to ECMO. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bill. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Thank you, Bill, Carla, and Susan for the great conference and the invitation. Invite me every year, please. So, my name is Akram Zakok. So I am one of the critical care, I'm a CV intensivist most of the time since I finished my fellowship training. And I'm the medical director for ECMO at MedStar. So I came to you guys from Washington, D.C., the nation capital. So these are my disclosures. So my objectives for this talk, the current situation with the management of ARDS, with all the advances that we know, the mortality of ARDS remained the same. And my aim is to highlight some of the gaps and the opportunities in the current management. And I hope by the end of this talk I can convince you and give you the evidence to convince your teams to utilize ECMO early on for ARDS. So from the previous talk, when I am a Superman, no, I'm joking. I am not going to, I'm going to go over a lot of scientific literature to highlight this topic. And some of it might be basics for you guys, and some of it might be some new updates. So ARDS is well described as being a heterogeneous syndrome. So it's non-cardiogenic pulmonary edema. It reduces the oxygenation, so it's acute hypoxemia. And it reduces lung compliance and can happen due to a variety of etiologies. Can happen due to pulmonary causes, pneumonia, COVID-19, other form like aspiration pneumonia, but also can happen due to extra pulmonary etiologies, with the most common you've seen probably is the transfusion-related acute lung injury. So these are the criteria, the current criteria that we are using for the clinical diagnosis of ARDS. It's the Berlin criteria adopted 2012. And this is different from the previous criteria of ARDS in 1994 because it highlighted some factors. So what is the timing of ARDS within 1 week? How we do diagnose non-cardiogenic pulmonary edema. So we don't need a SWAN or pulmonary artery occlusive pressure. We can use clinical markers or echocardiography. And added also decrease of severity that did not exist before and incorporated the mechanical ventilation in this criteria. But then there is a Kigali modification for this criteria because what happened in the low-income countries, they don't have access to all of these criteria that you see on the screen. So this is some sort of modification to low-income countries that they don't have arterial blood gas, they don't have chest X-ray, they don't have even mechanical ventilation. So they remove the PEEP and they use O2 saturation to the FiO2, and they incorporated ultrasound as a diagnosis for the chest imaging. And this paper was published in the Blue Journal. Okay, so ARDS, so we talked it's a heterogeneous syndrome, and by heterogeneous syndrome that it goes into phases. So the acute phase is the exudative inflammatory phase, and then proliferative phase, and then fibrotic stage. It is similar to any kind of inflammation in any part of the body, and I'm sure most of you during COVID experienced this with the patient care in severe form. So the first phase, which is the exudative phase, once the injury hit the lung, the alveolar macrophage trigger inflammatory cascade to recruit more cells, increase the permeability of the alveoli, and the alveoli get filled with fluid. Afterwards, into the proliferative phase, the body is trying to restore the normal structure, and by doing so, bring more of fibroblast cells to build that infrastructure. And then the fibrotic phase, which is the last phase, and this happened in context of mechanical ventilation, the body fail, and those infrastructure become replaced with a fibrous tissue. This paper was one of the landmark papers, in my opinion, was published in 2016 about epidemiology for ARDS. So it was 459 ICU, 50 countries, 5 continents, 4 months in the winter of 2014, estimated the incidence of ARDS by being 10% of all ICU admissions. Most of those cases are moderate ARDS by Berlin definition, but the mortality of ARDS decreases as the severity increases. This diagram here, it will show you the trend in the mortality of ARDS. This was a systematic review, and they looked at the data. Now, I tried to exclude COVID a little bit from the slides because it's still work in progress for us to understand the science. But this paper, it's a systematic review, published in the Blue Journal, and they looked at the trend of the mortality of ARDS. And what I want to get your attention to is the black dotted line. This is observational studies. The black line, is solid line, is observational studies. The dotted one is randomized controlled trial. By the first glance at the line, you will see early on in the 80s and probably early 90s, the mortality was relatively high in ARDS patients, and the mortality in the observational studies were higher than the randomized controlled trial. Afterwards, starting from late 90s and 2000, both lines come together. Mortality is around 40%, and this is with all the interventions that I'm going to go over it quickly. So, we have to look into the past to understand how the future going to be. So early on, in the early 80s, or maybe in the 70s, mechanical ventilation was essentially used to keep the patient alive. So high tidal volume, high PEEP, and all the aim is to maintain the oxygenation. And this is the early trial of ECMO. It was in 1979, and I'm presenting this trial to show you that the mortality for the conventional ventilation group and the ECMO group was both like very poor. So it was 40 patients, no one survived. Of course, there is a caveat from the ECMO standpoint that they use VA ECMO for ARDS management. Anticoagulation was not, cutting edge as we have. Technology was early on. But all these patients, they died from decrease in the lung compliance and progressive reduction in the gas exchange. Okay, so what happened then afterwards? CT scan. So the CT scan, with the discovery of CT scan and scanning patients with ERDS, we start to understand that this disease is heterogeneous disease, heterogeneous syndrome, but also it affects the lung in a heterogeneous way, meaning the concept of the baby lung which is referred to the remaining functional part of the lung in ARDS. And that's sparked the scientific community to start looking differently at the mechanical ventilation. So then we start to understand that mechanical ventilation is not benign intervention, and it carries risk. It carries the risk of the ventilator-induced lung injury by frequent opening and closing on the lung at low tidal volume that will induce inflammation in the alveoli, but also by hyperextending the lung will induce barotrauma, pneumothoraces. And this effect of the mechanical ventilation is irritating to the lung as the same as the underlying ARDS. Not only that, it's actually propagate beyond the lung because of all these systemic inflammatory markers can go into the body and can induce multi-organ failure and then lead to the patient demise. So with that, we start noticing to do less is probably more when it comes to the mechanical ventilation. And this paper, of course, for Gattunini highlight some of the changes in the ARDS management. So in 2000, the ARDSNet trial shows if randomization of the patient between two groups, low tidal volume with a lower plateau around 30, low tidal volume 6 cc per kg of the ideal body weight versus the 12 cc per kg of ideal body weight and plateau around 50. The low tidal volume group, they have better survival. The study stopped early because the results were just clear and obvious. When it came to the PEEP titration study, using PEEP titration, either low versus high PEEP titration table for ARDS patients, it did not show mortality benefit for those patients. In matter of fact, what this paper shows actually lung recruitment in the ARDS patients is detrimental and increases the mortality at 28 days, with more tendency towards pneumothoraces and requirement for chest tubes. And this paper in the New England Journal of Medicine that utilized using the esophageal manometer for titration of PEEP was not, when it comes to mortality benefit, was not really superior to the traditional PEEP table that we've been used. But what I liked about this study that shows you even we're probably on the lower end when it comes to PEEP utilization for those patients. So the bottom line from those 3 PEEP trial, and I have my friend here, Eric Kreiner, who's going to speak about ventilator management in ECMO patients tomorrow, and he's one of the esophageal balloon experts. So probably we are lower on the lower side, but that's fine. We don't really need higher PEEP to maintain the lung open. Prone positioning also shows mortality benefit on ARDS patients. Proning patients for 16 hours shows superiority and make patients survive. In subsequent analysis of the driving pressure of the ARDS data, shows the driving pressure, which is the difference between the PEEP and the plateau pressure, also associated with better survival on those patients. So usually we aiming to a PEEP, as you can see on the diagram on your right-hand side, you see the plateau probably 15 or less is actually better for those patients. And now this become part of our standard management for ARDS. And this is just subsequent analysis for ARDS-net patient population. Okay, ECMO. I think we all agree in this room that ECMO is safe and beneficial for patients with ARDS. It is safe. It's, in matter of fact, if we prevented or denied for patients who are needing an ECMO, that associated with higher mortality. I'm going to show you a study on this. But those are 3 studies from our experience with CESAR trial, which was critiqued that the patient was transferred to an ECMO center, but not all of them was put on ECMO, running into the H1N1 studies, and then the Aeolia trial. Shows ECMO work, ECMO save for a patient. They did not, especially the Aeolia trial, with many caveats, did not show mortality benefit if you just look at the conclusion of the study. This is from COVID-19. A study was done in UK, and it's almost close to 100 hospitals, and they 100 hospitals were included, and they sending patients to 2 ECMO centers. So what they did, they looked into the patient who end up on ECMO versus patients, they matched them from the whole cohort where people who are ECMO candidate, but they did not end up on ECMO for whatever reason. And as you can imagine, the mortality in the ECMO group was significantly lower than the people who are qualified for ECMO, but they did not get ECMO. So that's something just for consideration, that ECMO actually saves life. So this is the past, and this is what we know so far, and that's what we've been doing for our ARDS patient management. And with everything we've been doing, mortality of ARDS remain close to 40%. So low tidal volume ventilation, prone positioning, PEEP titration, even neuromuscular blockade, you name it. With all these, the mortality remain close to 40%. So what are we missing? And I think this is the part that we can talk about it more. So what we know actually mechanical ventilation is not only affect the lungs, it's not causing ventilator-induced lung injury, it's actually affect the diaphragm too. So diaphragm over time in a patient like who is sedated completely on controlled mechanical ventilation, they start experiencing diaphragmatic dysfunction. And if any of you, I do remember one of the patient I took care of in UPMC when I was a fellow, and by the time we get him through his ERDS, he was severely deconditioned. He was, of course, was trached. He was stuck on the mechanical ventilation, and he remained in the hospital for 6 months, acquiring all kinds of infection and complications. So mechanical ventilation will cause some diaphragmatic dysfunction also, and make weaning of those patients afterwards is difficult. This study here, they did something interesting. So what they did, they gave a patient, they followed the ERDS recommendation, 6 cc per kg, low tidal volume, and they scanned the patient under the scanner, look at it. 30 patients, 20 patients were, they call them like hypoinflation arm, and 10 in the hyperinflation arm. What they found is actually 6 cc per kg because of the differences in the baby lung size. Sometimes 6 cc per kg is a little bit too much for the patient who are with severe ARDS. If they have small proportion of the baby lung. So you're giving 6 cc per kg, 6 cc per kg could even be more traumatic in some patients. What about plateau pressure? This study, they looked into the association between the plateau pressure and tidal volume. They've done very robust in ARDS population that were enrolled in ARDS network trial. And they did very robust analysis trying to delineate the relationship between the tidal volume and with the plateau pressure. And what you can see from this diagram that even 30 centimeter water plateau pressure could be also traumatic to the patient lung. Maybe the cutoff is lower, maybe like around 25 or something like this. So if the tidal volume is 6 cc could be too much, so what's the lower limit for the tidal volume? And if the plateau pressure of 30 or 35 cc, 30 or 35 centimeter water is too much, so what is the lower and the safest cutoff? This study shows that 6 cc is probably okay, but if you look at the line, you will see even trend towards lower tidal volume. It might be beneficial to the patient. Mechanical power is a concept was brought by Dr. Gattunini, and it is the amount of energy that get delivered into the lung by the mechanical ventilation. And this is multiple factors. It is how much tidal volume you give to the patient, so how much air you push into the lung, and what is the rate, and how fast you give it. So it calculates the overall energy that the mechanical ventilation deliver into the patient lung, and it is effect on the lung healing process. So what do we really need? So we need, for those patients with severe ARDS, we need to maintain adequate gas exchange. That's one of the goals. And we need to allow the lung to heal. We want to reduce the ventilator-induced lung injury, let the patient breathe spontaneously, and to get them to do more physical therapy and mobilize as this process goes on. So now we know there are different, in addition to the heterogeneity of the disease, so it goes through different process and affect the lung differently. Now we know that actually also different phenotypes of ARDS. So it's getting very complicated, and really to deliver a personalized approach for those patients require a lot of sophistication. So there is hypoinflammatory type and hyperinflammatory type. And the interventions that we do in those patients, they have different responses, and their recovery is completely different. Why do we need the patient to breathe spontaneously? Breathing spontaneously comes with some cons and comes also with some issues. So breathing spontaneously will allow the better distribution of the gas throughout the lung. It will engage the diaphragm, and of course will allow us to reduce the sedative use, get the patient to move and walk. That's why all the potential benefit from spontaneously breathing. But one of the things, or multiple things also we have to watch for once we allow those patients spontaneously breathing, that the concept of patient self-inflicted lung injury. So the patient will have tendency to have a larger tidal volume that can cause also further damage of the lung. This is, of course, if they are on mechanical ventilation. So that's what I'm trying to get you at, where we would like to see patient on ECMO who is awake and who's spontaneously breathing, and he can do physical therapy, and we can discuss and talk to him. We can communicate to his family. What is the benefits of the awake ECMO? This one of the initial experiences with the COVID-19 where they used, where they had a great survival. It came from Rush University, and they have great survival. And what they did, if you look at the diagram down there, they extubated actually all their patients, and the survival to decannulation was close to 80%, and 75% actually they made it out from the ICU. So great survival with awake ECMO. And also, this study was done, this is not COVID, this is pneumocystis pneumonia, patients with HIV, and also awake patients who are on ECMO, and actually they are not on the mechanical ventilation. They have the better outcome for those, for these patients. This study was an animal model, sheep on put on ECMO, and the authors of the study found just by using ECMO, actually we can control the gas exchange, and we can control the breathing of those animals. This is a case report. So this was about a patient with a COVID-19. It came from La Pitié in Paris, Matteo Schmedet. They put this patient, was a case report published in the Blue Journal. They put the patient on ECMO directly from high flow nasal cannula. Patient stayed on ECMO for almost 40 days. And he was transferred to a rehab facility afterwards. They used two configurations. They used FEM jugular, and then during the ECMO run, they had to switch to FEM ECMO, because just the infection. Patient has bacteremia, and they had to change the cannula site. But the description that they wrote in the paper, it was fascinating actually, because on day 18, that's what they wrote. On day 18, patient was able to stand up with assistance. He has oral feeding, maintained throughout the ICU stay. He has social interaction by phone or face with his relatives. More importantly, he was informed daily of his health status, medical decision, and was able to express his preferences. And this is my last slide. Multiple case series about patients who were on ECMO without mechanical ventilation. So, in conclusion, ARDS remain challenging disease, syndrome, and with all the advances we've done so far, really we didn't make much progress, and it is time for us to consider a different way for those patients. And the proposed approach go directly to the ECMO, bypass the mechanical ventilation, and allow the lung to heal. These are my references, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Say that again. Got it. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Akram.
You're welcome.
That was excellent. And it's a paradigm that, at least in this country, I think we're still in its very infancy period right now on getting used to extubating patients, VV patients especially, while they're on ECMO. I see the issues. We're clinicians in here. Many of us are perfusionists, nurses, respiratory therapists. We have a few docs. We can only do so much, and asking our docs to kind of incorporate this into their practices. I know with you and Dr. Scott and I, we try to go out to other primary care physicians and try to prompt this kind of attitude. And it's literature-based, which is what you did to show us that there are definitely positives, benefits to being extubated. The problem we see is that a lot of times, and this Dr. Mason will address this at 1 o'clock this afternoon, which is why we brought him in, is the sedation complication. If they're fully sedated because we think they're not oxygenating enough, or they're restless, or they're having deliriums, then we can't do anything with it.
Right.
So we have to learn this technique, the proning technique, sedation technique, which is Dr. Mason, and then volume management, which I have Dr. Conrad speaking this afternoon as well. So it was just a comment from me, but you're welcome to add anything to that, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. I mean, I was actually talking to Dr. Conrad about this, before my talk. It is because ECMO, it's a team sport in all institutions. And maybe that will go back to the talk before me by Elizabeth. Definitely the level of comfort with ECMO is not as the same as mechanical ventilation. Like I'm talking about my background as being intensivist, where most of us are comfortable with mechanical ventilation. And even during the experience with the COVID-19, because we had a good number of new staff started on, and we use ECMO extensively in the institution, it was very obvious that the intensivists more comfortable with managing the ventilator. We need to keep educating, and we need to show, exactly as you said, we need to show people the evidence that it's actually ECMO is not a scary machine, and it is something can be done. Patient can, with your help and multidisciplinary staff, patient can move and they get out of bed and they can be very interactive. And we have also to highlight some of the, in addition to the science, we have also to highlight some of the social aspect, because in this case report from La Petit, the fact that the patient actually was able to state, his preference, I mean, it's big, and we all run into, ethical issues with the family, and because no one really know what to do if a patient has like an ECMO run. So, we need to just keep pushing the envelope. And I think if there is one positive thing that we've seen from COVID is the ECMO expansion. Just everyone know about ECMO, even at the hospital where they don't know ECMO, they start referring their patient to ECMO center. They know this is an option for ERDS. And just, I think even like, everyone is avid to learn more about ECMO, and I think that's a good opportunity, and I think that's why the ELSO and other organization, and of course, like the work you do also, Ben, is fantastic, because the people there are avid to learn. They're avid to learn about this technology, and we can show them the right way to do it. Now, the intensivists, they can be stubborn, and some of them, like, they're set in their way. I'm just, giving this disclosure because I know the background, and most of you guys, like, because those patients land in the ICUs. But I think, like, having some sort of, like, scientific discussion and bring your opinion and your expertise, because you are you have all the expertise for the ECMO to the table. It is healthy and useful. And we'll be available, like, people who are expert with the ECMO, either through ELSO or other, organization, will be available to talk and discuss and hopefully push the envelope more. But I hope just that the presentation or the way I presented the data to you guys makes sense, and I hope that there was some clear messages that actually you can take it back home and you can deliver it to the intensivists, the people in your institution. That's actually, ECMO can be done from high flow nasal cannula. People on ECMO can get extubated, and we can wake them up and we can extubate them and we can get them to move, and regardless of whatever their configuration, if it is fem-fem or fem-jugular, they can still get out of bed and they can move around. Yes, sir.
Hello. Thank you for your talk. Really appreciate you spreading the message about extubating patients early and everything. My institution's been working with Rush University. We've adopted their protocols and everything. We've seen improved outcomes with that so far. It's encouraging. My question is about the study that you presented on the patient that was on the non-invasive ventilation and the heated high flows that converted straight to ECMO.
Right.
During the initiation period of that, were they intubated during the initiation of ECMO and immediately extubated at the end, or did you just not have a ventilator at any point in time?
Yeah, they didn't have ventilator at any point at all. It was just on high flow nasal cannula.
Okay, so if the patient were to like suddenly stop breathing, just hurry up with ECMO, or would you have hurried up with a ventilator? Like, what would have been the strategy there? From the general anesthesia, I mean.
Yeah, so I'm just going to repeat the question. So my understanding that the patient was cannulated awake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is actually a great point because, even with the VA ECMO, right? I mean, there are some patients, we put them on ECMO awake. We don't have really to intubate them. Just maybe we can give them some sort of like, conscious sedation or moderate sedation just to take the, the edge away. And then you can just go ahead, and cannulate those patients. Especially, we've done it multiple times in my institution. We've done it multiple times, especially with patients with massive PEs, just losing, local lidocaine, some moderate sedation, and then you can cannulate the patient easily. And I think that's what LaBT did, with that patient. I don't think that patient was on, it was on high flow and non-invasive, but I don't think that patient was on ventilator at all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. But that's a great question. Like, even cannulation can be done without putting the patient on the ventilator. It's actually easier, right? Because even once you put them on ECMO and the ECMO start flowing, that's it. You have all the control of your blood gas. You don't need them even to breathe. Yeah. All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Bill, for the opportunity. Oh,
Yes, thank you. We're going to break for lunch and then come back in here at 12 for our next speaker. But I also want to say that, again, we will have a panel discussion with Elizabeth, Akram, and our other ECMO speakers at 1540 to 1600, so that should be interesting too. Susan's going to sneeze and then she's going to talk. Okay, so let's go ahead and get lunch and bring it back in, and then we'll have our next speaker at 12 o'clock. Akram, thank you for an excellent talk. Thank you, sir.
He is currently, he's on a ventilator, and he is in dire need of an ECMO treatment. With
Do you have anything to say to your wife?
Say it.
Say it. Don't lip it.
I love you too.
All right, we're going to take a break. Have anything to say to your wife?
Say it.
thumbs up from the guy. So it's either.
Why is that showing up? No, not yet. There it is.
Yeah, check, check. All right, hello. Hey, welcome to Sanibel 2022. Nice job. I'm going to clap in advance. Just that was a little bit of applause for the organizers that put this together. Really shaping up to be a nice meeting. 4 days of content. Pretty impressive, guys, so thank you for that. My name is Jeff Light. Hello, welcome again. So this next session, this next Sanibel Kickoff Luncheon, is brought to you by the company I work for. It's Hemasonics, LLC. Briefly, we are a company out of Durham, North Carolina, with our flagship technology that was born from the University of Virginia. Currently, we are singly focused in the realm of critical bleeding related to coagulopathy assessment and optimization in order to support a truly comprehensive and patient-centered blood conservation and management program. I am now pleased to present to you Dr. Pierre Tibby. Dr. Tibby is the Chief of Cardiac Surgery at Yavapai Regional Medical Center in Prescott, Arizona. He is also there the Director of Patient Blood Management, past President of the Society for the Advancement of Patient Blood Management, aka SABM. If you're not familiar, please check out SABM. And is principal author on the recent 2021 Clinical Practice Guidelines published jointly by the STS, SCA, AMSECT, and SABM. Dr. Tibby is going to come present his journey in patient blood management, discuss various best practices and their supportive data, and offer some specific cases in coagulopathy management generated throughout. So, no further ado, Dr. Tibby. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. It's a pleasure to be addressing this august group, and I've been asked to talk to you a little bit about my personal journey with patient blood management and how only recently that I have incorporated viscoelastic testing. So many things, these are my disclosures. I obviously present for Hemasonics and Baxter. So many things changed. This is me in 1990, and I want to draw your attention to the cool boots, the white intern pants, the digital watch, the paper records, the cool hairdo, and the tab. And the only reason I put this up is that things change. Back then, cardiac surgery was done, and giving blood was simply an expected treatment during cardiac surgery. So when I started in practice in Phoenix, Arizona, I got approached by a gentleman who told me he was a Jehovah's Witness. I wasn't really quite sure what that was, but that he would not take blood. And he would not take blood under any circumstances. And he had been to several cardiac surgeons in town, and they all said, well, if you don't take blood, I'm not going to operate on you. You know how cardiac surgeons are. So I thought, well, other surgeons don't, why should I? And then I started thinking that, well, you know, these poor patients have nowhere else to turn. And then, hey, this is a challenge. How can I safely do this? So I started thinking a little bit and came up with, can I risk operating without the safety net of blood, which at the time 75% of patients undergoing cardiac surgery required blood. And I figured that if I just use common sense, meaning if I just have adequate blood stores, if I don't lose blood and maybe tolerate some anemia, maybe I can get this guy through. And by the way, I was new in practice and I needed the work. So I decided to do this. And all of a sudden, I got a lot of patients from, this was at St. Luke's Hospital in Phoenix, and I got a lot of patients that came specifically to this hospital. Even though it was a smaller hospital, we operated at several hospitals throughout Phoenix, but this was a smaller hospital, and word had gotten out that there's this guy in town that's stupid enough to operate on patients without needing to give blood. So actually got about 100 patients at Jehovah's Witnesses, and I had this thinking back in 1995 that, or not shortly thereafter, with all these patients, I kind of started thinking that I think my no blood patients are doing better than my blood patients. And at the very same time, there were more and more publications that were coming out talking about this blood conservation in cardiac patients. When I looked at my evaluation and looked at my patients specifically, I did in fact see that for some reason my patients that I was not giving blood, which was the life-saving blood that could get patients through for cardiac surgery, when I was not giving the blood, that these patients were actually doing better. This is one of the other hospitals. This was the main hospital that I operated back on. And in about 2005, I became chief of cardiac surgery there and would bring patient blood management there. At the time, we called it blood conservation. And what we had done, not only using techniques like tolerating anemia and so forth, but I started to implement all these things that were coming out at the time that would decrease the risk for blood transfusion during cardiac surgery, and that's preoperative, intraoperative, and postoperative. It included things like ANH, retrograde autologous priming, antifibrinolytics, use of topical hemostatics, pretty much everything that I could think of, putting together a multimodality therapy to treat patients. And we were able to, and trying to encourage other cardiac surgeons. There were about 8 cardiac surgeons at this institution, of which 4 of them were in my group. And we started to do that. And just in the first year that we initiated this, we had come down, and this was for all the surgeons, we had come down to about half in just 1 year of the amount of blood that we were utilizing. So in 2007, I was recruited to start an open heart program from scratch at a hospital called Yavapai Regional Medical Center, which is up in Prescott, Arizona. It's the most beautiful part of Arizona. It's up about 6,000 feet. It's temperate, and I would encourage you guys, if you ever get a chance to go there, to go. It's really, really gorgeous. Anyway, so that's one of the reasons I went. And before I got there, the hospital was worried because YRMC was going to, having a heart program there was going to severely stress the blood resources there. So what they did before I even got there is that they increased the staff, they increased how much blood and blood products they would keep on hold. They bought refrigerators and increased their lab capability. And the first 6 months, I started in June, and the first 6 months I used 40 units of blood for approximately 45 patients. So this was the cost of blood at the hospital before, or in 2010, 3 years after I got there. And you can see that the hospitalist used most of the blood, followed by oncology, ED, family practice. And in cardiac and thoracic surgery, we used 40 units for that entire year at a cost of $48,000. The entire cost of blood there was $2.5 million. So now things came on, and let me preface this. When I was at Good Sam, and you saw in that multimodality slide, I didn't have viscoelastic testing. We actually did have the early types of machines, and we found that they weren't all that accurate, and this was back in, like I said, in the early 2000s. They weren't all that accurate. They were very sensitive to vibrations. Oftentimes the machine would say, it would give me this complicated graph, and it would say that my patient is bleeding and needed all kinds of things when actually the patient was bone dry, or vice versa. And I think that was in the development of viscoelastic testing. So when I started the program at Yavapai Regional Medical Center, because I didn't think that it would significantly increase their amount of blood conservation, I did not feel that that viscoelastic testing would be useful in the new program. And when you back around 2008, this is a report by Art Bracey that showed that blood transfusions during cardiac surgery was a very highly varied practice. There were some programs that were transfusing only 9% of patients undergoing for primary CABG, whereas some programs are transfusing 100%, everybody, and similar differences in the amount of transfusions for platelets and FFP. And recently, last year, the World Health Organization came out that there is an urgent need to implement patient blood management in all types of medical care. And in last month, last month, Arya Shander published this global definition of patient blood management, which says patient blood management is a patient-centered, systemic, evidence-based approach to improve patient outcomes by managing and preserving a patient's own blood while promoting patient safety and empowerment. Please note, it does not talk about transfusions anywhere in that at least summary statement. Because when we have kidney failure, we don't treat right away with a kidney transplant. When we have heart failure, we don't treat right away with a heart failure. When we have blood failure, meaning not enough blood or the blood is not working as well as it should, it's not coagulopathic, blood transfusion shouldn't be your first and foremost knee-jerk reaction. So this was my patient blood management package, which is a complete care package at Yavapai Regional Medical Center when I started. And it requires preoperative evaluation of the patient, treatment for anemia, many intraoperative techniques that we utilize and that you all utilize, as well as postoperative point of care testing, postoperative not tolerating bleeding. But like I said, I didn't have viscoelastic testing, and 3 years ago, once I started really looking at the literature, I had seen that viscoelastic testing had improved significantly from the time that I was using it back in the early 2000s. Many of the problems with viscoelastic testing were worked out, and it was way more accurate, and the literature showed that. In fact, with a bunch of people from this organization as well as others, I was very thrilled to be part of the 2021 STS, SCA, and now AMSECT and SABM update to clinical practice guidelines. And the old guidelines were on blood conservation, and now we're called the Guidelines of Patient Blood Management. And in being part of this, once again, I realized that one of the most important changes to the guidelines is that now goal-directed transfusion algorithms, which incorporate point-of-care testing, such as with viscoelastic devices, is now a Class 1 recommendation for cardiac surgery. So, like I said, this was published last year, but I started looking at it about 3 years ago, and I wanted to reinstate viscoelastic testing as part of my patient blood management care package for my patients. And when I started thinking about it, well, you know, some of the things that I had experienced with viscoelastic testing in the past, I wanted it to obviously be accurate because it was a considerable expenditure for our program. The interpretation needed to be relatively easy, that the quicker you can get the results, the better, because you can treat active bleeding. It needed to be a simple process, needed to have good technical support, and easy adoption of the process. Because when you have a bleeding patient, now before viscoelastic testing, as many places, I would say probably less than half of the open heart programs, believe it or not, utilize viscoelastic testing currently. And when you have bleeding, bleeding begets bleeding. You really need an answer real quick. With the plasmagenic tests that I was using, like PT, PTT, and platelet count, you know, not only would we have significant bleeding to get that, but then we send the test to the lab. It takes a while to get, and then when you decide what you're going to give, if you have an idea of what you need to give, you're talking about an hour and a half to 2 hours of treating aggressive bleeding, which now the scenario may be completely changed. Your coagulopathic dysfunction might be different at this point as opposed to when you were first started seeing the bleeding. Whereas if you have a rapid test that gives you an idea of what's going on from a coagulopathic situation within 15 minutes, then you can give fibrinogen, which is pretty much right off the shelf so you're treating within 30 minutes, or even if you wait for cryoprecipitate, you're treating the situation much more rapidly. So that is what you needed to do. So after 13 years without viscoelastic testing, even though we were transfusing less than 10% of all open heart patients, and mind you, this is not just primary CABG, this is redo valves, redo, you know, dissections, etc. We were transfusing less than 10% year after year after year. Would viscoelastic testing, would the expenditure of a device for viscoelastic testing be warranted? Because that's what my finance people say, well, what's the ROI? What's the return on investment? So we decided to have a trial just to look at the various different machines out there. And these are the 3 viscoelastic testing analyzers that are on the market today. And at this point, I'm going to give it over to Julie or Jeff to talk to you about the Quantra system.
Thanks, Dr. Tibby. Okay, so I'm going to give a brief introduction here to Julie Navarro, RN, MSN. She is the clinical science liaison at Hemasonics. She is a pediatric nurse, has experience in the care of acute COVID patients, and is SABM certified and trained previously as a patient blood management consultant with one of the top consulting firms, Acumen. I'll give it away to you, Julie.
All right. Okay. Like you said, I'm Julie Navarro, so I'm the clinical science liaison at Hemasonics. I've spent a lot of time in my career in patient blood management, and I will say early on, I was at Johns Hopkins All Children's and was given the task of starting a patient blood management program when nobody really knew what that term was except for perfusionist. Okay. I've never been told I'm not loud enough. That's a new one. Okay, is that better? Okay, thank you. So I used to reach out to the perfusionists a lot at All Children's to explain, outside of what I knew, which was bone marrow transplant at the time, how people were treating the bleeding patients, and there was a lot of techniques. But I will say that you guys have always been early adopters of patient blood management, so I appreciate that you guys have helped us move our practice forward in what we're doing and trying to change outcomes. So Before Dr. Tibby goes on to explain the quantra in the use of his cardiac cases and the difference that he's been able to make, I kind of want to level set here just for those who have never seen the quantra and give a very high-level description of its operation and its interpretation. And I guarantee you in the next 5 minutes I can sign you guys all off on the competency because you'll be competent. All right, so as far as it's meant to be a very quick, intuitive flow, quick, intuitive flow. I think I filmed a perfusionist from Mount Sinai last year. It might have been for Sanibel, and it was 24 seconds of hands-on to get the test started. So you draw your specimen. It's 2.7 mLs, which most of them just do 3 mLs draw. It goes into your normal citrated blue top for your coags. You are going to scan the cartridge, which is kept at room temperature in the OR with you, and then we got to move forward. I got to stay coordinated here. You're going to, there's only one spot, if you come over to the vendor area, there's only one spot the cartridge can go. No confusion here. There's no waiting to get it to room temperature or anything like that. Simply, you're going to scan the cartridge, scan your user ID, scan the patient. The screen is going to tell you each step along the way in case you forget everything I told you when I was training you at the hospital. Couple of inversions of the tube just to make sure you get that citrate mixed in with the sample. Upside down, push start. So I think last year Mark Piso said 1, 2, 3, or VT easy as 1, 2, 3, and that's pretty much how it goes. So no mixing, no, like I said, waiting, no calibrating or anything like that. It's just draw the sample, scan all your IDs, and push start. And these are our infamous dials. So this is the result screen that you will see. What I tell everybody here is if you can drive a car, then you can read a quantra. Do you have enough gas? Are you going too fast? You see and it's meant to be intuitive. We have some color pop here. Even if you haven't memorized the reference ranges, and I know early on in my career as a nurse, I didn't necessarily know all the reference ranges for all the labs that I was drawing, but you can see that it's color-coded, so green is good. You have your reference range in the green area. Your triangle is where your patient currently is. And if it's outside of that reference range, you see that it'll turn color, so you have a yellow. That kind of brings your eye to that it's out of the reference range. That this particular patient is being carried by some anticoagulant there. We'll go over what each one of these means here in a second. It's, once again, touchscreen, but you have options here on the left, and we'll go over that in a second here, too. There's the dial screen. If you really just like your curves and watch how a clot is formed, we do have a curve screen, and then there's a trend screen. So you have options there. And what else do we have on the screen? The printer. No. All right, so let's start with the top row, sorry. So this top row is clot time. So we also wanted the parameters to kind of match what they are and be very easy. Clot time with heparinase is your CTH, your clot time, CT, and the ratio of the two. So I think some other platforms you have to look at the tracings and compare the two tracings. Basically, Quantra does it for you. And the ratio is the CT over the CTH, if you do the math there. And if your clot time, the one that's affected by heparin, is carrying it, you're going to get a larger CTR. So 1.4 is our one trigger that we validated that would say your patient is still being influenced by heparin. So basically, this is the time it takes for how quickly or how slow is my patient able to generate thrombin to form a clot. Oh, I should have put the parameters up there. There we go. So once again, the first one's clot time with heparinase, so neutralizing the heparin, your clot time, and then your clot time ratio. Things that you're going to see here, by the way, these results come back and are resulted on your screen in about 3 to 5 minutes, so it's very quick. You can see that if you were on pump or if you were post-protamine here, you could see the effects, one, of heparin, so I'm going to prioritize, do I need a product or do I just need another dose of protamine? You could see hemodilution if you were on pump. You could see hypothermia, as you would probably see a prolonged clot time. You could see if there's any sort of factor deficiency in the patient with that CTH. So the bottom line, the total test time is 15 minutes. So the bottom, basically, how strong is my clot? Do I have a strong clot? Do I have a mushy clot? So once again, we try to make the parameters named after what they mean. So clot stiffness. Clot stiffness is made from two things. P for platelets, F for fibrinogen. So the platelet contribution to the stiffness, the fibrinogen contribution to the stiffness, once again, mathematically, if you add the PCS and the FCS, that's your total clot strength. So this one is the stability of the clot. If I had a weak clot, if I had a low CS, I'm going to look at, well, is it the platelets or is it the fibrinogen? Do I need cryo or do I need platelets, basically? Once again, I went faster than I put the names up there. And this is really where you start to look at, once again, prioritizing and kind of targeting your therapy, where historically, we had that shotgun method of they were bleeding and they give a round of everything. Now I can tell by the top row and the bottom row, do I have a factor deficiency, do I have a platelet deficiency, or a cryo, or just a dose of protamine. The other screens that I talked about here is your curve screen. If you're just used to those, you're very proficient in reading them, you can watch as the clot is forming and watch the dynamics of that clot. And then your trend screen. So I see a lot of people use this in the communication with their surgeon. They may ask, what is my quantra as you're on pump? And so they use it as, well, where was your baseline? So, hey, we're still in normal range, but we've lost half of our platelet contribution. So it starts to become a communication tool more than anything else when the perfusionists are running it and kind of giving the results back to either the surgeon or the anesthesiologist. And everybody kind of, between the anesthesiologist, the surgeon, and the perfusionist, they're kind of all on the same page because they can see, as throughout the case, where this patient started. A lot of cardiac cases we see start off hypercoagulable as they are in that inflammatory state, and they may have lost their, all of their fibrinogen contribution, and you can kind of see it on that trend line there. You guys are all competent and signed off. Any questions? Okay. I'll hand it back to Dr. Tibby.
Thank you very much, Julie. So let me pick up where I left off. After 13 years without viscoelastic testing, I was convinced that viscoelastic testing had come to a point where it should be part of a program that is focused on patient blood management. And like I said, we tried all 3 devices. We had them brought in, tried them for a couple of weeks, and they all worked very well, had some differences among the different devices, but I was really most impressed with the Quantra device. This was the very first case where I had the Quantra device in my operating room. So this was a redo AVR MVR that obviously needed surgery, and this is the Quantra that was pre-incision. So the platelet count was 137, and the PT was 13.4 and 26.6, and that's really all I would have had to go by pre-operatively. So before we made the incision, the clotting time was good, and the clot stiffness we could see already was somewhat hypocoagulable, and we can see that it's mostly due to the platelet contribution for the clot stiffness. At this point, before I even made the incision, I said, hey, maybe we'll get a unit of platelets to give to this patient when we correct his coagulopathy, meaning after we've reversed the heparin with the protamine and we've given our ANH. I do ANH on almost everybody. During surgery, while we're on bypass, you can see that there's no clot detected, obviously, since we're on bypass, and that's a good thing. But once again, our clot strength is even lower, and once again, it's mainly due to the platelet contribution to clot stiffness. And then after surgery, we're still in the operating room, so this is at 11:30 or so. I've given my protamine. I've given my 2 units of ANH, and I've given that 1 unit of platelets that I had right on hand so that I can give it as soon as we come off pump so that I'm not there wondering, hey, why is this patient oozy? And I watch the chest tubes. And we get a repeat Quantra, and our clot strength is still low. And once again, our fibrinogen is relatively normal, maybe low normal, but our platelet contribution to clot stiffness is still low. So I said, well, let's get 2 more units of platelets in the room, and let's go ahead and give 1. So I'm in the operating room. I've got the chest closed, but I see that the chest tube drainage is not increasing now. It's slowed down, whereas before it was 150. You can tell that it was actively bleeding. and I get another Quantra, and here we are. We're all green. We're all good. It's 12:23. Let's take the patient to the ICU. Excuse me. Let's take the patient to the ICU and watch him closely. And we'll get another Quantra while we're in the ICU. And once again, it's so easy that even in the middle of the night, I can call the ICU nurse will call me and say, hey, you know, we're having a little more oozing or bleeding. And I'll say, okay, do a Quantra. And they walk right over to the operating room, which is where we keep our Quantra. And they'll fill that 3 millimeter blue top, put it in, and within 15 minutes, I'll get something on my phone with the entire picture. So here we are. We're in the intensive care unit. My chest tube is still dry. I do have that second, or actually third unit of platelets, but I'm not going to use it because there's no reason to use it. So I sent it back to the lab. And all this, I ordered 3 units of platelets. I transfused 2 without viscoelastic testing. Usually what us cardiac surgeons do, well, let's get cryo, let's get FFP, let's just give the whole kitchen sink to stop this. And once again, when you can look at the graphs and you can see where you had been and where you are. So obviously I decided to go with a Quantra machine for viscoelastic testing. And I wanted to develop at least an algorithm such as that will allow me or anybody else on my team, any of the other cardiac surgeons, any of the nurses to understand not only the Quantra, but to know and treat patients with good coagulopathic accuracy rather than just throwing everything at them and hoping they're going to stop bleeding, so that I can tell when I have bleeding that's coagulopathic or when it's surgical and I need to go back. So this is the algorithm that I developed and we use on every single patient. We get a baseline Quantra, 1 on pump, 1 post-protamine. No matter what the Quantra says, and it's not often, but occasionally the Quantra will say, well, maybe you need something, but there's no bleeding, so so we don't treat. Nevertheless, if the Quantra, if there is bleeding, then but the Quantra is normal, I will, if I'm in the operating room, I'll look for further surgical bleeding. If I'm not, then I'll kind of have to decide, do I think this is surgical bleeding on other parameters? If so, then we return to the operating room. If not, then we'll get a Quantra in an hour. If it's still negative and there's bleeding, I'll go back to the operating room. Nevertheless, if there is bleeding and the Quantra is positive, at that point I would treat, and then the nurse or the other surgeons or the PA or whatever can follow this algorithm. I apologize for the small size, but if you'd like to have this or look at this, I could certainly give it to you. So I did about 60 patients without the algorithm until I developed the algorithm. Then I did 60 or so, 65 patients with the algorithm, because I wanted to see what is the effect of viscoelastic testing using this device, using an algorithm in a cardiac surgical program that is already well-versed in patient blood management. I wanted to make sure that viscoelastic testing was making a difference, even though we transfused very, very rarely. So we matched 64 patients in the pre-algorithm Quantra and pre-Quantra algorithm without the algorithm, with the algorithm, and then these are, like I said, this is all comers: CABG, aortic valve replacement, mitral. We had a few aortic replacements, etc., and then looked at the utilization of blood and blood products. This is a little bit complicated with the p-values. Nevertheless, I'll show you the graphs. And here we have that, we made a little difference in packed red blood cells. Obviously, this is not significant. We've decreased our utilization of platelets and cryoprecipitate, and FFP is almost non-existent. We used 1 unit of FFP in those patients, 65 patients. And I think, especially without viscoelastic testing, with your surgeons, I bet you the first thing that we give when there's bleeding is FFP, because we'll get a little volume, a little FFP. But we've really found that there was very little need for fresh frozen plasma, more of a need for cryofibrinogen and platelets, but nevertheless still less than before. So, and then I just looked at the various costs of the various blood products, and using the Quantro with the algorithm, we saved in about $40,000. I mean, it's not huge, but it's at least, to me, I'm treating the right process with the right treatment. So, patient blood management, though, is a comprehensive multimodality blood conservation program like I talked behind, but something more is needed. This is a Class 1 recommendation from the STS, and if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. So I just kind of, since this is talking about patient blood management, not just viscoelastic testing, I'd like to show you what we do at our hospital. We have a very capable PBM team, and we have 11 years of data. And this is hospital-wide. This is in cardiac surgery. After I proved to the hospital that we can do cardiac surgery requiring very, very little blood and blood product transfusions, the hospital wanted to go this hospital-wide. And this is the amount over 11 years that we had decreased use in packed cells, in fresh frozen plasma, and platelets are a little more difficult, especially as over the last 13 years, platelet inhibitors became ever so more popular. And this is per 1,000 patient days. And not only can we look at the total amount transfused, but the reason for transfusions. This is 2-unit orders, meaning when the physician orders 2 units without giving one and then rechecking to see if we need, and you can see significant improvement over the years. We look at total transfusions given when the hemoglobin is greater than 7 grams per deciliter, and once again a decrease. Not only do we look at hospital-wide, but we look at it by department, and we even look at it by provider. And not only do we look at red cells, but we look at FFP utilization, and once again we look at FFP utilization and what the actual reason for utilizing FFP and what the actual reason for utilizing platelets as well, and who gave the platelets. So it's a very in-depth kind of big brother looking over your shoulder whenever you use a unit of blood or blood products. So nevertheless, it's a good thing, because obviously not only do patients get better treatment, they are not exposed to a liquid organ transfusion of blood, but it saves money and it saves untoward consequences of blood transfusions. If you look at from June 2012 to this year, applying activity-based cost savings, YRMC, which is not a big hospital, it's about 250 beds. We do about 250 hearts a year and about 100 structural hearts, so about 350 altogether. Nevertheless, we saved, but this is for the whole program, and we saved almost $10 million in red blood cells and $3.5 million in FFP. 71,000 in platelets. Once again, platelet inhibiting drugs are much more frequent, and I think that's why you haven't seen the changes that you've seen. And if I just have a couple of minutes, I want to talk to you about, I really enjoy talking about patient blood management to perfusionists. And the reason is that we all have relationships, especially in the operating room. Unfortunately, cardiac surgeons, I believe, have been somewhat slow in espousing patient blood management. And really, they're the only ones who can really do it right, because they see the patients preoperatively intraoperatively, and postoperatively. And patient blood management is just not only intraoperative. Nevertheless, the anesthesiologists and the perfusionists have really taken the helm with patient blood management. And we need you guys to continue patient blood management for our patients. So there are OR relationships, there are different OR relationships. So we have the relationship of the surgeon and the assistant, which is more like these two. We have the association between the surgery and the anesthesiologist, which is like Don Quixote and Pancho. And, you know, really the anesthesiologist is, they're not, but the surgeons oftentimes think that they're very subservient, and anything that happens is their fault, the anesthesiologist's fault. But we have a special relationship with our perfusionists, pretty much because we really don't very much understand what you guys are doing back there other than keeping our patients alive while we do what we like to do on them. But we have a very high consideration, I believe, in most, and I think you all will agree to that. You guys are the ones that can really encourage surgeons who are not practicing patient blood management to practice it not only in the operating room, but preoperatively and intraoperatively. So I think with that, I'll quit, and I think we'll take any questions that you might have for Julie or myself. Thank you.
I think I'll start off. Dr. Tibby, thank you for an excellent presentation. I've been in the field, like many of my other older brethren and sisters back there, for some 30 years, and we've definitely seen a different approach to blood utilization in the ORs. We used to throw the whole kitchen sink, as you said, and that still happens, unfortunately. But I'm wondering, what do you think is the newer surgeons that are coming up? What's the focus now? What is driving blood conservation? You know, we used to think if you threw the whole kitchen caboodle, then you're not going to bleed afterward, and we didn't care about the lungs going through an inflammatory process and all that. I guess we didn't. I did. And then we worried about liability at some point, and then, of course, hospital management's financial. What is your focus on pushing blood management, and what do you think the new paradigm might be in training new surgeons, cardiothoracic surgeons, as we go forward?
Thank you. So actually, there's really a push to talk about the effects of blood, the deleterious effects of blood and blood product transfusions starting back in medical school now, as opposed to that we didn't have, the only thing that we learned is like a lecture about ABO mismatch. So I think that is the case. And fortunately or unfortunately, surgical programs are still very much dependent on who's doing the teaching. If you come from a program that is very advanced in patient blood management, you will be. If you don't, you won't be, because this is the way, you know, surgical mentality. This is the way we do it, this is the way we're going to do it, and this is the way we're always going to do it. And that doesn't work anymore. But I do know that patients, everybody, surgeons, anesthesiologists, but especially surgeons, they're being pretty much inundated with literature on patient blood management, whether they like it or not. And especially with hospitals becoming more of a corporate entity, our hospital just became a Dignity hospital, and Dignity is the management. I mean, there's good and bad things about corporate management, but they're looking at everybody, much like the Art Bracey study. They're looking at all their hospitals, and they're saying, hey, this hospital is performing well, this hospital is not performing well. Why is this hospital not performing well? And you have to start performing as well as this other hospital. There are no more, oh, we have the sickest patients or this or that. So I think the future is bright for blood management. And once again, like I said, we have to start thinking of blood as a liquid organ, and we have to start thinking of when blood is not working because we don't have enough, because we're losing it, or because it's not working, it's coagulopathic or hypercoagulable. This is blood failure, and we treat blood failure with the appropriate things, not just a transplant. Al? Hi.
You talked about false positive, patients not bleeding. You see it occasionally, was what your words were. In viscoelastic monitoring, I believe it's about 15% false positive and 0% false negative. Would you agree with that? And how often would you say false positive occur in your experience?
I think that's about right. I would say it's in my experience. And like I said, I'm being perfectly honest. I don't have recent experience with Rotem and TEG, with the exception of these, they came in for a few days and showed it to me. So I can't speak in that, and I can't really compare other than my short comparison. But viscoelastic testing does work. I think the false positive is low in what you say, and false negatives, I've rarely seen it.
That's a good point.
So I agree with you.
False positive, what Dr. Tibby said. He said, patient's not bleeding, but I've got a result that looked at it was out of the green.
We're not looking at predicting, right? We're looking at what's going on with the bleeding patient currently. Let's say they're not bleeding, but you have a low PCS. I could have a platelet count, and as a bone marrow nurse, I've seen this many times, of 5, but I'm not bleeding, where another patient might have a platelet count of 25 and be actively bleeding. So I think it's very patient-specific, which is also what's interesting with VET also, right? So I would say that just because it's a low PCS or a low FCS doesn't mean that they should be bleeding. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's the definition of false positive, so I appreciate it.
And there are other things you need to consider. You need to consider possibly that the patient is cold, that you can need to consider whether there's calcium depletion or you need DDAVP. So there are other things that you can consider. But when you look at viscoelastic testing, there's a reason that either that pin is going or the sound wave isn't coming back. And it's really, I think, a mistake of the technique, other than mistake of how you can interpret what's going on.
Very, very quickly, desmopressin. Can you use this to actually identify what patients would benefit from desmopressin?
Julie, do you want to answer that? No. I don't think so. It's one of the things that I will give, especially in patients with renal insufficiency that is bleeding and I can't correct it.
Right, so we see a lot of people where if you have a patient who has a completely normal Quantra or normal viscoelastic test, that's kind of already in their protocol because it's such a benign and safe drug, cheap, that they use DDAVP as part of their protocol, but you won't be picking up that you would need DDAVP on the Quantra by any means.
Yeah, there's no viscoelastic test that can pick up a von Willebrand fracture activity, so therefore, making that von Willebrand a little stickier can be a benefit for sure with DDAVP, and as Julie said, relatively benign.
I just had a question about all the research that you've done with blood management and everything. Have you ever had any exposure with EPO, or erythropoietin?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
In fact, it's part of our preoperative protocol. Not only do we treat patients with anemia with EPO and iron, if it's an emergency situation, there's a study that shows that even giving 80,000 units of 1 dose of EPO the day before surgery and a gram of iron. Now we have also a virtual anemia clinic, virtual in the sense that if I see a patient that's not an emergency, I'll see him in the office and let's say he's got some aortic stenosis or mitral regurg, and I know I'm gonna operate on him, but it's not an emergency. I look at his last labs, I see that he's anemic, I make one call, and our patient blood management team takes over. They bring him in, they do the hematological tests, they test for TIBC, et cetera, and they will treat him, and then we will coordinate when we do, so that when we bring a patient to the operating room, they are hopefully not anemic, because anemia is the #1 cause of postoperative transfusion. So, yes, so, and you could use Retacrit now, which is a biosimilar, which is a lot less expensive than erythropoietin itself, but we use it in everybody who has a hemoglobin of less than 9 preoperatively.
Okay, thank you. And on the slide about OR relationships, I think it's important to remember to always let the Wookiee win. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Always let the Wookiee win.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Do you want to say the last word?
Sure.
So whenever you had this program started at your hospital, I know a lot of places, and before I had worked for a company such as this as a rep for a couple of years, there was always a big hurdle to get over just getting the product in the door. And there were a lot of roadblocks, whether it be pathology holdups or lab or just people getting trained. How did you facilitate that in your hospital? Because I think that's the hardest part. I'm making an opinion. I would find that that's the hardest part for a lot of people here, because you can talk to your surgeon and they have a million things to do already. And then the lab also has a million things to do, and they don't want to have to do another thing or manage another thing. So can you just talk about who manages doing QCs and things like that, and the yearly, you know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, competencies, yeah.
Sure. Well, specific to Quantra, the QCs are very few and far between. You don't have to do it every day, or as far as I know. I don't do it. I don't know who does it. I think my perfusionist does it, or my lab does it, or you guys do it. I don't know what it is. As far as ease of study, as you saw, it's 1, 2, 3. Anybody, even including myself, could run a Quantra, no problem. Now, what you say, though, is very it's very true, and it's very institution specific. And different institutions have to be dealt in different ways, small versus large institutions, etc. Now, all you can do is, I mean, back 15 years ago, we didn't have the data that we have now with patient blood management, but now there is a ton of data on patient blood management, a ton of economical data on patient blood management, how much it saves, et cetera. Obviously, when the hospital sees that I've saved them, well, not I, but instituting patient blood management, of which they never heard of before I started a heart program there in 2007, when they see I saved them $15 million, you know, and I say, you know, I think we need a viscoelastic testing device. Yeah, it's not carte blanche, but they know that I am not pushing this device because I think it's the next best, greatest thing. I'm pushing this device because it will improve patient care, and I can show them that even in an institution that is very, very careful with patient blood management and rarely transfuse, I've saved them another $40,000 in 6 months or whatever. So, and the OR's got a budget, and the ICU's got a budget. So why are we fighting amongst ourselves when it really comes down to the hospital itself? It's the entire budget. If you need to change how much one or the other can spend on stuff, depending on where you put it. So it's very nice. I've got this machine is right behind me while I'm doing surgery, and my perfusionist will just, you know, do those tests, and I'll have my assistant close. I'll go to the ICU, and within 10 minutes, on my phone, I get the picture of the Quantra measurement, and I think they're working also on just getting it put out in the charts as well, or what have you. So, Jeff, do you want to?
There we go. So, Summer, thank you for the good questions. Just kind of dialing it back to the question on QC and competency. One of the nice things, I guess, if I may, you know, all cards on the table, you know I work for the company, but I will say that the QC regimen in Quantra is really thinking about the needs of the laboratory, who ultimately has to be responsible for the quality and accuracy of the results that are coming out. So in the development of Quantra as a whole, really we thought about that balance. Really, we have to meet the needs of all of the different stakeholders involved in the whole process, and I think that's one of the benefits. And QC is truly simple, and generally it's run monthly. Generally, you know, it's the competency, as Julie showed, interpretation. You guys all got a crash course in 10 minutes. It's not really much more than that. It's quite easy. And as far as you know, remote view and connectivity to the network, we have that. That's all covered. Dr. Tibby, perhaps we can all help him see the value of that. But no. Just thank you all so much. Thank you. Sanibel Symposium. If you're interested to learn more about Quantra, we're at the booth. I'll be doing a presentation also tomorrow evening, very short, just a little bit more detail on what we've just started. And I know Dr. Tibby offered his algorithm to anyone that was interested. So I think that's it. Thanks, guys. Hope you liked your lunch.
Our next speaker, am I on? Our next speaker is going to be really exciting in the strategy that we've been playing with today with ECMO. While they're setting up his computer, though, I'll go ahead and announce him. Dr. Phil Mason is the Adult ECMO Medical Director at Brooke Army Medical Center, San Antonio, Texas. Dr. Mason completed his undergraduate training at Texas A&M University and received his Doctor of Medicine degree at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center in 1999. He then completed a residency in emergency medicine at Carolinas Medical Center prior to entering active duty military service in the U.S. Air Force. And we thank you, Colonel, for your service, sir. After completing a fellowship in critical care medicine and a Master of Science in Clinical Research degree from the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, he followed up with a fellowship in ECMO ECLS at Houston Methodist Hospital. Now I'll give my little commentary. One of the most frequent questions that I receive when visiting various centers is, how does one manage sedation on long-term ECMO patients? So often, I observe patients kept in deep sedation for periods of time and then allowed the holiday, as they call it in some centers, which usually ends up in some type of delirium and anxiousness, dropping oxygen saturations in patients exhibiting hypertension, only to be sedated again for calmness and easier manageability for clinicians. The patient then becomes hypotensive and excessive fluids are infused. This often appears to be a yo-yo treatment where the regimen is altered with each change in primary care provider shifts. I saw Dr. Mason's excellent session at the last ELSO conference and was inspired to invite him to Sanibel to clarify some of this oft misunderstood treatment. Perhaps he will offer us some food for thought in his presentation entitled "The Path to Awake and Delirium-Free Does Not Go Through the Pharmacy." Dr. Mason, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Bill. I got my computer set up just in time. I think it's going to work out perfectly, which is really rare and unusual, so it's a good day. Yeah, so hey, thanks for inviting me, Bill. I'm really glad to be here. It is awesome to be doing an in-person conference finally. This is actually, I think, the second or third one I've done since, what's that thing called? COVID. Kind of tripped us all up. But this is the first one where we're not all wearing masks. And it's great to see all your faces out there. Now, be careful, because without a mask, if you make faces at me, I will see you. But I won't call you out. I know you have 2 years of history where you've been making all kinds of faces and nobody can see them. Now, if I see you wearing sunglasses, I know you're rolling your eyes at me, and then that'll have to call out. So thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Before I start, who's a perfusionist in the room? Can you raise your hand? Whew, a lot of y'all. I know, perfusion.com. I got it. Any nurses here? Any ICU nurses? Respiratory therapists. I see. Is there an ICU finger back there? Did somebody go like that? No? RTs, no RTs? And then how about, RT. Good to see. All right. Physicians anywhere? Probably a couple, right? Somebody's got to buy the drinks tonight. Steve Conrad's going to buy the drinks tonight. I see Steve over there, so awesome. Well, yeah, so as Bill said, my name is Phil Mason. I'm the Adult ECMO Medical Director at Brooke Army Medical Center. I gave Bill a title a while back that had something to do about not going through the pharmacy, and Bill, I changed it on you just a little bit, buddy, but the content is the same. We're going to talk about ECMO 2.0, how do we get patients awake, and through the process of doing that, we are going to de-emphasize using medications because they are really part of the problem, not part of the solution. Okay, so everybody had disclosures. I have no financial conflicts of interest. I have a ton of financial conflicts, but they're not interesting. ECMO, as you all know, is a lot of off-label use of equipment. Everybody here knows that. And then I have this unique disclosure that the rest of the people don't have to make, which is I work for the United States government. And they allow me to do so many things on their behalf, really, really difficult things, all sorts of things. But after all these years, 23, I'm retiring next month, after 23 years, they don't trust me. They don't let me speak for them because they don't trust me. But the feeling is mutual, so I think we're probably in a good place there. Let's get started with the content here, guys. Thanks for having me. Well, look at this slide. You guys have all seen things like this before. A lot of you are familiar with the concept of ECMO 1.0 versus ECMO 2.0, right? ECMO 1.0 was, let's see, what was it? High anticoagulation levels, older equipment like roller pumps and silicone membrane oxygenators, mostly veno-arterial ECMO, even for respiratory support, all these sorts of things. But one of the things that really typified ECMO 1.0 was deep sedation and a complete lack of mobility, right? The thought of getting those patients out of bed really was unthinkable. Fast forward, and ECMO 2.0 has a lot of things changed from that time, but the main thing that typifies it is mobility, awake, rehabilitation, up to and including ambulatory patients. That, for me, is really the most defining feature of ECMO 2.0. Now, 10 years ago, this stuff wasn't happening, or was maybe in a very small number of centers, but over the past 10 or 12 years, it's become more common. There's a lot of centers that do this. These are my patients, but there's plenty of centers that are doing this. There's some centers where they're not doing any mobility at all, and then most of the people are probably somewhere in between. Let me let you in on a secret coming from a program that's really aggressive with mobility. These are my star performers. I didn't come here to do ECMO show and tell so that I could show you the patient that I never got awake because they started coughing and getting agitated and got resedated and got in that cycle. So these are the really nice ones. I'm going to talk about how we get there. How do we get to ECMO 2.0, starting from this? How many people have ECMO patients that sign into the hospital through outpatient surgery, and they show up for their elective admission for an ECMO run in the ICU? So they're clear-headed, they're physically strong, they're nutritionally replete, they're not volume overloaded, and this is going to be a nice, smooth run. That's not my program, that's not your program, that's not anybody's program. Particularly with respiratory failure patients, which I'm going to focus on, but really all the ECMO patients, we start off in a deep hole. A lot of them are prone and paralyzed, particularly for respiratory failure, as I said. So they're very deconditioned. A lot of them are in restraints. They've been marinated in that medication you see on the left there, Versed. They have brain dysfunction, delirium. And so we start off in a really big hole. And that's our biggest barrier that we have to getting patients awake and mobile. So let's talk through a little bit of a systematic approach on how we can conquer this problem. Because you're mostly perfusionists and you're all ECMO-philes, as I call it, as opposed to ECMO-phobes, I'm going to focus a lot on ECMO physiology and management. How do we use the ECMO circuit correctly to maximize our chance of success? Then we'll talk a little bit about management of delirium, less so about anxiety, but they overlap a lot. And then we'll talk, finally at the end, just a little bit about physical strengthening. Though I have to say that's the easy part. If you can deliver a patient who is awake and adequately supported with ECMO, I guarantee you, your nurses and physical therapists, they will get the patient out of the bed. They aren't the problem, you are. So we'll work through that. And as we go through this applies to all the ECMO populations out there. And I know as a perfusion-heavy group, there's probably a lot of VA ECMO in this group. I'm going to focus a lot on respiratory failure because that's where ambulation and mobility, I think, really matters the most because the runs are long. But this applies to pretty much everything. With respect to ECMO support, we're going to first talk about mobility with femoral cannulas. Prepare to have your mind blown, or prepare to be bored, I guess, depending on what your program does. Briefly, I want to talk about mechanical support of the right ventricle. A little bit about cannulation specifically, where does the drainage cannula need to go, and how does that set you up for success or failure? And finally, we're going to talk a little bit about hypoxemia, the physiology on veno-venous ECMO, and why you need to interpret it in context so that you don't terminate all of your sessions because of hypoxemia. The picture on the left upper side there has been around for a long time. You guys have all seen this. This is off the Mackay Getinga website, the advertisement for the Avalon cannula. Now, we have the crescent now, and I didn't want to favor one over the other, so the image on the bottom left is actually from their website, and I merged them together as if it's one graphic, just to show my neutrality. And then the patient on the right, I don't know the story on this patient, but he's very iconic. If you look about ECMO ambulation, you'll see it. I know the picture originated with Chuck Hoops, but really a guy who kind of typifies the dual lumen cannula and what it did for ECMO. When the Avalon cannula came out in 2009, it was absolutely revolutionary, and it opened the door in many ways to ECMO 2.0. Prior to that time, patients either had femoral cannulas, most of them, and the thought of walking a patient with femoral cannulas was really just foreign. Okay, so that was the limiting factor. And then some of them had central cannulations with open chests and were limited in that way. But this device really changed the landscape and got ECMO mobility on the radar. The thing it also did, though, is to let all of us come to believe that it does facilitate mobility, but we have come to believe that it's required for mobility in a lot of programs, okay? And that's something I want to talk about briefly. If you're in a program that requires a dual lumen cannula to get out of bed, I need you to adjust your thinking. We have to get past that if we're going to get all of our patients mobile. Here's just a few of the case series that are out there that describe mobilizing patients with femoral ECMO cannulas. The one on the top left is from 2014. It was 8 years ago, a good long time ago. That's from Columbia University. That's a big paper on ECMO mobility. They did not all have femoral cannulas, but some of them did. And all the rest of two of these papers actually specifically cover femoral arterial ECMO cannulas. Does that give anybody heartburn? Make anybody nervous? I think so. I'm looking around the room. You're too nervous to nod your head. I'll nod for you. It does. Okay. So you have got to adjust your thinking and recognize that that's a safe practice. Now, I've talked about it. I've shown you some pictures, shown you some of these case series, at least the titles of them, that moving patients with femoral cannulas is safe. Now I need to give you a visual so that you can walk out of this room and never forget it. And you can go back and preach it to the people you work with. Now I have to warn you, the images you're about to see may be disturbing to some audiences. This is one of my patients from about 4 years ago. And you see him lying supine there. We use a recumbent bicycle sometimes for patients who are ready to do physical therapy, but don't yet have the physical strength to actually stand up. A bicycle is one of many ways, but it's very effective. And you can see he has a FEM-FEM ECMO, VV ECMO configuration there, and he's just chugging along just fine. The earth did not stop spinning, neither did the ECMO pump, by the way, and everything went fine. Okay, so take that image with you and realize, I don't care that you have your patient try to bicycle with femoral ECMO cannulas. I do care that you're willing to get them out of bed and let them walk. I'll tell you a graphic I wanted to put in here. I tell you guys everything, it's like we're best friends. I had this patient that used to sit on the bedside toilet, leaned over with his knees, or his elbows on his knees on the potty with his femoral venous ECMO cannulas. And I asked him once, I said, Chester, please, can I take a picture of you pooping? Because I think it will help to deliver my point to people I speak to. And he said no. I figured if I asked him again, it was going to get weird. But that image is forever burned in my mind. So look at me and you can imagine this is a safe practice. All right, move forward a little bit, but stay on the topic of cannulation. This is a brief little topic I want to touch on. Speaking specifically about respiratory failure patients now, there is a subset of patients where no matter how great your VV ECMO circuit is, no matter how well it flows, even if you can get the blood gases perfectly normal, there's a subset of patients you will not succeed in mobilizing because gas exchange was not their main problem. It was pulmonary hypertension and right ventricular failure, okay? This occurs in ARDS. You know, it's fairly common. COVID-related ARDS, I think we all would agree it's more prevalent. It's a major problem. And also your interstitial lung disease patients, bridge to lung transplant, et cetera, those patients are not limited by hypoxemia sometimes. They're limited by severe pulmonary hypertension and right ventricular failure. So if you are failing to mobilize the patient can't tolerate PT, and you're not able to get out of bed, that's a question you need to ask. Plenty of medical management strategies for right ventricular dysfunction, for pulmonary hypertension, IV therapies, inhaled therapies, there's even oral therapies. And you know, they're only modestly effective. And if you're sitting on the beginning stages of a long ECMO run, they're not going to get you there. So if RV dysfunction is the problem, you need to move pretty quickly to mechanical support if you're going to be successful. Two good options here, classically, is what you see on the left there. That's drainage using a arterial cannula advanced through the right IJ into the right atrium, and then returning through a graft sewn on the right subclavian artery. Many of you are familiar with this technique to some extent because of your bypass cases in the OR. The technique's a little bit different. Matt Bacchetta really was facile with this and pushed it and has kind of a specific technique. But it's an effective way of supporting the right ventricle and bridging patients to transplant and still able to get them up and walk. I just put that diagram in there. Remember the guy I showed you that was standing up a few slides ago? When I found this article, I just had to put, it's the same guy, right? That's just an image of him there. More recently, there's a new technique to do this, which is the Protect Duo. So another way to provide mechanical support to the right ventricle as well as gas exchange support. Still probably finding its place and where it's going to fit in, but I can tell you, as you probably all know, there's at least one group, or two that I know of, that have been very, very aggressive with this in all their COVID patients, not even waiting for RV failure to develop, just doing it empirically. They've been very successful. Probably a lot of reasons for their success, but this early approach to RV support might be one of them. Okay? So you can walk with femoral cannulas, and if the RV failure is your problem, VV ECMO is not going to solve it. You need to escalate quickly, or that patient's never going to get out of bed. Okay, so before I start on this slide, can I just ask you to please excuse the ungloved hand? This is an animal experiment, and you can look. It's not my hand. Look, everybody, it's not mine. So please excuse that. But I want to talk a little bit about how we insert the drainage cannula and how this one little fact can be really important to your success. Most of the time in respiratory failure patients, we start off anyway, draining from the inferior vena cava that we've accessed through one of the femoral veins. And it's important to remember the inferior vena cava is different depending on what level you're talking about. It's a different structure. Down low, it's a really collapsible, thin-walled structure. Can be, very easily collapsed. So if you put a large cannula inside of its lumen and apply negative pressure to it, it's very prone to collapsing. And it glues onto that cannula the way saran wrap would glue onto your face if you were trying to breathe in. You can see in this video here, I don't know if it projects really well, but you can almost see where the vena cava is being sucked into the side holes of that multi-stage cannula. Now, this is an animal. They're pushing the circuit really hard to make a point. Okay, but the vena cava is very collapsible at that point. A little farther up, where it goes through the liver, it becomes the intrahepatic vena cava. There, it's almost not even a vessel. It's integrated into the parenchyma of the liver. So it's very rigid and stented open and much less prone to collapse. So we're going to be far better off if we drain blood from this part of the vena cava than from the other, from the lower portion. Now, if your patient's going to stay sedated and lie in bed, it doesn't really matter. It just doesn't matter. But wake this patient up and have them start doing some deep belly breathing. Let them get a little bit ventilator dysynchrony. Let them cough a few times, and you're going to find this chatter is very prevalent in patients who have drainage cannulas positioned really low. And you're much more resistant if it's up in the intrahepatic cava. A little bit more on that same topic here. That's a multi-stage venous cannula you guys see on the left. Everybody here knows what that is. It still has a dilator in it, but it's got some side holes pictured there. The picture next to it is a simulation study that used MRI to detect fluid in motion, okay? And they have a model of a multi-stage venous cannula there. The base is at the bottom, the tip is up near the top, and everywhere you see a black arrow is one of those side port holes. So within that cannula, where it's dark black, that's where the most fluid movement is, and it gets more gray as you go up. So what am I telling you here? There's very little flow from the upper holes, the far distal holes on that multi-stage cannula. It's mostly through the lower holes. Here's another way to make the same point. This is a 3D reconstructed CT scan. I got this out of the medical literature. Is there any surgeons here or anybody that's really good with anatomy? Or just somebody remind me, there's not a blood vessel that takes that path of that left femoral cannula, is there? I can't remember anything that looks quite like that. So what's happened here is this femoral drainage cannula from the left side has exited the vascular space there in the pelvis. And you can see the side holes, right? Like that lowest one might be in the vascular, it probably is. That one may be in the vascular space, maybe. All the rest of these are in the retroperitoneum. Their point in publishing this was not to talk about ECMO cannulation complications, though that would be a doozy if they were. The point they made is this circuit worked just fine. The circuit was flowing just fine because the drainage was never from those distal holes in the first place. It was from the more proximal holes, okay? So have I convinced you that most of the flows through the proximal holes? I can't move forward until I have. All right, keep that in mind and look at this x-ray of a patient I took care of. This is a hospital I moonlight at, and I got called to see this patient. They kept asking for fluid bolus after fluid bolus. They kept telling me the patient, it's chattering. So finally I go over there to see the patient. And the patient had a KUB in the radiology viewer from earlier in the day, and I just took a look at it. And you see that multi-stage cannula coming from the left there. It's kind of hard to see, I'm sorry. But look at these upper holes on this cannula. You can see the gaps where the wire wrapping is eliminated for the gaps there. That's down in that collapsible part of the IVC that I was telling you about, right? It should be, the liver's way up here. The tip of this cannula should be up somewhere around the level of the diaphragm or even into the right atrium. So that's a problem. Here's a bigger problem. Remember those holes where all the flow occurred from? I don't know if you guys can see them really well here, but they're where those arrows are at. Those holes are actually in the iliac vein, which is far, far smaller than the vena cava, okay? So what I'm telling you is, at this situation, they're gonna call you, all day long for more fluid. Somebody's gonna start talking about, oh, we need a second drainage cannula, we have drainage insufficiency. Well, you either need a second drainage cannula placed or you need the first one to be placed correctly. Now, this is easier said than done, but for the use of even surface echo and ultrasound, there's a lot of ways to get at this, but to make sure the cannula is inserted deep enough. And again, wake your patient up and have them start coughing, that cannula is going to chatter nonstop, and your progress is going to be halted. All right, that's all about cannulas, but I'm going to stay on the topic of ECMO here. Just a little bit of physiology of ECMO. Most of you probably know this. If that's the case, it's a refresher. Those of you that don't know it, it's super important, so pay attention. That is not a set of lungs with ears, by the way. I know it may look like that. That's the right and left side of the heart on each side of the lungs there. Let's look at normal physiology. So we have oxygenated blood coming out of the left heart. It goes to the periphery where it's deoxygenated, returns to the right as venous blood. As it crosses the lungs, if the lungs are normal, then the blood becomes oxygenated as it goes across. Pretty simple. I sure hope this is what's happening in all of us right now at this very moment. All right, these lungs are a little grayer, and this is an ARDS situation. And there's not a lot different here, really just showing you that in this case, the lungs are less effective at oxygenating the blood, so it comes out slightly desaturated. You've got some arterial hypoxemia here. I don't know what that saturation is. I just chose that dark color of red from PowerPoint. But let's say the arterial saturation is maybe 75% here. So we decided to put this patient on ECMO. Let's see how that looks. So put an ECMO circuit in there. I put a block across the lungs to tell you they're not working. That's not always the case, but for this argument, let's assume there's no native lung function left. The blood comes out of the left heart, becomes deoxygenated, but as it goes to the ECMO circuit, it becomes 100% oxygenated before it ever reaches back to the lungs. So this is an ideal situation on ECMO. As it goes across the lungs, it doesn't matter that there's no native lung function because the blood's already oxygenated. So let's put some numbers up here to help us understand what's going on. In this patient, the cardiac output is 5 liters per minute. Nice normal cardiac output for somebody that's just hanging out at rest. That means that the total venous return to the heart is 5 liters per minute. Does anybody want to guess what I'm going to make the ECMO flow? 5 liters per minute. ECMO flow is 5 liters per minute. And the O2 transfer, you all know how to calculate this, most of your perfusionists. The O2 transfer in that membrane lung is 300 mils per minute, we'll just say. Okay? So this is a really good situation here. If ECMO always worked this way, it would be a pretty easy technology to deal with, right? If the patients were always 100% saturated. But that's not what happens. In this example, the cardiac output is now 10 liters per minute, which means the venous return is also 10 liters per minute. What's the ECMO circuit flow going to be? I mean, you can turn it up as much as you want, but it has limits. Let's say the ECMO circuit continues to flow at 5 liters per minute. What happens to that extra 5 liters of blood every minute that can't go through the ECMO circuit? That blood bypasses the ECMO system, goes straight to the right side of the heart, and it becomes an admixture there in the right atrium. So what you end up with is some significant arterial hypoxemia, even though you're on veno-venous ECMO. Has everybody seen this before? This is super important. What's also important is that the gas transfer in that membrane lung is still 300 mils per minute. If that was adequate for the patient 10 minutes ago, it's adequate for the patient now. Okay, the blood is less saturated because the cardiac output's elevated. At the end of the day, this arterial hypoxemia does not necessarily mean that there's tissue hypoxia. It's really important. And if you understand that, you'll be a lot more comfortable pushing through and trying to do rehabilitation on the patients, even though the oxygen saturation is low. Because you know, as long as that ECMO circuit is flowing, and you can calculate the oxygen transfer, I know you guys do this all the time, if it's adequate, then the oxygen transfer is adequate. And for the most part, even pretty significant hypoxemia does not tend to be a problem for the veno-venous ECMO patients. Now, there's a lot of debate in ECMO circles on what to do with this, so I don't want to open that Pandora's box. But I will say, in some situations, the oxygen consumption does go up, right? Because now you're trying to exercise the patient. And we need a little bit of guidance on what to do there. So to learn that, we're going to travel over to Nepal, to this place called Mount Everest. This is a really cool, fascinating paper that was in the New England Journal some years ago, and it looked at 10 people who climbed Mount Everest. And on the left there, you can see they measured arterial blood gases at varying levels along the way. Obviously, when you climb Everest, it's a progression up that altitude. You don't just go straight to the top. Now, on the right-hand side, you see the blood gases from 4 subjects at the summit of Mount Everest, the highest place on Earth. No kidding, they all made it to the top, but these are the 4 people that were present when the Sherpa was available to run the lab sample back down the mountain. That's what they said in the manuscript. Can't make these things up. So let's look at them and see if we can learn how to deal with hypoxemia in the face of having to do exercise. Well, first of all, yeah, they're pretty hypoxemic. What's that PO2 there? It's about 25. Arterial PO2 is 25. Oxygen saturation mean of 54%. Anybody getting heartburn yet? Whew, man, right? And these guys are walking up the side of the tallest mountain in the world, carrying a backpack, mind you. Pretty impressive. But they're not anaerobic. The lactate's 2.2 on average. I mean, it's a little bit elevated, but that wouldn't surprise you for anybody exercising. Pretty remarkable. Can y'all read that? Can anybody see what the mean hemoglobin in the patients was? It was 19. It was 19, right? So that was their compensatory mechanism. Now, man, you want to talk about a Pandora's box, go to an ECMO meeting and talk about what the hemoglobin should be. Dr. Bartlett's not here, is he? Am I safe to continue, guys? Okay. Okay, but I'm not telling you I push hemoglobins to this level in any of them. I've never been to 19. Most of my patients have a hemoglobin that is similar to all my other ICU patients, somewhere between 7 and 8. However, there is a subset of patients that are pretty hypoxemic. I can't get them out of bed. We're not having success exercising. In that case, the climbers of Mount Everest would remind you that if you just push the hemoglobin up a little bit, you will get a greater oxygen delivery for the same oxygen saturation. And these curves just show the content of oxygen content of arterial blood at 3 different levels of hemoglobin. And you can see as you go from hemoglobin of 7 to hemoglobin of 15, you basically double the content of the oxygen content of the blood. Does that make sense? So we have a way. For the most part, we need to just let hypoxemia be. It doesn't always indicate a problem. If we are up against a wall and we think there's something to do, we still don't need to cancel physical therapy and keep the patient sedated. We can augment the hemoglobin and overcome it that way. All right, that's enough physiology. I'm going to change gears just a little bit here. I'll let you guys all read that for yourselves there. Well, I'll read it to you. Delirium is a disturbance of consciousness with inattention accompanied by a change in cognition or perceptual disturbance that develops over a short period of time. All right, show of hands and be honest. How many of you had this state last night at the pool when you were drinking? Anybody? Come on, guys. Nobody had this? Bill, are you sure they're all perfusionists, man? They said they were all perfusionists. I'm a little bit surprised here. No, I understand. How many of you have this confusional state right now? Your blood sugar shouldn't be low, but you could be nodding off after lunch. Okay, so delirium. I want to talk about that for a few minutes. It's really important. Delirium occurs in up to 80% of mechanically ventilated patients, and it tends to associate with higher severity of illness. What I'm saying is if you put a patient on ECMO, the likelihood they have delirium is probably at least 80%. It's really high. It's associated with increased mortality, is associated with increased length of stay, and increased hospital costs. So everybody in medicine, no matter what your role is, should really care about this, including hospital administrators, all the way down to the folks at the bedside. The reason you need to care about it as an ECMO practitioner is because it is the central feature in this thing that I'm going to call the pathway to failure. And this is a little bit about similar to what Bill was kind of talking about in the introduction there. So let me walk you through the pathway to failure. It's not something I would normally walk somebody through, but by walking you through it, maybe you can avoid it. As I do this, think back to your ICU and tell me if you've ever seen this. Okay, the patient is sedated. They probably have some delirium because it's really common. And on rounds that morning, the plan is, hey, we're going to get this patient awake. We got to get them up and get walking, right? So you lighten the sedation. What happens to the patient? They become agitated. You know exactly what I'm talking about. They're squirming. Their heart rate's 130. They're trying to pull out devices. They're struggling against restraints. And when they get agitated, their oxygen saturation drops. They become hypoxemic. Maybe because the cardiac output is up, right? We talked about that. Maybe it's because your ECMO circuit won't flow anymore. Maybe the cannula is sitting low, or even a perfectly placed cannula will only tolerate so much, right? So through a kind of a confluence of factors, the patients become hypoxemic. The nursing staff responds, well, the physician staff too for the most part, responds by resedating that patient in response to hypoxemia. And this cycle goes round and round. Now, resedating that patient is a fabulous short-term solution if it's the hypoxemia that you were trying to treat. Congratulations, you've done a great job, and it's going to get you through the end of your shift. It's not going to get your patient out of the hospital. The problem is that the medications that we use to sedate the patient cause delirium. They cause delirium. There's a lot of things that cause delirium, but the medicines we use to sedate the patients are one of the big culprits. So we end up in this never-ending cycle. Has anybody ever seen this in your hospital? This is super common, right? And we've got to find a way to break out of this cycle. Now, what Bill was talking about earlier, the same thing happens, and I don't have this in this cycle, Bill, but we could add it in. The patient gets a big old wallop of propofol and a bunch of fentanyl because they're wild and crazy, and then the MAP is 43, right? And then somebody gives a liter of fluid and the pressure doesn't come up, so now they're back on vasopressors, and we do that little up and down dance. Somewhere along the line, we got to break out of this, guys. Let's talk about how we're going to do that. Before I do, I want to point you to a couple of resources. Delirium is a huge issue. There's entire conferences, bigger than this, on ICU delirium alone. It's super important. If you're an ECMO practitioner, an ECMO medical director, ECMO coordinator, anybody involved in the field, you might care about this. There's a few resources you should look to. On the left is ICUdelirium.org, kind of like perfusion.com, right? You want to know about perfusion? Go to perfusion.com. You want to know about delirium? Go to ICUdelirium.org. Just click on that little link for medical professionals. There's a ton of great resources there that will teach you and teach your team, teach your patients and families about delirium and a lot of strategies to cope with it and how to deal with it. So that's a great resource. On the right there is the sedation guidelines that came out from the Society of Critical Care Medicine about 4 years ago. A real big component of these guidelines are how we can deal with delirium or avoid causing delirium in our patients. So I refer you to those. I can't offer you an in-depth discussion of delirium because I'm not that smart on it myself, and it's a whole conference worth. But I will talk about a few specific things that I think really apply to our patient population, that being the ECMO patients. One of the tools that you'll find there, by the way, is this. This is called the CAM-ICU, or it's Confusion Assessment Method-ICU. We're used to seeing the subtype of delirium we call agitated, where the patient is really mobile and it's obvious that something is not right. Though actually the more common presentation is hypoactive delirium, where the patient is confused, but there's not physical manifestations. In those cases, you have to screen for it, and this is a way to unmask that. So that's an important thing. So let's talk about a few approaches on how we're going to deal with delirium. And the first thing I want to do is talk about sedation, okay? This is really important, guys. Some of y'all were around in the Reagan years. Do you remember Nancy Reagan's approach to the drug epidemic? It was just say no, right? So just say no is also the right approach to ICU sedation. Just say no. Now, am I pushing it a little bit here? Maybe. But you don't know if you don't try. I'm going to show you another video. This is part conference lecture for me and part ECMO show and tell. Here's one of my patients. Look at his endotracheal tube in his mouth. He's on no sedation. This guy has a subclavian artery ECMO circuit. Watch him stop here, adjust his endotracheal tube. Nurses are nervous right now. He gives the nod. I'm good to go. Let's do this, guys. Okay, this guy's on no sedation. He's got an oral endotracheal tube. Now, most of my patients we push to extubate pretty early, actually, and if we can't extubate or choose not to for whatever reason, we go to a trach. I don't honestly recall why this gentleman had this ET tube 2 weeks into his hospital course or his ECMO run. But what I want you to see is he's on no sedation whatsoever. He is as calm and cool as a cucumber, up walking around with an oral endotracheal tube. Can all patients do that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But most of them never get the chance because we don't try. We assume, there's this, y'all have this drug, it's called, it's a long word, it sounds like 2 words together. Oh, it's called Propenfent. You guys have that Propenfent? It's like one drug in my hospital. And every patient that comes in gets put on Propenfent. And I ask, why are they on that? And nobody can answer. It's just a reflex that we do that for all the patients. So the first thing you need to ask yourself every time, does the patient need sedation at all? Okay, ask that question. The answer may be yes, but it may be no. And even if it is yes, we should be trying to minimize sedation. So we unfortunately, they can't all do this. We're going to have to use some sedation. Let's talk about how we can do that most effectively. The just say no moniker still applies to this medication called lorazepam, better known as Ativan. There were no nurses here, right? Okay, good. Because I always tell people, I'm like, listen, save the Ativan for the nurses. Please don't give it to my patients. Okay. There are a number of things that we do in critical care medicine, sedation practices and otherwise, that are associated with causing delirium. One of the very strong associations is continuous infusions of lorazepam or Ativan. You all probably see this in your hospital. Maybe more commonly it's Versed. This study looked at Ativan, but Versed or midazolam probably has the same issues. So I would tell you, I don't recall the last time I used a continuous infusion of Versed or Ativan in any of my patients. I just don't do it. It's very good for status epilepticus. It's not bad for alcohol withdrawal. It is not for ICU sedation, at least in my program, and I think it's helped us. Now, I told you your patients don't get admitted electively for ECMO. They've been marinated in lorazepam before you ever met them. So you have to now break out of this cycle. And just a few thoughts that I'll share on that. Don't try to wean the Ativan or Versed off. Just stop it. Because when you wean it, first of all, it becomes very long-acting. If the patient's been on a high dose for a long time, every fat cell in their body is saturated with this stuff. So you stop it, it weans itself as it leaches out over time. But more importantly, you're going to cut it back. It's at 8 milligrams an hour, and you cut it back to 4. When you come in tomorrow morning, it's going to be 8 again. I guarantee you it will. You've all seen this happen, right? So discontinue it. Take it off of the MAR so it is not an option. Occasionally, I will replace it with an intermittent bolus of Ativan, though very reluctantly, because you just have to. It's like trying to quit smoking, right? You got to go cold turkey. That's the most effective way to do it. So I just stop it. Now, occasionally you'll run into issues with withdrawal and certain things like that. Those are different cases we have to work through. But same with fentanyl drips, by the way. Just get rid of them. Just stop it completely. And your patients are going to wake up crazy. You're going to have to battle through that. But at some point, they'll become clear-headed, and you'll be glad you did it. All right, so you can't use Ativan, right? In fact, I always tell my house staff that all the patients I take care of have an allergy to Ativan. Ketamine, too, by the way, for me. So what should I use? Some of the patients need sedation. What should I use? I think your best bet is going to be Precedex or dexmedetomidine. There's pretty good evidence that it's among the most benign agents we have with regard to delirium. On the left here, you see a randomized controlled trial of about 100 patients. These are all ICU patients, and they got randomized to be sedated either with that continuous infusion of lorazepam we just talked about or with dexmedetomidine. And you see at the bottom there, the Precedex patients have more days alive without delirium and coma, lower incidence of coma, and spent more time within their target range of sedation. The study on the right was done slightly differently. These are 74 patients. This is from ANZIX, the Australia-New Zealand group that has really high-quality research. These are 74 patients that were kind of ready to be extubated, but they couldn't because their agitation was requiring sedation, and it was prolonging their intubation, basically. And they randomized them to either have Precedex added or to have placebo added, basically. And again, you see more ventilator-free hours, shorter time to extubation, and a shorter duration of delirium. So Precedex is your friend. Precedex is your friend. If you need continuous ICU sedation, I would absolutely start there. Now, y'all around the ICUs a lot, you know there is a subset of patients where you put them on Precedex and you can't even tell they're on it. It might as well be water. It does not work for everybody. Propofol is probably the right drug in that situation. The level of evidence for propofol and Precedex is about the same. There's no evidence that one is necessarily better than the other. So propofol would have a similar level of support in the medical literature. The reason I prefer Precedex is it's much easier to have the patients awake. You can find a happy zone with propofol where they're calm but awake. It's much easier for me to find that with Precedex, so that's my preference. But propofol is not entirely evil. Okay, so we also need some adjuncts. If we put all the patients on Precedex, we're still going to have a significant number of patients that are a little bit agitated and difficult to deal with. So in that case, in my hospital, we use atypical antipsychotics, particularly quetiapine. The trade name is Seroquel. And this study shows a reduced duration of delirium, 36 versus 120 hours, and less agitation. They used a different score. I used RASS, but much less agitation there with atypical antipsychotics. Now, there's no evidence that they don't treat delirium, and I want to be clear about that. But they are associated with a lower incidence in some studies. Here's what they really do for me, though. I know the patients need some degree of sedation sometimes, right? They got to tolerate an ET tube and just tolerate lying in bed all the time and tolerate hearing my intern ramble on rounds and all that stuff. So they need some sort of sedation. I need something to control their agitation. When they start really resisting therapy and causing problems, I need something to treat them with. And I haven't talked a lot about anxiety, but I need something to hopefully treat their anxiety with. Now, what other class of drugs does this? Benzos. Man, it does all three of those things. It's great, right? The difference is if I use atypical antipsychotics, I can achieve those goals without worsening the delirium. So this can help me break out of that cycle. So I don't want to overstate their efficacy. They're not wonder drugs, but they will accomplish these short-term goals for you without digging you deeper into that delirium hole, okay? Last medication I'm going to talk about is this thing called Ramelteon. Ramelteon is a melatonin-like drug. It's not melatonin. I'm not a sleep physiologist, but the people who are tell me it has some features that make it superior. But Ramelteon is a sleep aid, 8 milligrams given at night. It has been associated with significant reductions in delirium in ICU patients. In this particular study, it was 24% incidence in the people on Ramelteon versus 46% of patients on the patients that didn't get it. So that's pretty impressive. Another trial looked at Ramelteon versus placebo. We saw delirium develop in 3%, so almost none, frankly, of the Ramelteon group, and about a third of the placebo group. Now, I told you delirium is about 80% of patients. These were not all ICU patients. That's why the total incidence is a little bit lower, but the effect is still very impressive. So Precedex, Seroquel, and Ramelteon, that's the three medications we use to manage ICU, sedation, delirium, anxiety, and it's very effective. And most often, you need nothing more than that. If you do, then propofol is your best friend. Now, the thing I probably should have told you first is that non-pharmacological measures are probably the mainstay of our therapy, preventing delirium, not treating it. And that's a couple of things. Reorientation is super important, right? So every day or 10 times a day, either a nurse or a doc or a family member says, hi, Bill, you're in the ICU. My name's Phil, and I'm your doctor. It's Tuesday. Don't you remember you got pneumonia and you're in the ICU? Okay. You have to do that 100 times a day and remind these patients to bring them back to reality. Familiar voices and people they know are very effective at that. Cognitively stimulating activities, super important. What do you guys do for cognitive stimulation? What if you were on a long bus ride or airplane? What did you do on the airplane flying in here yesterday? Any of you play on your phones? Word search, Sudoku, crossword puzzle, something like that. In 2022, patients need their cell phones. Handwritten crosswords are so 2021, right? They need to engage their mind. And in this day and age, that means a phone. The patients need their phones as soon as possible. Even still on the ventilator, they're going to text their family. They're going to do a lot of things. I think it's super important. Kind of a nod to our keynote speaker. Meditation and relaxation techniques, man, don't underestimate the effectiveness of this. It's difficult in the ICU. You kind of have to have a champion that's willing to be the person that kind of pushes that. We were fortunate enough to have a psychologist that works in our pulmonary clinic. We can borrow him sometimes. And some of his biofeedback and other relaxation techniques can be super effective and very helpful with our delirium and our anxiety problems. And then the last thing here is promote good sleep. It's super important. The alarm should be silenced or turned off. Loud talking on the night shift is a no-no. Nursing care should be decreased to the absolute minimum. So I'm preaching that to you, and now I'm going to show you what I actually do in my hospital. This is a screenshot from my radiology system in my hospital. I blacked out the patient's name. His name was Andrew, by the way. This column right here shows the time of all of his chest x-rays. Now, first of all, I'm embarrassed that we got that many chest x-rays. I usually get chest x-rays every 2 or 3 days in my ECMO patients. He was having recurrent pneumothoraces, so we got them more often. But look at the times. I'll read them to you. 4:37 a.m., 3:45, 3:56, 4:04, 4:36, 3:57. Didn't I just say to promote good sleep? Good Lord, what are we doing to these patients, right? I have another screenshot. I didn't include it here. Patient without a Foley gets Lasix at 10 o'clock at night. Brilliant. That's a great way to promote sleep. Good job, guys, right? The things we do, we underestimate the effect that they have on our patients. So engage your frontal lobe and think through these things. Now, you couldn't make these x-rays later because there's a whole hospital workflow that hinges on this, right? That x-ray tech has a pattern they take through the hospital to get everything done. The physicians want to see these x-rays, when they're pre-rounding, et cetera. So it may be difficult, but just keep it in mind. And maybe, cancel those x-rays sometimes. We don't need them. All right, so we've talked about getting the patient good ECMO support and delirium-free. Let's talk about the win now. Let's just close it out with a little bit of physical therapy. First of all, don't try to read that thing on the left, not that you could anyway. We need to have some method for assessing whether the patient is ready for physical therapy. And the reason it doesn't matter you can't read that is this is going to be different for every institution. But it needs to be systematic and reproducible. That will reassure. Your team's going to be nervous, guys. The heart rate's going to be 125. The SATs are going to be 82%. The patient's going to be on a low dose of norepi, and some knucklehead physician's going to say, hey, let's get up and walk. And everybody at first response is going to be no. Okay, so if you can work this out, the staff will feel supported. They'll feel like you have their back, and you'll open some doors for yourself. So look at it, for your institution, what's going to work. It also needs to be individualized to the patient. Some of my patients occasionally will have a baseline heart rate of 120. They can do PT with a heart rate of 120. The guy who's had a heart rate of 75 for 10 days should not start a PT session with a heart rate of 120. That matters, okay? Know your patients. I would also say the urgency of rehab matters. Let me explain what I mean here. A patient that has, vomited on induction of anesthesia and aspirated and got put on ECMO. If I can't get that patient out of bed on ECMO ever, it's probably going to be okay. Some of these runs are going to be shorter, not a big deal. I don't have to push the envelope. Now take a cystic fibrosis patient who's underweight, deconditioned, malnourished, and you're trying to bridge to lung transplant on day 50 of ECMO, and they're not walking yet. That patient is going to die because they're not going to be listed for transplant. So to me, that's a different urgency of rehab. So I might be more willing to push the envelope, if that makes sense to you guys. So, and then at the bottom, as I say there, push the envelope, but don't be dumb. I have one of my favorite physical therapists, actually my favorite physical therapist. She always comes and she's like, Dr. Mason, I know what you're going to tell me, but the patient saturations are 82%. Like, thanks, Reagan. What was I going to tell you? She says, do it anyway. Okay, we agree on that. So, all right. So once we do that, assess the patient's ready. We need to go through progressive levels of activity. Don't expect the patient to get up and walk on ECMO day 1. Sometimes that happens, but it may be ECMO day 1 or 2, or day 31 or 32. But you got to start small. This is a great example. This is from what's the name of the place? I can't remember. The medical center in Qatar. It's a very high-functioning center. This is their very sophisticated algorithm. You could use this or something like it, but the bottom line is they go from simple things like passive range of motion in bed, elevate the head of the bed, then they go to sitting, exercises in the bed, eventually they transition to sitting on the edge of the bed with the feet dangling, then they stand, then they march in place, then they walk. It's a slow process. And it's very important that you progress at the rate the patient lets you, okay? The patient is not always going to let you move as fast as you might want to. All right, a little bit about starting small. Patients' families can do this. There's some resistance bands on the left. I have a pillow under the patient's knee, and the family is assisting the nurse here. They're holding up against that resistance band and letting it come down. Great way to build quadriceps strength while a patient, before they're ready to get out of bed. And on the right, something similar there. That's just ankle weights. By the way, look at her bed rail. You see that right there? Can you guys see that? You know what that is? That's one of those little stretchy resistance bands. So we do the same thing with upper extremity strength. The patient can sit there and do this on their own time. They don't need you to be involved. So just little things like this may not seem like much, but this is how you're going to take that patient from their debilitated state to ultimately walking down the hallway. Sorry about that. So just a couple things here. On the left, once you get to that point, you want to go through progressive challenges and work your way up. On the left is a tilt table. Okay, that patient, that's just a rigid flat table. And the patient has a really broad band or a strap across their knees, so their knees can't buckle. And we start him at 10 degrees, then 20, 30, 40. That'll go all the way up to 90 degrees. So he's bearing a lot of weight on his legs, but he's protected because the knees are kind of pinned back against the table, if that makes sense. But what we're also doing is we're familiarizing him with this concept of gravity. Okay, a lot of changes happen in your body when you go upright. So this is a great way to work your way through that progression. Oops, I don't know why that video is not working on the right. There it is. This is one of my favorite patients, David. That's what we call a Moveo table. It's a squat table, allows the patients to do progressive levels of squats. We can do it at 10 degrees, 20, all the way up to 45 degrees. And obviously, the higher we go with the table, the more resistance the patient has to exert, or the more force they have to exert, and you can work your way up this way. It's very safe. The table's blocked, so he can't collapse and fall down, and it's a really nice way to work your way up to a strong patient that can ultimately stand up. Okay, guys, just a little bit, I like to kind of have a lighthearted approach to most of the things maybe you guys noticed, but just a final thought that I'll share with you is don't underestimate the effects of human interaction. Man, that was tough before COVID. With COVID, wow, man. I mean, N95 masks and face shields and visiting restrictions, it was a mess. But don't underestimate how powerful this can be. I'm telling you this because it works, and I'm also telling you because I want to brag on my team a little bit. This girl on the left right here is braiding her hair, okay? That's free. There's no side effects. Nobody's allergic to it. It's very easy, okay? She's braiding her hair. This is a guy, Adam's his name, great dude, ultimately survived his 90-day ECMO run for COVID. And he had horrible anxiety, and he wanted somebody to hold his hand. And here's this guy. He's one of our techs that would just spend his lunch hour sitting there holding the guy's hand. Seems kind of silly, maybe. I don't know. It works. On the right, I'm sorry I took that picture through a glass window. You can't see it. But that's another one of my techs giving a patient a temple massage. Okay? Silly things, I'm telling you, it doesn't cause delirium. It treats delirium, and it's very effective at treating anxiety. So don't underestimate the power of human touch. Oh, and dogs also. Don't underestimate the power of dogs. We use a lot of dogs in our program. This little guy right here may or may not have been smuggled up a back stairway in a nurse's purse. Yep, I know. I don't want to offend anybody. I don't normally see the use for a dog that small. I just don't. I have a big lab. But if you're ever in the hospital on ECMO and you want your dog to come in, well, I don't know, having a little purse-sized dog may be helpful. No, that's not Paris Hilton that had the dog in her purse. And then this is we do this a lot, actually. This is the family dog, and we have the patient's family bring the dog to the hospital, and then we take the patient outside so they can see the dog. I'm telling you, man, it makes a huge difference. And I'll tell you one more thing. If your patients quit, if the patient gives up and quits and stops fighting, you are done. It doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how good your team is. If the patient doesn't stay in the fight, then the fight is lost. And little things like this will go a long way and are way more effective than all the medications in the pharmacy. Okay, guys, that's all I have. Thanks for listening. Happy to answer questions.
So for time-wise, we're going to, Dr. Mason will include himself with our panel discussion at 15:40. So we'll jump right into our next ECMO talk. That was terrific. Thank you for an excellent talk. Exactly what we wanted. Our next speaker. Boy, it's hard to keep time here, especially with me being so verbose at some point. Our next speaker is Stephen Conrad, Dr. Conrad, Professor of Medicine, Emergency Medicine, Pediatrics, and Surgery at the LSU Health Shreveport. Dr. Conrad is the Ike Muslow Endowed Chair of Clinical Informatics, Chief of the Division of Clinical Informatics in the Department of Medicine, and Professor of Internal Medicine, Pediatrics, and Emergency Medicine and Surgery at LSU. That's Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center in Shreveport, while his clinical practice includes adult and pediatric critical care and emergency medicine. He also pursued and received a PhD in biomedical engineering from Case Western Reserve University, and his research interest has been in computational modeling of artificial organs. He was a past president of ELSO and worked on the ELSO steering committee for years in various capacities. He established the LSU Shreveport ECLS program way back in 1993. But he didn't have hair then either, and expanded it to include adult, pediatric, and neonatal support, as well as continuous renal replacement and plasma therapies. He's also the director of the Extracorporeal Organ Support Program at University Health System in Shreveport. Pretty progressive. Commentary. If there's one technique that I'm most passionate about with ECLS ECMO, it would be fluid volume management while on ECMO. Although I do realize that a septic patient with an inflammatory process requires much fluid to maintain intravascular volume to provide ECMO pump flow, I think we often mismanage our patients when it comes to what is adequate flow and tissue oxygenation, as Dr. Mason had pointed out. Also the importance of colloid measurements and usage in a timely fashion, and the extraction of excess volume in an efficient and timely way when the patient is ready to allow clearance, especially in VV ECMO. I consider our friend Dr. Stephen Conrad to be one of the foremost expert clinicians understanding these concepts. He and his partner, Dr. Heath Scott, also one of our consultants with PDS, have studied this for years, and I have invited him here to help spread the word on what might be one of the most important concepts for offering quality care. His presentation is entitled Fluid Management in Critical Care and ECLS, Principles, Practice, and Outcomes. Steve, thanks.
That is a tall order. I don't think I can cover all of those topics, but I will certainly do my best. Well, welcome, and thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here. Let me get my slides started up. Great. My objective, as pointed out, is to give you an introduction to fluid management in the face of patients who have critical illness as well as ECLS. My focus is going to be more on critical illness because that's where the data is. ECLS is going to be a byproduct of that, and I will show you some data related to fluid management on ECLS, but I'm going to focus my talk on the underlying principles. So I have no disclosures relevant to this topic. I wish I had some. The topics I'm going to cover are the following. Now, this list is just for the CME office. What I hope to do today is to make you think about and even change your approach to fluid management in terms of what fluids you give, how much you give, when you take it off, and so forth. And if I can achieve that goal, then I'll be extremely happy. The first thing I want to emphasize is that intravenous fluids meet the classification of a drug. Everything we know about drugs, we can apply to intravenous fluids. They're used to treat disease. They have physiologic as well as pathophysiologic effects. They have a pharmacokinetic profile. They have a dose-response relationship. They can manifest toxicity, including organ dysfunction and as extreme as mortality. And they have indications and contraindications. So don't just think of fluids as something you grab a bag off the shelf and hang. You've got to think about your prescription for that fluid. Well, here's how we tend to categorize fluids. So resuscitation fluids, we break down into crystalloids, and I'm going to emphasize as isotonic crystalloids, not hypotonic fluids, or colloids. Within isotonic crystalloids, we now make a distinction between balanced electrolyte solutions and saline. They used to all be considered the same, and I'm going to convince you that they're not. And that's why the saline is in a little red box instead of in a little green box. With colloids, we have albumin as well as non-albumin colloids. But in critical care, the use of non-albumin colloids has pretty much fallen off for a variety of reasons I'm not going to discuss, including in instances an increase in mortality. So I'll put a little red on the non-albumin colloids. Now, with respect to balanced electrolytes, I further break it down into plasma equivalent and plasma similar. And I'll go more into detail about what the composition of these fluids are. But plasma equivalents are going to be the ones you're familiar with: Plasmolite, Isolite, Normasol, all the same thing, different brand names. Plasma similar are going to be your Ringer's solutions. They're close to plasma-like in terms of their composition, but not exactly. And then we have the colloids, 4 and 5% albumin, depending on which country you're in. And the non-albumin colloids, Hetastarch is the one that had been used most in the US. I'm not going to discuss non-albumin colloids anymore. What I want to present next is a very simple model of how fluid distributes within the body. Consider the body to be 3 different compartments with an interface between each compartment. On the left, the intravascular compartment. In the middle, the interstitial, and on the right, the intracellular. The border, the barrier between intravascular and interstitial is the endothelial lining of the capillaries. It's the interface between the blood and the interstitial fluid. The next barrier is between the interstitial and intracellular space, and that is the cell membrane. The cell membrane is impermeable to everything but water for practical purposes. And the endothelium is permeable to electrolytes and water, but not readily permeable to colloids or proteins. So we have 2 selective membranes. The size of these compartments I've put up here, they have some relevance. The intracellular compartment is about 2/3 of all body water. And of the remaining 1/3, which is the extracellular, intracellular is about 1/3 of that, and interstitial is about 2/3 of that. So when we administer fluids, we're administering it into the intravascular space, and we have to have a distribution from the intravascular space into these other compartments. So colloids, for example, will distribute primarily in the intravascular space. If we give a crystalloid, about 2/3 will rapidly leave the intravascular space into the interstitial space, and we're left with a smaller volume intravascularly. And if I were to give free water, such as D5W, or give a hypotonic fluid, that water component will distribute across all the compartments. And therefore, the amount that stays intravascular is going to be much, much smaller. If we lose fluid, we tend to lose fluid from all three compartments. Rapid fluid loss from the intravascular space is mostly going to be a loss of erythrocytes and cell components as well as plasma proteins or colloid. However, if we don't replace that fluid very rapidly, what happens? We get a redistribution. Crystalloid starts moving in from the interstitial space to help fill up the intravascular space. That is the reason that we can get away with giving crystalloids to patients who have hemorrhage. Because even though they will drop their hemoglobin, we can still maintain intravascular volume and help to either replace or prevent the loss of interstitial fluid. And then over longer periods of time, such as with dehydration, we'll see water loss from the intracellular compartment, but that's a much slower process. Now, does this simple model have any basis? And the answer is yes. As simple as that model is, it actually explains things pretty well. This was a study done in patients who received, or subjects who received a 1 liter bolus over 15 minutes. And there were measurements of the plasma volume expansion. The very top line is 1 liter administration of colloid. Okay? So the volume expansion there was 1 liter. Crystalloid, the expansion was initially 700, but then dropped down to about 300, which is about the 1/3 that I talked about. And then if you give water, D5W here, then you're only expanding the intravascular space about 100 cc's. So that little simple model works, and we can use it to guide our approach to fluid management. I want to shift my attention now to the type of fluid loss that we see in critically ill patients that's not necessarily due to hemorrhage, and that is due to volume loss from the circulation from the intravascular compartment into the interstitial compartment, a breakdown of that barrier. The barrier between these two has fairly recently been identified as a complex structure called the endothelial glycocalyx. Anybody ever heard of that? Okay, well, it's kind of emerging, but it's a relatively recent finding. It is a protective layer that I'm going to discuss in more detail that sits on the surface of the endothelium of the capillaries that forms the barrier between the blood and the interstitial space. We used to think it was the endothelium itself. Here's an example of an early electron micrograph that shows the endothelium of the capillary, and of course it's not showing any glycocalyx. Why not? The reason we didn't know about the glycocalyx was because the fixation process for tissues for electron microscopy destroyed it. And it wasn't until newer fixation techniques came into use that allowed us to identify and study further this particular structure. So this is the endothelial gatekeeper. And this is a major functional component that forms that tight surface. It interacts with plasma. It's not, and it has a true interaction with plasma that I'll explain. It's not just a simple barrier. It helps to limit fluid loss from the circulation. It helps to keep the proteins where they belong. A breakdown of the glycocalyx allows for protein loss into the interstitial space. And it helps to reduce injury to the endothelial cell. The endothelial cell is very sensitive to shear stress and a number of other factors that can cause activation of these cells, but the presence of this glycocalyx shields it very readily from all of the things that can disturb the endothelial cell and cause the endothelial cell to get activated. And just as your skin, your epithelium of skin epithelium, there's normally ongoing low-level shedding with replacement. Other proposed functions of this very interesting part of our circulatory system is that it helps to retains proteins within itself, and it helps to provide the microenvironment for protection. So the glycocalyx uses plasma proteins as an integral component for protection against the exposure of the endothelium itself. And you can see where I'm kind of heading with this, that protein loss may result in protein loss from the glycocalyx. And as I alluded to earlier, it modulates shear stress. It keeps elements away from the endothelium such that they don't activate the endothelium, which can generate nitric oxide and alter microcirculatory blood flow. So what does this glycocalyx look like? It's a mess. It's composed of very long peptidoglycans that are attached to the surface of the endothelium, stretch way out. And these form the structural basis, but also plasma proteins are integrated into this complex as well and forms this nice mushy barrier that helps to keep things away from the endothelial cell. What choice does resuscitation fluid have on the glycocalyx? These are some very interesting findings which were published about 10 years ago. The graph on the left looks at plasma syndecan levels. Syndecan is one of the major peptidoglycans. So when the glycocalyx breaks down, it releases components. It's of the components that can be measured in the serum. So a serum level of syndecans, especially number 1, are associated with loss of the glycocalyx. So this is a measure of glycocalyx damage. And this was a model in which animals were subjected to hemorrhagic shock and then resuscitated with either ringers, a non-albumin colloid, and instead of albumin here they used FFP. In post-resuscitation, one can see that following hemorrhage compared to sham, there was a loss of glycocalyx that was not restored by crystalloid and not restored by colloid, non-albumin colloid, but was restored by FFP. And likewise, this shows the thickness of the glycocalyx. At baseline before the hemorrhage, about 0.4 nanometers thick. However, following resuscitation, just as we saw a drop in the injury pattern, we also saw a restoration of the thickness of the glycocalyx. So plasma proteins are going to play an important role in the permeability. They're not just there to act as colloids to help, quote, pull fluid in. They are actually a structural component of the glycocalyx that helps to prevent their loss in the first place. But the glycocalyx can get damaged. It can be sheared off. It takes time to get restored. It doesn't get restored very quickly. And when it gets damaged and the endothelium cell then gets exposed directly to the flowing blood in the capillary, then it has then the ability to lose proteins, and hence the loss of protein and the hypoproteinemia that can develop, the activation of white blood cells, monocytes, and other inflammatory cells. These cells can now attach directly to the endothelium. They can become activated and induce the microcirculatory component of inflammation that we call the inflammatory response. Other things can damage the glycocalyx. Just hypervolemia itself appears to do that, just giving too much fluid. And that's kind of new to me. You know, you think that just giving too much fluid just kind of allows for more fluid to leak out, but it appears that it's leaking out, in part at least, because of damage to the glycocalyx. And this was a study in healthy human subjects. I guess you can sign away anything you want to if you give consent, who were undergoing elective surgery, so they had a chance to be assigned to two groups where they got volume loading with crystalloid, or they underwent normovolemic hemodilution. So they had a blood loss but maintenance of the volume. So their plasma volume and blood volume stayed the same. They became anemic, as opposed to an increase in blood volume associated with volume loading. And you can see that in the volume loading group that the markers of injury to the glycocalyx are increased significantly, and they're not increased in the normovolemic hemodilution. So why this happens, we're not quite sure. I don't know if it's the volume itself, but it's thought that the hypervolemia increases atrial release of ANP, or atrial natriuretic peptide, and it's been shown experimentally that ANP damages the glycocalyx. So we have a proposed mechanism that's related to ANP. The disruption of the glycocalyx results in loss of endothelial barrier protection, and we get all the bad side effects I talked about: leakage of fluid out of the capillaries, edema, platelet aggregation, inflammation, and loss of vascular responsiveness. And it can take days to restore this function after the inflammation is gone. And if inflammation persists, then you end up with this persistent loss of endothelial barrier function that can go on for long periods of time. So what clinical therapies do we have now to target the glycocalyx? Avoid volume overload. Plain and simple. Limit the inflammatory response, or source control. And I didn't mention it, but there have been some experimental studies that hyperglycemia itself can damage the glycocalyx. Is that the reason that our hyperglycemic patients have a higher mortality? Don't know. And limiting inflammation through the use of corticosteroids, and also other potential therapies I've listed here, including using FFP as part of resuscitation, which is now done routinely in trauma patients, or the use of albumin in resuscitation of other critically ill patients. Okay, I'm going to jump now to the coagulation pathway. Okay? On the left-hand side, we see the intrinsic pathway, and on the right-hand side, we see the extrinsic pathway. Gosh, look at your eyes. Jaws just dropped. Well, Elizabeth Moore reminded us this morning that 15, 20 minutes is the most you can take on any topic. So I switched gears. And now that I've got you redirected, we can get back to the topic at hand. Right. So I want to talk a little bit about saline. I mean, it's the most common fluid given to patients. 200 million liters a year, and the vast majority of all crystalloids given. And you ask any physician, why'd you choose saline? Oh, that's either what we choose, or it's the same as anything else that I give. It's also considered to be equivalent and interchangeable. Swapping saline for ringers, ringers for saline, in most people's minds, that's essentially no difference whatsoever. But let's explore the history of electrolyte solutions. Electrolyte solutions date back to 1832. You can't read this, don't even try. But it's to show you that since 1832 up until the early 20th century, there were a variety of formulations of electrolyte solutions used to treat patients. Every one of these, you have to trust me on this, every one of these has some balanced component. None of these contain pure saline. These are all sodium and chloride plus soda or bicarbonate or lactate or something else associated with it. Saline has never been used for resuscitation since the inception of these electrolyte solutions in 1832 until more recent times. Look at the bottom here, you can even see ringer solution, which we still almost use today. And continuing on, you can see one of the most recent, I think this is 1932 Hartmann solution. Hartmann just did a minor modification of ringers, and it is now what we know as lactated ringers. That is the origin, and it dates back some 80, 90 years now, and we're still using it today. But none of these early solutions bore any resemblance to sodium chloride. So where did sodium chloride come in? Well, blame this guy. Actually, he's not the culprit. But it started with Hamburger, who is a Dutch physiological chemist. And what he was studying in a petri dish, he was studying what concentrations of electrolytes does it take to maintain a red blood cell with a normal volume. In other words, putting a red blood cell into hypertonic solution caused it to swell. Putting it in a hypertonic solution caused it to shrink. And he was working just with sodium and chloride because he was looking at tonicity. He wasn't really looking at the physiologic effects of any other electrolytes in our body, but just what osmolarity did it take. And it turns out that it took the osmolarity associated with 0.9% sodium chloride to prevent this. So, and he published these results, and that was the end of that for about 8 more years. Then an experimental pathologist named Barlow in 1896 started referring to his sodium chloride solution as normal. No basis for calling it normal other than the fact it was fairly normal in osmolarity in terms of sodium and chloride. That is probably the origin of normal saline, but there is no other basis for normality. And so it is absolutely uncertain how this finding jumped into clinical basis, because there is no experimental or clinical basis for the use of saline ever, period. There was no one that did a study and said saline is great for doing this. It was not, again, for 100 years, had not even been used in clinical practice. So that seems to be the origin, and we ended up being stuck with it for a very long time. Now, let me show you this study. This is a study in proctoclysis. Anyone know what that is? Clysis, dermal clysis is used by veterinarians where they infuse fluid under the skin in animals. I've done dermoclysis in pediatric patients. It's a way of getting fluids in without using an IV. Where proctoclysis is, well, you don't have an IV, we don't have IV needles, put it in the rectum, and it's absorbed. So proctoclysis was a very common way to give fluids before the common use of intravenous fluids. And note the description on the right. It's true that sodium chloride is the least toxic of the group of similar metal chlorides, but even at that, it is a poison to all people when given in large doses. And to a certain class of cases, we believe this peculiarity is apt to be present in whose resisting powers are lowered by operation. So if you give enough to anybody, it's toxic. You give a little bit to patients with certain conditions, it's also toxic. That was their clinical observations. And post-op patients and septic patients were the two that he said, it can be bad for you if you have these conditions. What year was this? No idea? 1913. How long have we known about this? Or has it been brought to our attention? Again, 1928. For the treatment of cholera, primarily. The administration of large amounts of saline with diarrhea and oliguria is contraindicated. So he not only said it's bad, he says just don't do it. So why has this not stuck? But it has not, because he says this can produce fatality. And this is Hartmann, who created Hartmann's solution a few years later, now known as lactated ringers. So what are the composition of these fluids I'm talking about? For reference, on the left-hand side, and I'm just going to point out, we're most focusing on sodium and chloride. Sodium, 140 in plasma, and about 100 of chloride in plasma. Let's move to plasma-like, which is what I call a plasma-like crystalloid. Sodium, 140, chloride 98. There's acetate and gluconates, and those are things that kind of get substituted for our bicarbonate and our anion gap. But essentially, in terms of sodium and chloride, almost identical to plasma. Lactated ringers, a close second. Sodium 130, so it's a little hypotonic, about 10% free water. But relative to the low sodium, you've got a fairly high chloride. So it is nowhere near the chloride of saline, but a little bit. So yes, it's an okay fluid. And it was the most popular fluid used in trauma resuscitation for decades until sometime recently saline came along. It got reinvented. I don't know how that happened. But you can consider plasmonide and ringers to be relatively interchangeable, except the fact that you have a little hypotonicity, which might have relevance in patients with head injury. So be careful about that. Then we move to saline, 154 sodium, 154 of chloride. So the osmolarity of these three are very similar, but the fact that there are no other electrolytes in saline means you have to have a higher chloride and a higher sodium to achieve the same osmolarity. And this is where the problem is. There is the, if you're into strong ion difference, this is a strong ion difference of 0, which induces an acidosis in patients. And furthermore, this is a little scary. This is a study of patients, an animal study, looking at vascular permeability in the glycocalyx during sepsis, a model of sepsis. That when resuscitation with saline was implemented, there was loss of the glycocalyx. So this gives some evidence to the fact that saline itself, as a fluid, can be dangerous. So let's look further at septic shock and saline versus balanced solutions. Most of the studies that have been done looking at these two in patients with sepsis or ICU patients showed no significant difference. But when I looked at the ones that didn't show any difference, the volumes of saline give were fairly small, 1.5 liters. That doesn't touch anything. But when you give larger volumes, that's where the difference comes in. So this was a retrospective study which looked at, it was a retrospective cohort study, but there was 6,700 propensity matched patients. So it's not a small study. It's a fairly large, although retrospective. And looked at saline only versus balanced fluids of varying proportions in vasopressor-dependent shock. So the sickest patients. And the absolute in-hospital mortality was significantly different, with a high degree of statistical significance. And furthermore, they went on to look at the mortality associated with the relationship of how much of the fluid was saline. So if you had it was balanced. So if you had 100% of your fluid given as balanced electrolytes, your mortality was here. And that mortality went up as your proportion of saline got higher and higher. So this demonstrates a dose-response relationship between the amount of saline given and mortality. So what are the considerations? There's a growing body of evidence that balanced solutions are preferred over normal, or as we call it in our institution, abnormal saline. The benefits appear across many clinical spectra. And importantly, no study has ever shown the superiority of saline, ever. They've shown equivalence in smaller studies, but none have shown the same. There is a potential for harm identified in numerous studies, and I have not really touched upon all of the things that saline can do. It can affect renal blood flow and cause a reduction in renal function. I'm not going to touch any of that. But balanced solutions should be considered as first-line agents, and saline should be used when specifically indicated. But I will admit, we're dealing mostly with retrospective and perhaps propensity-controlled or matched studies. We still have the need for better designed trials, but they need to take into consideration things such as dose and so forth. So, what do bloodletting and saline infusion have in common? There is no physiologic or clinical basis for either, including saline as resuscitation fluid. They've lacked efficacy compared to other treatments. They're capable of harm and continued use without any evidence. All right, I'm going to jump to albumin, since it's now the major colloid that we have available to us in the U.S. It's a contributor to oncotic pressure, which helps to maintain fluid within the lumen of the capillary. It is an important component in the integrity and the function of the glycocalyx, which I now introduced you to. It is an antioxidant. It's a free radical scavenger. It has a number of other pharmacologic effects other than being just a colloid. It has some limited anticoagulant and antiplatelet activity, and it binds and transports numerous ligands, not only electrolytes, but other drugs and so forth that are important in the way we manage patients. And it also serves as a buffer in acid-base balance. And there are decreased levels in critical illness from a variety of reasons. The loss of the glycocalyx allows albumin to leak out. There's an increased degradation. We're not feeding out patients. They've got to get metabolism from somewhere. And when you have an inflammatory response, you make less albumin. So you're losing it, you're using it, and you're not even making it. So hypoalbuminemia is a characteristic of critical illness. So what about replacing it? Well, I cannot cover in a short period of time all of the crystalloid versus colloid studies, but I just want to point out some of the more recent, this recent study and a meta-analysis. The ALBIOS trial was a study in which they didn't really use albumin for resuscitation, but they gave it on a continual basis to critically ill patients to keep the albumin above 3 grams per deciliter. And so it was a daily infusion of albumin as needed to keep it up. And in the overall group of all sepsis patients, there was no difference. There was a slight mortality, a survival advantage to albumin, but it did not reach statistical significance. But when they went and looked at whether septic shock was present, this was a predefined subset. In the absence of sepsis, there was clearly no difference, but in septic shock, there appeared to be a survival advantage, a significant decrease, barely significant, but a decrease in mortality. And here's a meta-analysis using albumin for severe sepsis and septic shock, looking at several studies together in sepsis, showing again overall in just sepsis patients, no significant difference. But if you focus down in those septic shock patients, the ones that we know have the dysregulation of the peripheral vascular system, the ones that have the damage to the glycocalyx perhaps more than any other group, these are the ones that showed a significant improvement. So, and this was a recently published, this is published about 10 years ago. And again, based on recent studies and a meta-analysis, there's data to suggest that albumin and maintenance of avoidance of hypoalbuminemia in patients with severe sepsis and septic shock may be a good target. So how do we replace fluid in critical illness? Well, if your goal is to expand the intravascular space, then you're going to focus more on colloid, which is why we now have the return of FFP and other protein-based fluids to our trauma patients. But crystalloid is going to expand what most patients lose in both the intravascular and interstitial. All right, so I've got 5 minutes left, so I'm going to go over some slides very quickly and skip some others. But fluid overload in septic shock is a vicious cycle. They get hypovolemic, they get fluid, they get edema, they get abdominal hypertension, they get oliguria, they get a number of things that causes a cycle of fluid administration. They get on vasopressors, they get, and Phil was talking about this a little bit earlier. Something that is coming to the forefront, first identified in post-transplant kidneys, is that the swelling we see in patients with edema also happens in the kidney. The kidney is in a capsule. It prevents it from expanding. And low levels of protein associated with peripheral edema is also associated with edema in the kidney and increase in intrarenal pressure and loss of renal blood flow. So hence, the reason our patients get oliguric may be partly related to the fact that we are overloading them with fluid. I don't have time to go over all of these. This is a whole 2-hour talk in of itself, but every organ system and the function of every organ in the body, including the brain, the gut, the heart, the respiratory muscles, is affected by fluid overload. Does it impact outcome? Yes. This is a fairly recent meta-analysis published in 2020 of observational studies, because we don't have any really large good studies, but everyone consistently shows that fluid overload is associated with mortality in ICU patients. Okay? That is true for ECMO patients. I'm not going to go into the details of this slide, but when ECMO patients were looked at as well, those that had a higher 72 hours, had a higher volume status, had a lower survival, shown here in the red line. And what was shown here is that this is the same data. Fluid overload, 4 times the mortality with fluid overload at 3 days. 4 times. It's not trivial. Does treating volume overload early and trying to prevent it help? It appears so. And this is data here that shows that non-survivors had a higher fluid balance that compared to survivors, in which they were able to keep the patients from getting hypervolemic in the first place. How do we get fluid off? Diuretics, a lot of limitations in ICU patients. Hemofiltration or ultrafiltration, great for getting fluid off, but does not affect clearance. And what we do nowadays is we go to continuous renal replacement therapy machines. We plug it into our ECMO circuit, and we dial in what we need. We dial in fluid removal, we dial in renal support. This shows that getting the amount of fluid right is correct. If you underdose patients with shock, you have a higher mortality than if you dose them right. And if you overdose, you can see the same curve. So it's not, you have to give the right amount. Patients in shock need fluid. It's just giving them only what they need. And that's where it comes in, we have to assess. Everybody heard of the 30 mils per kilogram in sepsis patients? Okay? Throw it out the window. There's no evidence to support it. It has potential for bad outcome, and it should not be used in sepsis, despite the fact that hospitals are forced to use it. So that's something we have to deal with. So what do we move to? We need to assess whether patients need fluid. You've heard of the concept of preload. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we used to optimize preload, intravascular volume. Then we recognized that some patients, a normal preload, we could improve upon. So we now have moved to an era of preload responsiveness. Do they get better when we give them fluid? And that's due to the fact that not everybody's cardiac function curve is the same. So along came the respiratory variation in stroke volume or stroke volume variation, IVC diameter. These are valid, but they're not valid in the majority of our ICU patients. So we toss those out the window. What do we have left? What we have left are these two. The passive lag raising test. Moving a patient from a position with the head up and the feet flat to head down and feet up provides an immediate bolus of about 300 cc's of fluid. And as long as you're monitoring some hemodynamic parameter continuously, such as a stroke, you have an art line with stroke volume variation or a bioreactance device, and you can immediately see if there's a change in cardiac output. Or you can use echocardiography. And the other option on ventilated patients is the end expiratory occlusion test. Again, you hold a patient in end expiration, which then gives time for fluid to accumulate, to be back up, and then when you release it, then you can see all that fluid coming back, and that provides a very similar type of test. So using these dynamic tests are now recommended and can help us to target the amount of fluid a patient needs and avoid overload. So takeaway thoughts: treat IV fluids as you would medication, choose the right dose, and choose the right drug. And I propose that we should be dropping saline where it's not specifically indicated, and consider albumin in patients that described, especially with severe sepsis and septic shock. And the only thing we haven't worked out yet is why albumin appears to result in a poor outcome in patients with traumatic brain injury, and that's still, the jury's still out on that. Okay, thank you very much.
We have time for one comment, one question, but Dr. Conrad will join us again at 15:40 with our other panelists, and we'll have a great discussion at that point. I do want to announce, though, before we go to break, to remember that out at the registration desk, if you want to sign up for CPR or ALS classes, ACLS classes,
And PALS.
and PALS, then you can sign up for that. It's given off tomorrow and Friday. And then the other thing is we have the breakout session for the ECMO, kind of a foundation course for those of you who want to get more familiar with it, but there'll be some good information in there too. And that'll be tomorrow at 2 o'clock, right? And there's a sign up for that too. There's a sign up for that ECMO session tomorrow, breakout session. Al.
Last month, the New England Journal of Medicine published the PLUS study, which was the balanced electrolyte solution versus saline, critically ill individuals, thousands of patients, double-blind, randomized controlled trial, and their end results, the volumes were actually equivalent that they had for both a balanced and a saline solution. And there was no difference in outcomes in critically ill individuals in regards to acute kidney injury and other secondary outcomes. Can you comment on that trial?
Again, that was an all-comers, all ICU patients. That was not focusing on the subset of patients. Now, a large enough trial would probably show a difference, but again, those were all comers in the ICU. Those were not the critically ill septic or septic shock patients. The ones with
they were critically ill, and they were over 5,000 patients in that
What's
study.
that?
They were critically ill patients, and there were over 5,000
right,
patients.
But I'm talking about those are all comer critically ill patients that got admitted to the ICU. And they were not all septic shock patients, okay? So which is the subset that I've been focusing on. And also, they did not, as best as I can tell, there was not a large amount of saline given in those patients as well.
1.5 liters.
What was that?
1.5
yeah,
liters.
1.5 liters. So if you look at what 1.5 liters does to the electrolyte composition of a patient, it doesn't do very much. So
patients were stratified, so they compared 1.5 liters to 1.5 of BES, and
right.
across a wide spectrum. So I don't mean to interrupt you, but,
no, but
it looked like it was a well-designed study.
It is, but the amount of saline they gave is not enough to show a difference.
Gotcha. Good point.
That's the point. Most of the studies that have not shown a difference have used small volumes of saline, where you would not expect the physiological abnormalities to occur, as opposed to giving someone 10 or 20 liters of saline in a resuscitation from sepsis or trauma.
Very, very quick question, sorry. Hypovolemia has also shown to strip the glycocalyx. Can you just quickly comment on that?
Hypovolemia?
Hypovolemia.
Yeah. No comment. That's I don't know the mechanism for that. It is an observational finding. So in other words, normovolemia is your target.
Thank you, Dr. Conrad. We have about a 10-minute break, and then we have another fantastic talk on what do we do with these bleeding patients. I mean, rather than just let them bleed and give them more blood product with Dr. Javadfar. So about 10-minute break, and we'll be back to it. Thanks. Test, test. And then tell me when you're ready as far as the live recording stuff. Okay, welcome back from the break. We had just a few little technical difficulties there, but they have been solved by our expert AV team. So I want to announce here, this is our last speaker for this little ECLS session. Then we'll have a panel discussion with all of them up here in front at 1540. But Dr. Jeffrey Javafar is the Chief of Cardiothoracic Surgery at the Emory University School of Medicine. Dr. Javadfar is a lung failure and general thoracic surgeon at Emory School of Medicine, and he serves as the Chief of Cardiothoracic Surgery at the Atlanta Veterans Affairs Hospital and is in the surgical leadership of the ECMO, Emory ECMO and lung transplant programs. He also serves as the Director of Medical Student Education and the Division of Cardiothoracic Surgery. After graduating from Stony Brook Medical School, he completed his general surgery residency at Columbia Presbyterian New York Hospital. He did a cardiothoracic surgery fellowship with a special focus on lung transplant and ECMO at Duke University. Dr. Javadfar has been on the STS workforce on critical care and multidisciplinary team care, and his passion has always been in ECMO and lung failure. My little commentary. One of the most noticeable variations that I observe between various ECMO centers is the quality of care offered to the hemorrhagic or bleeding ECMO patient. In my opinion, unless there is a relatively uncontrollable internal bleed, like something in the GI tract or possibly a fresh surgical patient that had to go on ECMO from maybe CPP, where ECMO had to be initiated right afterward, excessive bleeding should be looked at as a preventable and repairable in an effort to avoid the additional infusion of homologous blood products. In my observations, I have observed centers that are aggressive with bleeding from cannulation sites by even the simplest methods of possibly tying off small capillary beds with a single suture. And others, clinicians are very wary of intervening as they often say they think they might make the problem worse. I invited Dr. Javadfar, an excellent surgeon, as I wanted to hear his take on what he feels is necessary and appropriate for improved outcomes. Thank you for taking time from your very busy practice and presenting clinicians' responses to a bleeding patient, anticoagulation, techniques to minimize deleterious consequences. Dr. Javadfar.
Good afternoon. Want to thank Bill and Susan for extending the invitation. I know you've had a very nice day today, lots of really fantastic talks, very informative. And so just kind of as we get right before our panel session, talk about something that we've all experienced in our clinical practice, and that's bleeding and strategies to address it. So, we can always say, what's a physician's first response to bleeding? And so some of the things that often we hear, when we'll ask our students this or our trainees this, as we're onboarding new ECMO specialists, the common answers are transfusions. Try to, maybe see if we can put a stitch in it, maybe hold some pressure. And so those are the common things. Sometimes we think about the anticoagulation issues and see, where we can, address things. When we think about, what are a surgeon's responses to bleeding, it kind of depends on the state that surgeon is in. And I know you guys have all spent a lot of time in the OR, and working with us. Sometimes we're in a good mental place, and sometimes we've been in a tough case, and we just we need something to just make it go away. So a lot of times we'll often say this is it's perplexing to me. I don't understand why it was bleeding. It was often dry when it closed, and sometimes. We're not being truthful with ourselves or the situation. It was a tough case. and perhaps it's more than just coagulopathy. Often we refer to it as a proline shortage sometimes. And so, but when you think about it, a lot of our colleagues, a lot of us that work in the OR, when we deal with the post-cardiotomy patient, when we deal with a tough case, we've done as much as we can surgically. And so what are the things that we can do as we're transitioning off? It's a tough case. We're not able to come off pump. We have to switch over to ECMO and get them upstairs to the unit to recover. What are some of those things that we could do? Well, I think the first thing is to, really define this problem so that you've brought this patient, on rocket fuel to the ICU, on a ton of stuff, on ECMO, the chest is open, there's probably a bunch of packing in there, and maybe 2-3 hours later you slowly see that packing or the S mark get bigger and bigger and bigger. And so the decision is when to go back, what to do. And so when we first see this problem, we have to kind of define it. And so ELSO talks about this and says, what's the definition of major bleeding? And so a couple of things that stand out, and that's a 2-point hemoglobin drop in 24 hours, or giving one or more packs of PRBCs at 10 mLs per kg in a 24-hour period. And then obviously there's site-specific major bleeding on ECMO, CNS system, or the retroperitoneum. And then the other one that's important for us in our conversation today is things that require surgical intervention. So a 2-point hemoglobin drop or something that requires a surgical intervention meets the criteria for major bleeding. And then, again, why is this a problem? I mean, it's kind of obvious. Bleeding isn't good. Bleeding in the ECMO patient isn't good. But we when we really think about it, think about, how would we respond to that if your 5-year-old or 3-year-old was asking you why and just kept asking why? And so we have to really tease it out. And I think that's part of it. We should tease it out, all the little stems of it, and really address this. Bleeding is a common outcome, but a lot of different pathways lead to it, and as a result of that, you're going to have to address each and every one of them to really to mitigate it. So it's not just one pathway with one solution. Okay, so some of the topics that we're going to talk about today are, bleeding in the ECMO patient, the VA versus VV, central versus peripheral cannulation, what to do in the post-cardiotomy open chest situation. When we're doing peripheral cannulation, should we do it percutaneously or open? And what kind of anticoagulation strategies should be used? So let's first start out here and take a look at how it impacts the VV patients. So ELSO registry study came out fairly recently, this past year, and they looked at about 7,600 patients on VV ECMO that were put on during the mid to late teens. And they found that the bleeding rate for VV ECMO was about over 50%. About 37% had bleeding alone, and then 20% had that dreaded bleeding clotting combination. And then when we saw it, we saw that this bleeding rate was associated with an in-hospital mortality of increased in-hospital mortality, and then the risk factors for that were specifically for bleeding alone were acute kidney injury and the need for pressors, and then the combination of bleeding and clotting, or people who were put on in a prolonged pump run, and people, interestingly enough, that were done in the earlier part of the 2000 teens. So as the technology improved and maybe our practices have improved, there's been less instances of the bleeding and clotting. So when we kind of look at this data and we kind of see out here, the surgical site bleeding and cannulation site bleeding represented nearly 50% of the bleeding in VV ECMO. And to me, this was kind of surprising because our VV ECMO patients really don't bleed that much. And so, what's been going on? And I think a lot of this is a part of our approach and how we train our cannulators to try to minimize this, because we always get called back, and our desire to try to not come back to the bedside every 2 hours to deal with bleeding. But this is an important thing. And the important thing to think about is that, bleeding doesn't happen in a vacuum. So the solution can't just be, let's correct the coagulopathy, give a ton of products, because then you're going to push yourself over into the clotting part of that issue, right? So if there's a surgical bleeding, if there's bleeding from the cannula site on VV ECMO, then, this is a technical problem that needs a technical solution. And oftentimes it's just like one stitch, and it should make it go away, maybe two. But I would say that, the reason that, we got there is probably one of the things that we're going to talk about. How did we get to that point? What could we do to prevent it? Well, that's one part. And then, now that you have it, how do you fix it? And again, so sometimes, when the bedside teams, our perfusionists, I appreciate it because we don't, I don't do all the ECMO cannulations, but when we have bleeding, they'll point it out. And oftentimes it's just something that we can address, because otherwise this is like a unit every other day of PRBCs that's getting transfused into this patient, or there's 10 inches of Surgisil powder on the cannulation site and it's still bleeding. And so, the teams are doing what they can, but the issue is that the cannulation hole was too big. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? It's a venous system. It shouldn't bleed otherwise. All right, so let's, we can take a look at, we talked a little bit about the venous bleeding and talk a little bit more about arterial bleeding. And this is where it kind of gets a little bit, more than just a simple purse string suture. So this was a study out of the Maryland group, and they looked at their experience with it. And, they had a fairly high bleeding rate, but this included VA, VV, and VA ECMO patients. But all in all, the trend was that patients that bled had an increase in hospital mortality. And for every unit of blood transfused, there was a slight tick up in the increased mortality. So it's one component is just the blood products being transfused, but the other component is that, what's going on? What's the underlying reason that this patient needs to get blood products and continuously get blood products? And we'll kind of talk about there's a lot of deleterious effects of blood products. A lot of times we're trying to rest the lungs. Well, it doesn't really help to rest the lungs if you're going to give them trolley, while you're trying to keep them on ECMO. And then, part of this study, they found that their VA ECMO patients had a significantly higher rate of bleeding. Now, this is a small study, and some of the rates of bleeding are a little bit high, but the point is that there was a statistical difference between VA and VV ECMO in terms of bleeding. And so from this, they concluded that, increased PRBC transfusion is associated with the increased rate of in-hospital mortality. So we can kind of look at this, and this is their study here, and can kind of see, what are the things that really stand out? Well, the things that are standing out are what do these patients have in common? The post-cardiotomy patients who are centrally cannulated on VA ECMO, they had the highest rates of bleeding. And then they found that, it didn't really matter whether, what type of anticoagulation they used. That wasn't a statistical difference. It was just really this patient subset. And so, what is unique about this patient subset? Well, we know that they've had a pump run. When they were originally cannulated, the ECMO wasn't the thought. So potentially some of the cannulation strategies weren't meant for prolonged usage. The cannulas themselves weren't really the ones picked for the prolonged uses. The chest is potentially left open, and so that sternum is just hosing. And now you have to keep them anticoagulated. So these are the things that these post-cardiotomy central ECMO patients have in common. And so one of the things that we can kind of look at, and again, see this, that, they had a significantly increased bleeding events per 100 days. And again, the chest was the site of the bleeding. And so, and I'll argue for this, is that, whatever we can do to close the chest, get out of the OR, even if you have to do a temporary closure and come back, maybe put a couple wires in and then just plate the rest a couple of days later, it's going to be of benefit. So a closed chest leads to less bleeding, leads to more stability, less need for ongoing transfusions, quicker recovery. And again, the in-hospital, and we see this because the in-hospital mortality in these situations is high. The counter to that is that these patients are sicker, and that's why they needed this in this situation. But I think at our institutions, our practice is to try to move the cannulas to the groin and close the chest if we can. All right, another ELSO study. This one is a more recent cohort. about 15,000 ECMO patients, nearly. And they looked at, and this is pretty good survival, 44% survival on VA ECMO. And the second and third most common complications for VA ECMO were surgical site bleeding and cannula site bleeding. And I guess if you consider renal replacement therapy a complication, which, it's a little controversial, they would then be really the first and second complications. And you can see that the drop-off in survival is there, especially for surgical site bleeding. It's nearly 10, 11-point drop-off in survival, so it's not insignificant. So, why do these ECMO patients bleed more? Why does VA patients bleed more? And the truth is, well, when you look at it, you see what are the causes that kind of put you in this cardiogenic shock. And we kind of touched upon this. Post-cardiotomy heart transplant patients, the VAD patients. These are patients that are anticoagulated, have had multiple surgeries, lots of exposed surface area. And so these are they have a reason to not be in a good situation. A patient was a cardiac arrest. Things you crashed on. Things were done maybe in an expeditious manner, but not maybe as meticulous as you would be otherwise. And so a lot of the factors that these patients, do poorly is due to patient selection. A lot of times you can't really pick, right? You don't get to choose who arrests and who doesn't, or who's not going to be able to come off pump. But these are things that factor into it and are baked in. And so the only thing I would say is that if, when we're doing a hard case, a low EF patient, it's going to be a long pump run, you're not 100% sure, but you feel like, this patient's going to potentially struggle. Maybe as you're putting in your initial cannulation stitches, be mindful of that. Maybe think about, putting in a femoral venous line instead of a right atrial line. Because, hey, I'm probably going to come out on ECMO. Might as well do that. So those are things to think about. Again, the goal is to hopefully, if you're going to come out, maybe put in a femoral cannula, put in a distal perfusion. You already have your, multi-stage drainage cannula that was in the heart. Maybe you could pull it back a little bit, position it for ECMO, and then you can close the chest. And now that's one less thing to worry about. A, you don't have to come back to close the chest. B, the bleeding is going to be much less. An open sternum is just going to bleed and bleed and bleed. ELSA released its management guidelines for VA ECMO patients recently. And so some of these things to kind of think about is the cannulation strategy. And they talk about this, and this is a nice chart. And this isn't anything that you guys don't know, but when we compare central cannulation, it does have its advantages. It's a nice big cannulas. You can really unload the heart. The heart can be emptied. You can get some great flows. You're never flow limited, right? It's never that the femoral cannula is too small, drainage cannula is insufficient. You can match whatever the cardiac output of that patient is to keep that heart completely, rested. And if you need to put an LV vent in, well, the pulmonary vein's right there. You can throw it in. You've completely addressed all the potential issues. The downside is that, the bleeding risk is the highest out of all of them. And then you also have risks of stroke and infection and things like this. But for the purpose of this talk, the bleeding risk is higher. And again, it's because of that sternum and the raw surface area. Now, when we look at the peripheral cannulas, there's lots of different strategies for arterial sites. And so, the common ones we can kind of talk about or break it up into femoral and an upper body cannula. That's either an axillary or subclavian with like a graft usually. When we look at the femorals, and we'll kind of talk about this in a separate study, but the femoral approach can either be done open or percutaneous. And I personally will vacillate between the two because there's pluses and minuses for both. But in terms of bleeding, the femoral has the lowest bleed. Percutaneous femoral sticks have the lowest incidence of bleeding. And they also have a lower incidence of infection, and that's because there's no surgical incision. And so those two things are great. They do have a higher incidence of leg ischemia compared to an open femoral approach. And frankly, with an open femoral approach, there's probably the leg ischemia rate should be 0 because everything's right there. You should be able to put in your distal perfusion cannula. As a plug for that, I think every program that does VA ECMO should have some sort of limb management strategy. Our institution, we put in distal perfusion cannulas for everybody in NIRS. Some institutions do it selectively and monitor very closely. Whatever your institution's thing is the surgeons, the clinicians that put people on a VA ECMO should adhere to that, to try to mitigate against leg amputation, limb loss. That being said, again, open itself has added benefits of, again, reduced bleeding compared to central access. The sternum is closed in all of these situations. And then axillary artery cannulation is a benefit, especially if you're dealing with some north-south flow issues and other things like that. But it has its own issues and its own drawbacks. And namely, the one is that it's bleeding while lower than central open chest bleeding. There's still a relatively high rate of bleeding and need for reoperation. The brachial plexus is right there. You can get compression from a hematoma. We routinely leave drains in and invariably end up going back at least once a week to evacuate the hematoma, and just curse ourselves for having done this. But sometimes you need it. Because this happens at a somewhat frequent rate, an alternative to using the axillary position is to just do VAV ECMO from the femoral and then just put in a right IJ or some sort of other upper body return. And that would address most of the issues. The select times that we really push for axillary cannulation are when we're trying to bridge our patients to lung transplant or something where it's important for them to walk. Some sites have been able to walk people with femoral artery cannulas. We're a little bit skittish about that, and so we feel that the axillary position's a little bit better, but I think that's a very selective instance of, or specific indication for using the axillary artery. There are drawbacks to the axillary artery cannulation. Again, the higher risk of bleeding, there's higher embolic risks. Sometimes you'll get hyperperfusion or overflow to the arm, and that right arm will just swell massively. And these are things that, a lot of times when you're doing aortic surgery, you don't experience because it's a short pump run through the axillary position. But if there's any technical mistakes or even the trajectory of your graft, the size of your arteriotomy, if the sutures aren't as perfect as you normally would want them, a long ECMO run in the axillary position will punish you for every single technical error that you've made. Things that you don't, maybe you take for granted in that, 2, 3, 4 hour ascending case. There you're on and off, no big deal. This thing, if you're gonna be on it for a week or two and there's a little, the sutures aren't perfectly put on, or the arteriotomy is too big or something like that. It's really hard. And so it's just something that takes technical experience, precision. So some takeaways, again, some clinical pearls. The subclavian axillary position, another indication for using it outside of, bridging a patient is if they have bad femoral access. And a lot of times, we, especially in the post-cardiotomy patient, if their hearts aren't doing too great, probably the vessels in their legs aren't great. So this might be a good indication to put it in the upper body. And then again, try to transition to peripheral approaches. The ELSO book talks about this, and pretty much everybody who's experienced an open sternum will show you that these things bleed and bleed. So we kind of touched upon this, the femoral ECMO cannulation, and the pluses and minuses of percutaneous versus open. This is, probably a little bit of this is practice specific, but as we look at the data, you can clearly see there's some data to support percutaneous cannulation. So when they looked at the registry here, they looked at about over 12,000 patients, and compared the percutaneous to the open, and found that there was a lower incidence of in-hospital mortality and lower cannula site bleeding with the percutaneous. And so that's pretty interesting, and I think something that we as cannulators should really be mindful of. And it's helpful sometimes for the teams to remind us, especially if somebody's a little bit less experienced in this space, that if you can do it percutaneously, it's probably worth trying. Sometimes it can be a little frustrating, especially getting the distal perfusion catheter in. And so believe me, I've been there, I understand. We work really hard to try to get the wire down the leg, before we put the femoral arterial cannula up in the antegrade fashion. I think it's a lot easier to do it that way than to do it afterwards. Afterwards, the vessel is super small. You're on a bunch of pressors. It's, some of our vascular surgeons even struggle getting it in that. Obviously, the one caveat is that the limb ischemia rate, and this is a statistically significant finding, is higher with percutaneous. And I think it's namely due to the fact that that there's times where you think the cannula is in the SFA, the distal perfusion cannula is in the SFA, and it's not. And so this is I think attributes to that. But interestingly enough, this is when we look at their data. Again, you can see better outcomes in terms of in-hospital mortality and cannulocyte bleeding for the percutaneous. And then the other one that's a little bit interesting is systemic infections. And so there was an association between cannulocyte bleeding and systemic infections and the need to reintervene. And the authors concluded that this was because as you reintervene, you reintroduce or you give an opportunity for the colonized bacteria in the groin to reinfect that space. And so, just like anything else, we take the central lines out of the groin when we can. If you make a big incision to expose a femoral artery, now you're in there, there's some suture material in there, maybe you have to put a pledget in there or something like that. There's foreign material, and so it can bleed. So now as we transition to anticoagulation, we talked about some of the surgical approaches and what we think about. As we transition to the anticoagulation, let's talk about, how we can tailor these things for the type of extracorporeal support we have. And that means, tailoring your anticoagulation for VV versus VA ECMO. What's the patient's underlying disease? What are we trying to address? And then what's the current clinical situation? Can you run ECMO without anticoagulation? The answer is yes in certain situations. How long can you run it? Indefinitely, I guess, depending on how many oxygenations you want to switch out. And then what are the risks of running people? And this is specific, VV ECMO can lead to DVT formation, but VA ECMO situations of running people off of anticoagulation and the risks of, stroke and embolic event and how you can mitigate or balance against that. So risk factors for bleeding in VV ECMO patients. This was a study that kind of talked about the PTT. And so, not so much focusing on the VV ECMO aspect of it, but the PTT aspect. Single center study, so it's small, but they found that there was an association between bleeding complications and elevated PTTs, but not with low platelets. And this was a theme that we can kind of see throughout some of the data that shows that peak, not adhering to the nomogram, the anticoagulation nomograms, or having levels that are markedly elevated, the whole PTT greater than 180, having some instances of those things has been shown to have increased associations with bleeding complications. So that's just something to think about. And what that really means is just strict adherence to the protocols. So when we kind of look at the major complications in the VA sphere, we look at the hemorrhagic complications, and you see that, anticoagulation is a way to address that and managing the anticoagulation. And the other thing is avoiding unnecessary invasive procedures. Well, if you can avoid the bleeding, that helps a lot. So let's talk a little bit about anticoagulation. The ELSO anticoagulation guidelines call for adherence to a strict protocol. Whatever your institution's protocol is, you need to adhere to that and specifically try to avoid those peaks in anticoagulation abnormal lab values. And then this isn't from ELSO, but the anticoagulation pathways are complex. Our understanding of it is still limited. And so the drugs that we have work in the different parts of the pathway, but we've all been in situations where the lab values are discordant, the patient is bleeding, everything's, and hypercoagulable at the same time. The circuits are clotting off and they're bleeding. And oftentimes those things herald a bad outcome where they're bleeding and clotting at the same time. That's usually a harbinger of something bad. But a lot of that is due to the fact that we just don't understand all the parts of this cascade, and the medications that we have work in various aspects of this cascade. But this is a little bit more nuanced than sometimes we give it credit for. So just a quick primer. These are the common medications that we use to anticoagulate patients on ECMO. We have our heparin, our bivalve, and our argatroban. Bivalve has the shortest half-life at around half an hour, and then it goes to argatroban, and then heparin at the hour to hour and a half. Heparin is fairly ubiquitous. It tends to be the cheapest when it's available. And then obviously it's reversible with the protamine. It's helpful. It does have the side effect of having instances of HIT, as you know, depending on what you look in the literature, up to 5%. Bivalve is reversibly binds to thrombin. It doesn't require antithrombin 3, so your T3 levels don't have to be checked and addressed. But it has its drawbacks, and it's not good in patients with low cardiac outputs, low flow states, because when it lingers, it gets broken down by the proteases in the serum. And so you can have an abnormally non-coagulated or thicker blood than you think, because there's some bivalve that's just pooling in the heart or the aorta, because it's not being ejected. And then obviously when we kind of look at these things, bivalve is renally metabolized partially, and argatroban is mostly hepatically metabolized. So if somebody has hepatic or renal dysfunction, then you'd have to adjust for it. But these are often the things that we would use in patients with HIT, and then more recently in patients with our COVID population, we've been using exclusively bivalirudin for our VV ECMOs. Again, because of the stasis issues, it's a bit of a case-by-case basis in a VA ECMO patient, because you just have to think about what the underlying reasons are. So some clinical pearls. Factor 7 is not just for the aortic surgeons, although at our hospital they use like 97% of it. We can use it in select instances. Bivalve, again, if you're having trouble, bivalve's half-life is very short, but if you're having trouble clearing it and you need to do some sort of emergency procedure, CRRT can be used for that, or plasmapheresis. Again, in low flow states, people with low cardiac output, you want to avoid this because it'll break down locally, and then you can be at higher risk of intracardiac thrombus. Similarly, it can break down around the distal perfusion cannula, and you'll have to either switch it out, which is really problematic. So in patients that are in these potential states, bivalirudin is probably not the favorite treatment or management for VA ECMO. So we can kind of look at the different ways of monitoring this, and this is the tried and true, what we have in the OR, the ACT. It is, it's great for monitoring the heparin dose, especially in the OR. You get it right away. But obviously, as you can see, its disadvantages is affected by a lot of things, because it's measuring the end product of the cascade and not direct heparin function. And then it doesn't really have any role for the direct thrombin inhibitors, the bivalve and argatroban. PTT, outside of ECMO, it's probably up there in terms of management of heparin drips in the hospital. In the ECMO situation, it's been gaining favorability, or it's becoming more popular. Obviously, it's widely available, but it's a send-down lab, whereas if you're doing a remote cannulation, we have an ACT machine with us, so we give a dose, and then we have that machine with us, and if we have to give more as we're going back to the main hospital, we'll give more heparin, but we wouldn't be able to do that with PTT. We can't check it in the middle of the ambulance. There's some issues with standardization with PTT and some variability in the data, and then at the higher doses and higher concentrations of the direct thrombin inhibitors, it's less efficacious and less reliable. And then we have the factor 10. This measures direct heparin function, unlike ACT, which measures it downstream. Obviously, you can't use it for the direct thrombin inhibitors, and sometimes there's some variability in the assays and the calibration of the machines. Sometimes at our hospitals, we've had experiences where the levels have been all off, and we've had issues with our VA ECMO patients. We'll talk about, I know there's a TED talk later this afternoon, so I won't touch on this, but this is just, this is a new and shinier toy. I think all cardiac surgeons like newer and shinier toys. At our hospital, we're only allowed to get this in the OR, so on our lung transplants, we'll just ask for the anesthesiologist to send this as we're leaving, just so we have it. It gives you the whole picture, lets you see, what things need to be replaced and repleted. But obviously, it's expensive, it's limited, and so you can't really use this reliably on a outside the OR and the ICU. So, what are the lab monitoring schedules? Obviously, ACTs can be checked very frequently, and then less frequently for PTTs and 10As, and in patients that are not bleeding, they don't need to be checked that often, once a day. And then this is a nomogram that also gave for suggested titrations based on 10A levels of your heparin drips. But the thing to kind of think about is, what happens when the 10A level and the PTT don't match? And these are kinds of tricky situations. And so, if we look through this here, our 10A level is low, but our PTT is normal. Well, the recommendations are to increase the heparin. Or conversely, like if your PTT level is low, but your 10A level is normal, then there's a concern that there's an underlying hypercoagulable state that you're not addressing. And so you want to kind of use both of these lab values together. So especially if the clinical picture isn't aligning with your 10A levels, then it's good to check a PTT and just make sure that both of these things are kind of reading off the same hymn book. So some takeaways for VV ECMO anticoagulation. Recently, there's been tendencies to run patients with minimal to no anticoagulation. I think the one exception could potentially be COVID, and even in those situations, we run patients a little bit lower. We use bivalve, but we don't run very high PTT targets unless they have specific instances of hypercoagulable issues, or we're having to change out the oxygenator frequently. But outside of those specific cases, for just your run-of-the-mill VV ECMO, there's been a lot of studies that have shown people on ECMO for months, being bridged to lung transplant or whatever, and they've been off of heparin. And it minimizes transfusions, especially when you're bridging somebody. You don't want to sensitize them by giving them a unit of blood every other day. So this is an important thing. Again, so lower targets are safe, and there's instances of being able to do it without the complications. If you saw some of the earlier studies, showed really high bleeding rates in it, so it shouldn't really happen. You shouldn't be getting this type of bleeding in VV ECMO patients. Now, for VA patients, this is a little bit different, and the also recommendations were that you still have to run them on anticoagulation. That being said, there's been some studies that show that it's safer to run them short, and we've experienced this too, where again you have a post-cardiotomy patient, they're bleeding, they're on VA ECMO, we can't anticoagulate them because they're bleeding, so we'll have to just kind of suck it up, and a lot of times those patients are fine and don't have any sort of embolic event. Also, we stop the heparin for like trachs and procedures and things like this, and so we're thoughtful about that. Transfusion triggers, if you kind of think back in the day, people were getting transfused to like hematocrits north of 30, 35, and everybody was getting like platelets to keep them at over 100,000. And so also has released newer guidelines, and I think this is more along the lines of where most programs are, kind of that hemoglobin target of 7, 6 sometimes in our bridging patients, and then platelets, depending on the clinical situation. If you're not bleeding, you don't need to just make that number 100. It can be okay as long as it's not markedly low. So just kind of things to think about. Trying to keep it a little bit more conservative, again, because adverse things happen with blood product transfusion. It's not a risk-free endeavor, especially if you're trying to get them off. You don't want to trash their lungs with blood products. Okay, so what is the clinician's responses to minimize the bleeding? We've kind of talked about this. Anticoagulation protocols to minimize bleeding with that in mind. Modern transfusion targets, so we're not transfusing everybody for lab values, but transfusing them for the clinical situation, and adherence to protocoled anticoagulation pathways. So what about a surgeon's responses? How do we think about it? Again, remember we kind of talked about this a little bit at the beginning, but patient selection is a huge factor. If you can plan ahead of time what you're going to do, If you know it's going to be a tough case, we image the legs. We think about, what is our cannulation strategy going to be? This is a patient that we're looking at for lung transplant. And, if we think that they're going to need ECMO post-op, we plan for that. Case selection, and then, what cannulas you're going to use, and how you're going to approach that, and we'll kind of talk about that. And then timely response. If we just sit there and watch them and just give tons and tons of product to get them to the next day, eventually this product's going to catch up with you and you're going to get trolley. So if you're having bleeding and it's surgical bleeding, the appropriate thing is to go back that night and deal with it. And not try to just get them to the morning and correct the coagulopathy. And we remember this because this is the trolley pathway. It happens each unit of blood, and then it just starts seeping in. And we've seen this. The lungs will white out, and then now you switch from VA ECMO to VV ECMO. Once the heart recovers, you've made it through that portion, but now you've trashed the lungs with all the blood products you've given them. So they're going to be on ECMO for another 2 weeks. So again, we've talked about this, but these are kind of like the things that we adhere to when we talk to our trainees and our cannulators. We try to push for percutaneous techniques when possible. We use if we do an open procedure, we'll put in a Prolene purse strings around our cannulation sites, and then we use kind of these disposable tourniquets, Ramel tourniquets, that we will have buried in the groin when we close the incision. But it snugs up against the artery and the cannula. We use the smallest cannula as possible. So, certainly nobody, not everybody needs like a 20 French in the groin for 3 liters. But sometimes we'll get them transferred in from another hospital, and that's what the cardiac surgeons put on. And so we'll try to downsize it and repair it and resite it. So the smallest cannula possible. Sometimes this avoids, needing to put a distal perfusion catheter in. If you only need to flow 2 liters, maybe you don't need a huge cannula, and maybe you can obviate the need for a distal perfusion cannula. All the venous sites should always have purse strings. It's a low flow state. You should always be able to put a purse string on it. We intentionally make our skin incisions very small, and then put a purse string around it. And because we've seen otherwise, sometimes people are a little bit reckless and will make take the 11 blade and make a 1.5 centimeter stab incision. It makes it very easy to cannulate, but then, once the cannula is in, even if you have a big 29 French multi-stage, there's still another centimeter of incision that now you have to close. And so it's like anything else. You have to put a stitch in it. So if you, A, can avoid making the incision so big, that's great. And B, we always teach them to put a purse string around it. There's an obvious risk. The downside of this is that somebody invariably was going to put a needle through the cannula. I haven't seen it, but some of my colleagues, swear that they've had trainees do that. So those are things to kind of be cognizant of. But I think, we take brand new cannulators and they do this and we watch them and it's been fine. Arterial cannulation, you can overdilate the vein, but you can't overdilate the artery. And so you have to be mindful of that. So you have to know what cannula you're going to put in that artery, and you can't overdilate it. Because if you do, it's just going to bleed and bleed and bleed, especially if you go percutaneous. Well-secured cannulas. We've had the floating cannulas. Every time we get a patient from another hospital, again, the neck cannula is floating, or femoral arterial cannula is floating. Especially the arterial cannulas, a lot of them are tapered. So if they're not secured, they're going to be dilating and going in and out of this artery all night long, and then it's just going to be bleeding around it when it backs out. So we work really hard to make sure we don't overdilate, and we secure these cannulas with tons of suture. And then sometimes, you're in a really bad coagulopathic state, and every needle that you put in, that site will bleed too. Well, a trick to that is to take a smaller needle, like a 5-0 Prolene, and oversew the needle site. We've had to do that a couple of times, but it works and it's effective. It's just the same way that we would deal with bleeding, inside the chest. But the solution for bleeding shouldn't be to just watch it. You have to do something proactive about it. And then, what about reciting? If there's an issue with the leg, something's going on, it's okay to move it to the upper body. You have a fresh start, you can work on it. And then the big push is to always try to move the cannulas peripherally if you can, so you can close the chest. So again, techniques, thoughtful planning, think about what you're doing ahead of time, pick your approach, pick the cannulas that you're going to use, and then try to, really think this through. So kind of in conclusion, as we go through this, we have to identify our sources of our bleeding. Is it coming from the cannulation site? Is it coming from the surgical procedure? If, depending on what it is, we need to address it. We need to have a low threshold to intervene. We can't put our head in the sand and think that it's only coagulopathy. If it's surgical bleeding, it's surgical bleeding and needs to be addressed. And then lastly, unrelated to this talk, but having done this for a while, I've got a great appreciation for the work that you guys do, for and for the competency and the ability to work in a high stress environment and produce make a good product every time. Just the other day, we're doing a D-cord on a patient with a low EF, and the patient became unstable, and even without asking, there was a perfusionist wheeling in the ECMO circuit, and they were ready to go. And so it makes, I think, a lot of CT surgeons feel very safe. It's like having a warm blanket if you were a kid. Your perfusionist is there, and they have a circuit that's primed. And so we've seen it when we go transport with our transport program's pretty busy. We use our perfusionists instead of our ECMO specialists, because these are high stress environments where you're kind of by yourself. And we've had circuits deprime, we've had circuits clot off and have to have somebody reprime a circuit in another hospital, and so while we're dealing with a lot of instability. And so it's good to have somebody that knows it, who's been through it. As you guys know, and I don't need to tell you this, but these are all the things that can go wrong on an ECMO circuit, right? And all of them are fatal, and all of them need to be dealt with expeditiously. And the solution for all of them is to change the circuit, right? And or mostly. And so what that means is that to be able to do this, you have to do this quickly and have to have somebody that knows what they're doing. And so I just want to thank you guys for your contribution to our patient care.
Thank you, Dr. Jafar. So if you would go ahead, thank you, excellent talk. If you'd go ahead and move our chairs in place for me, we'll have our panelists come up. For those, hopefully you have, I know everyone's kind of getting tired, but hopefully you have questions from this morning with some great panelists that we've had here. One thing I love about this meeting that over the years is these talks are actually recorded and put on YouTube within the Sanibel YouTube site. So I know we can't be always the decision-making factors, when we're trying to talk to our surgeons or anesthesiologists or whatever, but if we can take some of this information back to them in a video on a YouTube and tell them, watch this and Thrones or whatever tonight, maybe we can change some practices out there. So everything will be recorded and on there within, a couple weeks, huh, Terry? Or, oh, right now they're already recorded. Boy, technology, right. So go ahead and please look at your notes from this morning. We'll have Elizabeth up there. We'll have, we're going to move the podium. We'll have Dr. Phil Mason, Dr. Steve Conrad, and of course Dr. Jawadpar. Dr. Zekok is leaving for Egypt tomorrow, so I excused him out of here. He's got a long trip, so he will be missing, but we will go ahead and get them all settled. So as much audience participation as we can. I definitely wrote down some questions I had, but I really want to hear from you. Use this with me?
Yeah, I use that with it?
Unless I have questions, then I go back there.
Yeah, that one is active. So you guys,
Sure, I mean. Is this a band or is this karaoke?
You started off. $20 is what's coming at me. I feel it.
Hi.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Luke Buzz from Iowa City. I have a question about the ECMO training, the curriculum and everything. That was really a nice presentation, and I think perfusion should do something similar, you know, have a standardized perfusion curriculum. I know they have it in the US, but worldwide. What is the intake level for the course? You know, what kind of people are you looking for? Are you only looking, I know you said something about clinically apt, but at what level?
For the foundations course, so we still leave liberties to the institutions to make decisions on discriminating at who is entry into an ECMO specialist role. So I'd say probably universal entry. We would hear critical care experience, minimum 1 to 2 years as a bedside nurse or a respiratory therapist. But we haven't been prescriptive at this point to say you must do X, Y, and Z. But part of that's the value, what I kind of quickly went over in terms of the quality assurance with use of the exam, is I think that as people take the exam and we start to learn a little bit more about the test takers and why we're asking for an application to share a little bit about your background in that, is that we will start to gain a little bit more understanding of, you know, is there a threshold for minimum clinical hours, minimum bedside experience that we should be looking for. But I don't think that there's anything right now that points to a critical minimum that we should look at. So it's institution specific at who they would be interested in transitioning to an ECMO specialist role. So it's as vague as I possibly can be on that. Sorry, Luca.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is David Aber. I'm from the Children's Hospital in New Orleans. The question's for you, Elizabeth, also. I missed your talk, and he kind of stole my question, so I'm going to embellish from that. So I know it also has the new adult certification program. Do you know anything more about the NEO-PEDS aspect of that and what's being developed?
Yes. So that is the next highly sought question now that we got that out there. So, you know, what I tried to share in there is that development of the adult curriculum was about a 4-year process. And so there is individuals that are interested in helping develop the NEO-PEDS. We have the framework that we use to develop the adult group. So my answer is it's not going to take 4 years, but it will take a little bit of time yet, because we would like to go through the modeling that we did with using the Delphi method, getting expert consensus, whittling down learning objectives. And again, for those of you who do NEO-PEDS, you understand that, you know, our adult ECMO criteria and our modules were 53. When you start getting into the different pathways of the other, you know, NEO-PEDS physiology and the different disease states, we're anticipating it's exponentially more than 53 modules at the end to try to really do it justice for the other populations. But we're still a little ways out. But the intention beyond that is development of the NEO-PEDS curriculum, and in concert with that, the learning objectives would be identified for an exam as well.
Susan, do you have a virtual question? Or do you want me to go with our next? We have 2 more people ready to go. Okay.
My name is Jim Patterson from Lakeland, and we do about 10 ECMOs a year. And my biggest concern, I think a lot of times, is that we fluid overload our patients. So this question is basically directed to Dr. Conrad, but any of you that I just was wondering, how aggressive are you with CRRT and taking volume off patients?
Well, at our institution, we are aggressive. So if the patient is heading towards fluid overload, we'll start CRRT primarily for volume removal, even if we can't justify it based on renal replacement therapy at that time.
We do the same thing with CRRT. We're very aggressive. If the kidneys still work and they're providing clearance, in other words, the creatinine's acceptable, the electrolytes are, we'll use a scuff mode on our CRRT machine, which is basically hemofiltration to all of you. It's just done a little more precisely using the CRRT machines. And it's really a smart way to do things. I ask my team to take off, X amount of cc's per hour and still monitor the patient's urine output. If the patient was still urinating, you can still track that as an indicator of volume status. You can also track the patient's creatinine as an indicator of renal function, as long as you're not doing full replacement. So we kind of take that approach sometimes, but there's no reason to wait until you're 10 or 12 or more liters behind before you start that.
Okay, thank you.
If I can add to that, if you're following creatinine measurements as a way of knowing whether kidney is functioning, are you not looking at past data, past measurements? So the kidney could be starting to function, but the creatinine could still be high at that point.
Are you referring to with or without CRRT?
I'm referring to, well, with CRRT, hopefully that's been corrected, but go ahead, Steve, what's your point?
Well, without CRT, then that's correct. Creatinine is a late reflector of what's happening in the kidney. So there are newer biomarkers to detect acute kidney injury within 3 or 4 or 5 hours of the onset of such injury. Those are commercially available, but they don't appear to be in a widespread use. But you are right. It takes 12 to 24 hours to see the transition from an acute kidney injury to a rise in creatinine. So it's not a great biomarker for detecting and intervening early. And so following creatinine also is a little more complicated on CRRT because there is removal by the machine as well as removal by the patient's kidney. But if you're on a stable prescription of CRT, then the creatinine clearance that is being provided by the machine should be relatively stable. So any changes in creatinine would be reflective of the underlying improvement or worsening of underlying kidney function, but the creatinine itself can't be translated into a creatinine clearance.
I have several questions from the live chat. William Jones mentions, for patients requiring ECMO support post-bypass, do you fully reverse heparin with the protamine?
Yeah, that's a great question. I guess it depends on the situation, right? Like, and how bad the bleeding is. If we're worried about bleeding, we'll reverse it all the way. If not, we'll try to get down to that 180 target in terms of ACT.
Okay, that kind of answered the next question from KMT. Do you fully reverse, or if so, when do you start a heparin infusion and what rate?
Yeah, and then so you go back to the unit, and then it just depends on your situation. If things are looking good and you're just, for example, it's like PGD after heart transplant or primary graft dysfunction after lung transplant, and things are okay, you're not bleeding, then you could start it later that night. But a lot of times, I think most of us would wait at least till the next day just to make sure we're dry.
Okay, thank you. I have another question here from Michael Lockhart. Would a femoral artery chimney graft help mitigate the leg ischemia risk for peripheral VA ECMO?
Yeah, I think it's practice specific or preference, but yeah, we have surgeons in our group that like the chimney graft. And then if you do that, then you don't need to put in a distal perfusion. And when you go to decannulate, you can just oversew the chimney graft. And so I think that's probably pretty helpful, especially in situations where the leg ischemia isn't great. So when you put the chimney graft on, you can kind of put it on and widen the artery at the same time.
Hello, Floyd Daniel from Missouri Baptist in St. Louis. My question is for Dr. Conrad. There's an article I've been reading called The Endothelial Glycocalyx and the Revised Stalling Principle. Is there a practical application for us in our programs to the revision because of the glycocalyx component?
You mentioned the title of an article?
Right.
I didn't quite hear.
It's called the Endothelial Glycocalyx and the Revised Stalling Principle.
And the Revised Stalling Principle?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen that article, but the Starling principle, when first described, was based on the fact that the barrier was thought to be the endothelial cell, and intercellular junctions then became the regulator between the intravascular space and the interstitial space. And now the more current evidence is that the glycocalyx actually performs that function. So I don't think it changes the underlying principle of the underlying meaning of the Starling principle, but I think it shifts to where that principle is actually executed in microcirculation.
Okay, and a follow-up question. This is just for my understanding. Is the glycocalyx 2 times greater in the lung tissue than the vascular system?
That I don't know. That's a good question, but I don't have an answer for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
This is a question for whoever wants to answer it, actually, and it's something that's been on my mind. Clearly in the Red Book, it states that if you're on VV ECMO, that you're taking out of venous and you're putting back into venous, so therefore there's no chance of overloading possibly the right side of the heart. Well, that may be true with 2-site cannulation from the IJ and then from the femoral venous, but I wonder with our dual lumens, if we're flowing at rates higher than we need to be because we're misunderstanding what hypoxemia is due to hypoxia, and we're flowing at very high rates, shooting it down into the RV, do you think, and this could be for anybody on the panel, that we could be actually overloading the right heart using excessively high flows with the dual lumen and jetting that down into the right heart, please?
I'll take a stab at that, Bill. It's an interesting concept. So on VV ECMO in general, the way I've always looked at this and the way I've described it is imagining a swimming pool that I'm taking water out of and simultaneously returning water back into it through a water hose. And I can raise that flow as high as I want. And for every drop that I put into the pool, there's a corresponding drop that I took out. So on straight VV ECMO 2-site, I think that analogy holds as you described. I feel like it probably still does for a 2-site or for a dual lumen cannula, but I can't say for sure. I think you'd have to be surmising that that jet is really specific to going across that tricuspid valve. And in that case, I guess you could argue that. But I also feel like the great vessels, the superior and inferior vena cava, are very close proximity there. And I think that you're still decompressing the right atrium at the same time. And so the native flow that would be going in there would probably be less. I don't have a way to answer that factually. I can't say I've seen it clinically. And generally, on VV ECMO, we generally push for the highest flows that we can reasonably achieve without excessive circuit pressures or chatter or volume. But it's a great question. And definitely highlights the fact that that is a directional jet, and it is intended to direct blood across the tricuspid valve, not back into just the general vascular space. Anybody else?
I'll add something. I've done some computational fluid studies of VV ECMO, including a dual lumen, which I haven't published that data. But the jet dissipates dissipates into a cone pretty rapidly. So by the time it gets to the tricuspid valve, it's not really the hard momentum of jet that you're thinking of. But I'll echo Phil's thought is that it's equal in, equal out. ECMO systems have a very low compliance, so there's not going to be much volume change within the system. And there might be a little bit due to the tubing compliance and so forth, but it's in the steady state, once you've achieved a change in flow, you're going to see the same in and out. So I wouldn't expect any change in effective intravascular volume.
The other thing to think about is with the dual lumens is that you have the newer generation, the ProTech Duos, the ones that bypass the RV. And so if you have a patient in a unique situation where they have underlying right ventricular dysfunction, that volume that you're dumping in with the Avalon or with the Crescent into the right atrium and having it go through. Sometimes these patients, and we've seen this a lot of times in the COVID population, and the use of the ProTech was, has been made popular by institutions like Northwestern, where they put all their COVIDs on, through ProTech. And it's that, if you have underlying RV dysfunction, that may be an instance for, figuring out a way to get that blood past it. And so I think that's a unique situation where a dual lumen dumping all the blood, it's not necessarily the volume, but the location and the fact that RV isn't going to be strong enough to push it through. So we've seen it, we've done it at our institution with people who have that transient RV dysfunction, and they seem to respond to it.
Hi, Luke Buzz from Iowa City. I have a question for Dr. Javidvar, but anybody can answer. And I'm going to be very honest, I missed your presentation because I had to be on a call. I just saw your last, so this question might be obsolete, but do you have any experience or knowledge about the use of factor 11 inhibition? So that would be the anticoagulation before the common pathway, and so inducing less bleeding. And do you have any idea if that's coming to the market soon?
I personally don't have any experience with that, and I couldn't comment on its market.
Nope.
Steve doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah. Doesn't exist. Yeah. He stumped us.
Elizabeth, we get these questions a whole lot out here. Sorry, I just jammed on your volume. Differences between the two current certification tests, one by AMSECT and one by ELSO, which is newer, hasn't been taken by as many people as far as I know. I don't know how many have taken it, but I know it's been worked on for a long time, and I remember 20 years ago we were trying to do one together, 30 years ago. Susan was president of AMSECT, I think. So there's differences between the two, and our good friend Jeff Riley, who passed away recently, did a lot of work on the one with AMSECT. So what do I answer to people that ask me that kind of question?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I'd say that I don't have a lot at this point, to the point that ELSO's exam is new. I would say, and I'll be very honest too, that I'm not as familiar with AMSEC certification, you know, the design and how the questions were created. And so I probably do need to just sit and take it and go through it so I can also better explain a compare and contrast, because I as well get a lot of questions about it. What I can say is what ELSO attempted to do was just to make sure that we were very much creating an exam to the spirit of ECMO. So every piece of it, the exam writers, the evaluators, the psychometric analysis, there was every cross-section of disciplines equally weighted across. And so the intention was evaluating clinical scenarios and evaluating as you come into it, irrespective of your background, because the intention was that we would all approach and come into it from a common place of that bedrock ECMO core foundational knowledge. And so in the exam, it doesn't care that I'm a nurse. It cares that I was trained on ECMO. And so I think we'll still find out. So we've had, to date, the exam launched in January. We've had about 300 applicants for the exam. We haven't done the analysis yet to kind of go back and look. But our hope is to be able to go back and just better understand. Like I said, you know, part of the impetus for this was not so much the end result. The end result is the exam, a knowledge assessment validated tool. The front end is where I think most of the passion was how do we teach and how do we evaluate what we teach, which the exam is kind of an end product to determine did we do that the right way. So, you know, I don't know. I think that there's probably no different in my background in nursing. There's like 1,000 different certification exams I can take to enhance and to show the world the different respective areas of expertise that I have as a nurse. I think that in ECMO that there'll probably be several more exams coming to market that also have that bend to it, and they probably all have that place. And I think the individual then has to sit and read about each one to figure out what would be the right fit for them. Is that as politically correct and as nebulous as I can possibly be? Perfect.
If somebody wants, yeah, please.
Tim Bazzelli from Lynchburg, Virginia, for Dr. Mason. Do you I don't know if you can hear me. Do you have any experience with psych consults for ECMO patients? Do you think that psychiatry has a place in multidisciplinary rounds? And then question number one. And then the second one is, as you wake patients up, do you then monitor the sleep that they get eventually? And do you have any designs to make sure that patients actually get good sleep after they come out of their sedation?
Thanks. Those are two really great questions. As far as psychiatry, we occasionally, I don't typically request psychiatric consults when I'm rounding. It's not that they don't add value, it's just that I think the problems we're dealing with are too simple for them. You know, ICU delirium there's not a great way to treat it. It's mostly a prevented kind of a thing, and that really comes down to critical care related interventions and then some disease related things that we can't modify. Where I have seen my team occasionally, so for delirium, I don't think we have. Occasionally my team members will consult psychiatry for management of anxiety or depression. And on those, I feel like I'm a little more open to that. I don't know how valuable it is. The patients that have anxiety, you know, treatments for anxiety in the outpatient world are mostly SSRIs and SNRIs. I don't know what their role is in the ICU. Some of my colleagues start them on the patients. When I come on Monday morning, I don't stop them. I don't undo everything that was done. So if a treatment plan is in place, I leave it. There has been an association or a suggestion of increased bleeding events with SSRIs and SNRIs. I don't know how real that is, but I haven't found it to be helpful. Their anxiety is just a different variety. And I would say the same thing about their depression. In fact, I would argue most of them don't have depression. They have adjustment disorder, right? Or they are reacting to a specific stressor in their life. And so for that reason, I have not pushed hard for psychiatry consults. I wish I had better access to a psychologist to help the patients with certain relaxation techniques and other non-pharmacological techniques to deal with their anxiety. Maybe, again, not with delirium necessarily. That's where I feel like some psychiatrists are guilty of the same thing the intensivists are. We wouldn't just order a medication to solve this problem. That medicine doesn't exist. And so I don't tend to use psychiatry consults too often in the ICU for that reason. And your other question, remind me?
Sleep.
Yeah, sleep. I'm sorry, I'm so tired I didn't hear you. So sleep is so important, and we are terrible. The patient's disease itself sets them up for sleep disruption and all the medications. And then the ICU environment is horrible for that. The reason I put the x-ray example in my talk is a couple of my patients I've talked to pointed out, they said, why every morning at 4 o'clock do they come in there and put a cold board under my back? So I will tell you that that's one of the first questions. We have nurse-led rounds at our ICU, which, by the way, I think that's a fantastic business model. But that is one of the first things they always address is level of sedation, which is hopefully 0, presence of delirium by CAM ICU, and did the patient sleep last night? We ask that every single morning. I don't know that we have anything more formal than that to measure it and quantify it, but just by asking it first on rounds, you bring it to the forefront of your team's thought processes, and hopefully they can focus on it more.
I just might throw in that critical illness, and I'm speaking primarily of sepsis, the inflammatory response, and so forth, disrupts the circadian rhythm. And I think it's a little pie in the sky to think that by going to night and day and all these other things, we're going to completely reverse that. While those things are important, they get more important as the patient's critical illness improves and the inflammation resides. So it's a tough problem to manage, and even both pharmacologic and non-pharmacologic are not going to get you all the way there.
Hi, Bridget Keeley, Winchester, Virginia. I have a comment. The glycocalyx is kind of new for me. I'm just learning how important that is. But I wanted to liken it to the tubing coatings that we in perfusion have been using for almost 20 years now. And just to say that perfusionists are kind of on the forefront and had that concept of protection at the cellular level. And it's kind of analogous to me. I just wanted to point that out.
I don't even know what that is, so thank you.
I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. Steve, or anybody on there, most of the programs that I go to visit, I wouldn't say most, I'd say about 3/4 of them do not measure albumin levels at all. They don't believe in it, they don't think it's important, and generally if I get them to do one, they're hypo-oncotic. I guess I used to understand why that might be not a problem if you're going through the inflammatory response mechanism, but now seeing that albumin might assist the glycocalyx in maintaining its integrity, perhaps we should be taking a better notice at that and maybe therapeutically treating it even during the entire run, if at all?
Well, my bias is that it should be taken for any critically ill patient, whether they're on ECMO or not. And I just wanted to relate an anecdote. And I know anecdotes are not evidence, but there was a patient that, and this experience has stuck with me ever since I've seen it, and is part of the reason I've been driven to measuring, not measuring, but evaluating oncotic pressure and trying to maintain it and treat it. It was before we started our ECMO program, there was a patient that was put on central VA ECMO by one of our CT surgeons. We didn't have a formal program. It was a patient who had some problems post-op, couldn't come off pump, and he decided to maintain the patient. And the perfusionist group was managing the bedside, the circuit. And the patient had bleeding, as you would expect. They were using fairly high anticoagulation levels, and so bleeding was problematic and required continual replacement of not only blood products but fluids as well. And depending on who the perfusionist was, they would fill the reservoir or give a 500 cc bolus of either crystalloid or 5% albumin. And if a perfusionist gave 500 of crystalloid, in about 2 or 3 minutes, you could see froth coming out of the patient, out of the endotracheal tube. And that would gradually subside over the next 2 or 3 hours. And then they would receive a bolus from a different perfusionist of 5% albumin and no froth. And this repeated itself for 3 or 4 days. So it was extremely consistent, and that just sunk home to me that that oncotic pressure is still critically important in these patients. But I think the answer to your question is we've not had any really outstanding prospective data. We just haven't had the kind of trials we need to answer that question. So we're looking at a lot of observational studies, meta-analyses, and so forth that is driving us in that direction. But the absence of that data has not made it clear that not everyone accepts that.
Thank you. It's time. I could go on forever with you people. Really respect all the knowledge that you've given us. I do want to remind people that, again, with this meeting, a lot of everybody's recorded session, recorded presentation is recorded on the site, the perfusion.com site on YouTube, so you can take some of these presentations back to your physicians and your care providers if you think you've obtained some knowledge that maybe you'd like to share with them that maybe you think they are not exactly in compliance with. So that's all I'll say with that, and thank you again for all our panelists. I sure appreciate that.
when she's done, then I'll kick off to Dr. Murat. All right, is this on? These guys earn their pay. You can see the quick change like that. Good job, guys. My name is Patrick Curran. I'm from Haemonetics, the headquarters in Boston. On behalf of my colleagues at Haemonetics, I'd like to thank Perfusion.com and the conference organizers and the attendees for the opportunity to support you guys. Beyond the value provided by the TEG technology itself, an area that our customers appreciate most is our commitment to clinical education. The next speaker is one of the team of about 40 clinical specialists responsible for supporting the educational needs of customers at the local level. Carla Neeb is a registered nurse and TEG clinical specialist in Southwest Florida for Haemonetics. Prior to joining industry in 2017, she was an ER and OR nurse in Sarasota, Florida. Carla is also a proud veteran of the U.S. Army, where she served deployments in both Iraq and Afghanistan, and leaving as a rank of captain. Today she will be reviewing the medical guideline support for the use of viscoelastic hemostasis testing in and beyond the cardiac OR. Please welcome Ms. Carla Neeb.
Thank you for the introduction, Pat. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to my presentation. My name is Carla. Today I'll be talking to you about the guidelines that are in support of TEG testing in and beyond the CVOR. So we know that traditional monitoring comes with challenges. The image that you see here is the life of a clot that's been overlaid with conventional coags. And as you see, it takes a series of tests that provide isolated data that you then have to combine in order to get a hemostatic profile for your patient. In other words, these tests really provide a very limited view of hemostasis, and they also don't adequately explain hemostasis as it occurs in vivo. Most importantly, there are no randomized controlled trials supporting the use in perioperative coagulopathy. And then, of course, you have to contend with the significant time delays in regard to results. TEG, being a whole blood assay, provides a global view of hemostasis using the cell-based model of coagulation. This model, which builds on the traditional coagulation model, includes the addition of cellular components, and reflects thrombin generation as occurring on the surfaces of tissue factor-bearing cells and platelets. So the traditional model still plays a role in hemostasis, but the interactions are dependent on the pathways are dependent on interactions at the cellular surface rather than in plasma, as you would see with your conventional coags. Therefore, routine coags do not represent the cell-based model of hemostasis. For those of you who are not familiar with TEG, TEG is a whole blood assay that actually gives you parameters that give you a comprehensive view of your patient's hemostasis. These functional parameters assess clot rate, strength, and stability over time. If we read this tracing from left to right, the first parameter is R time. R time reflects clot initiation and is measured in minutes. The next parameter is MA, so as the clot begins to grow, we evaluate MA, and this is reflective of the max clot strength and is measured in millimeters. And then the last parameter that we're looking at is LY30. This reflects clot stability or clot breakdown and is measured as a percentage. All of these functional parameters are displayed both graphically and numerically. So TEG helps to identify where your patient exists on the coagulation continuum. We know that many factors, both internal and external, can cause a shift towards bleeding or thrombosis, and we know that if left unaddressed, they can cause a lot of the complications that we see on this slide, also including extended length of stay, increased utilization of resources, and elevated costs. We know that this is particularly important in our mechanical circulatory support patients, where that balance really has to be maintained. The key objectives of TEG are to conserve blood product use, stratify risk for thrombosis or bleeding, and improve patient outcomes. Currently, we're in the worst critical blood shortage in the last 10 years, and a lot of experts believe that it's really not going to improve and that it's going to become the new normal. So we know, based on the evidence that I'll be covering shortly, that TEG can help reduce blood product usage. TEG is very well studied. There are over 5,000 peer-reviewed clinical studies with almost 1,300 of those studies in the last 5 years. And we also remain the market leader with 600 TEG analyzers in North America, with over 75% of those in the top 20 hospitals, and over 1,800 analyzers in Europe. So there are a number of societies who endorse the use of TEG in both perioperative and CV surgery disciplines. The SCA states that viscoelastic testing is superior to conventional coags in patients undergoing CV surgery. They also say that algorithms based on TEG can reduce transfusion-associated adverse events, and they also say that we should consider platelet function testing on patients undergoing CV surgery who are on P2Y12 inhibitors. The ASA recommends the use of TEG if coagulopathy is suspected. SABM endorses viscoelastic testing in the setting of trauma, organ transplant, OB hemorrhage, and cardiovascular surgery. All of the societies there in the corner, to include the European societies, all agree that goal-directed transfusion algorithms using viscoelastic testing reduce both bleeding and transfusion in cardiac patients. So here we have several organizations that are trauma organizations, and you're probably wondering why I'm talking about this, but you may have trauma colleagues bring you in to manage a patient like a crush injury or any type of surgical critical care patient. So I want you to understand too that that TEG is heavily studied in trauma as well. The ACS Orange Book states that thromboelastography should be available at all level 1 and level 2 trauma centers. E states that viscoelastic testing use results in fewer transfusions and a decreased mortality rate. TQIP actually has TEG cut points and transfusion triggers, and they state that once major bleeding has been controlled, that we should use point of care based testing. And ABC recommends the use of early and serial TEGs. One of the latest societies to support viscoelastic testing is ELSO, and these are the 2021 guidelines. ELSO states that plasma-based tests such as PTT don't account for platelets and overall clot strength, but that viscoelastic testing does, but it's not routinely performed or not available at most ECMO institutions. It also states that when you have a challenging case, that your conventional coag should be used to perform, to evaluate anticoagulant effect, but that a whole blood test should be used to measure hemostasis. There are also a lack of studies in terms of blood product transfusion in ECMO patients. However, we know that studies in both trauma and CV surgery all state that TEG can help improve blood transfusion. Can help conserve blood product use. They also recommend the use of viscoelastic testing in the administration of blood products. And they also talk about thrombosis, likely increase when antifibrinolytics are administered, and that it should be evaluated with viscoelastic testing. It also recommends that TEG or ROTEM be used daily, or PRN for bleeding or thrombotic complications. Here you see some TEG cut points out of the ELSO Red Book version 2017. So as you see, it's got cut points for R time, MA, angle, and then also LY30. These are my references here. This concludes my presentation, and I'll open it up for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this on? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yeah. The question I have for you is, it's used in cardiac surgery quite a bit, and then I've seen it obviously in trauma care and a lot of OB/GYN cases. Where is the biggest growth right now for TEG?
I mean, all areas, really.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah. I mean, Pat, do you?
Yeah, I'm going to let Dr. Morant from Toledo Hospital answer that question.
Hi, Mike Morant. I'm one of the cardiac surgeons at Toledo and next speaker, but I think the biggest growth area is specifically within cardiac surgery and a greater acceptance by surgeons and buy-in by surgeons and perfusionists. I really think that, I don't know what the exact penetration is, but my bet, maybe 20, 25%, 30%, 40% in the country routinely use TEG on every heart, and I think it should be double that. I really do. So I think there's a tremendous area of growth right there. Our trauma surgeons have been using it extensively. Our neurosurgeons have been using it extensively. Those are the big areas in my opinion.
I mean, personally, I'd have to agree with that. I think, just not enough programs using it with cardiac surgery. And when are you using it? Well, maybe it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to use it pre-surgical. I don't know, because we change so many things when we go on. Of course, those of us that wrap, you'll tell us, those of us that wrap, you have the same blood, so maybe pre-surgical is a good idea. But certainly on pump, before we come off pump, to diagnose whether or not there's a chance of coagulopathy. That way we have the ability to identify a certain product that might be given if we're seeing the bleeding complication occur. But that's my own opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Actually, before I introduce my next speaker, I will also say that after this next speaker, we will have a reception where we'll have some equipment, and Dr. Morant will be there, and a good opportunity to enjoy each other's company as well as ask some questions that you may not have asked during this particular session. So our next speaker is Dr. Michael Morant. He's been practicing cardiothoracic surgery for over 25 years and has completed well over 7,500 cardiac surgeries and 2,000 thoracic surgeries to date. He received his medical degree and completed his general residency at Georgetown University. He then went on to the University of Alabama at Birmingham for cardiothoracic surgery residency and fellowship. From there, Dr. Morant began practice in Toledo, Ohio, where he currently serves as a director for ProMedica Health System's cardiothoracic surgical research and has been a member of the Bloodless Care Committee since its inception in 2007. He's a fellow of the American College of Surgeons and a fellow of the American College of Cardiology. Today, he will be speaking on his institution's experience with the use of TEG hemostasis analyzer system for perioperative hemostasis in patient blood management and complex cardiac surgeries. Please welcome Dr. Michael Morant.
Thank you very much. So this is my third time I've had the opportunity to lecture at the Sanibel Symposium. Usually I'm doing it for my study at home in Toledo. It's much better being here, I can tell you that for sure. Again, I'd like to thank Haemonetics for the opportunity and also the Sanibel Symposium committee that organizes this. They do a fantastic job, and I really I want to thank everybody for this opportunity. We're going to, okay, what happened there? Little technical difficulties here, folks, I'm sorry. And hopefully this will work now. So these are my disclosures. So today I want to talk about why, when, and where we started with TEG, and what is its value, and what it exactly entails. What does it mean? Also, the early clinical impact, and that will be an abbreviation of a major paper that was published in the Annals of Thoracic Surgery approximately 3 years ago. The financial impact of TEG. Then we have a kind of a decade of use of TEG that I want to talk about and show you. And then basically the impact of platelet mapping that it's had, at least in one portion of our practice. So if you go back to 2010, our perioperative coagulation management was we get a ACT post-cardiopulmonary bypass. You had the surgeon's clinical judgment. And if the patient was felt to be coagulopathic, we might get crazy and order 50 whole milligrams of protamine. And we were always scared to do that because we were always told protamine's bad stuff after you give a certain dose. We would blindly transfuse 2 units of FFP, 10 units of platelets, and 10 units of cryo. And if the coagulopathy or bleeding persisted, we would repeat that. Well, remarkably, that's not the greatest management. It's shotgun approach. You're really not treating a specific coagulopathy. You're treating the entire realm of coagulation problems. And that really is a problem. And it's remarkable to me that as I go around the country and find out, this is still a prevalent way of doing things today, remarkably, in 2022. There's no way to accurately determine if there's coagulopathy or unrecognized surgical bleeding. As a surgeon, I know there could never be unrecognized surgical bleeding. It's got to be the perfusionist's fault. Obviously, the large blood product volumes and transfuse, they adversely affect the lungs, kidneys, and the heart itself, leading to increased morbidity and certain mortality. So, after a little head scratching and some research, we decided to start with TEG. Our timeline was in 2009, we did our initial investigations into both TEG and ROTEM. And in 2010, we completed the purchase and shakedown of TEG. We were fully clinically implemented in 2011, including the surgeons being knowledgeable of it and the perfusionists being expert at running it. Since 2011, when we started our program, we've done almost 22,000 TEGs. We performed almost 3,000 platelet mappings. So what is TEG? And we've already had a little bit of a talk about that. The two machines that exist, the TEG 5000 and the 6S, are listed on the left-hand side of your screen there. We're still using the TEG 5000. Basically, it is a global assessment of coagulation. All right, it allows you to assess platelets, FFP, cryo, everything. It can be a point of care place. It is a point of care assay. Ours reside right in our pump rooms. People have them in the labs. People have them in ICUs. As long as it's a responsive place, and what I mean by that is it's some place that recognizes this test needs to be done now with some urgency, and as long as it's done well and urgently, it's fine. It works perfectly. It identifies the risk of bleeding, thrombosis, and thrombolysis, fibrinolysis, and specifically helps to identify the need for specific individual blood components or even extra protamine requirements as necessary. That's something we didn't have in 2010. So this is a picture of our pumps, or our pump room, and the TEG machines that sit in it. We've got the same old computer sitting there that's been there a long time. So how does it work? How does TEG work, actually? So basically, you put an aliquot of blood in here. There's a pin that spins. And as the pin spins and the clot forms, it binds to the cup, and basically it displayed out as a graph, the resistance in the pin. And this is kind of what a normal TEG diagram looks like. You've got the initial phase, what we call the R value here. This is the angle. This is the MA, or the maximal amplitude. And they all measure different things. This is kind of a cartoon drawing of what they measure. So the R value measures the need for FFP or a prolonged anticoagulant effect, specifically heparin. When you start looking at the angle, it looks at fibrinogen and often the need for cryo or fibrinogen. And then finally, when you get to this portion here, the maximal amplitude of the clot, this measures platelet function. Now, if it starts to diminish, this is measuring thrombolysis. So for me as a surgeon, the things that are most important are the R and the MA. Those are the things that are most important, and you'll see why later. So the timing of TEG. We talked a little bit about this just a few minutes ago. All of our cardiac surgical patients get a TEG performed while they're on the table going to sleep, period. Every one of them. The first TEG is drawn with the ACT 10 minutes after protamine is administered. If the patient is felt to be coagulopathic or has received empiric blood products, say platelets, for a known low platelet count, a second TEG is often performed before they even leave the operating room, regardless of how good or bad their coagulation status looks in the surgical field. In our cardiac surgical intensive care unit, if greater than 150 cc's of blood chest tube drainage is obtained in an hour, our nurses know immediately to call for a new tag. So I think that what I can't tell you about is that the serial tags are critical in seeing the dynamic changes that occur and in patients' coagulation profile after cardiopulmonary bypass. The classic one is we'll do a morbidly obese patient with a BMI of, say, 50 or so. A patient comes out, looks dry, looks good, and then 2 hours later they're putting out 300 cc's an hour and they've got heparin rebound. When you do a tag, they don't need FFP, they don't need platelets. They need another 100 milligrams of protamine, and it's fixed. So that's an answer we did not have in 2010. And that patient would have most likely continued to bleed and go back to the operating room. That's all gone now. So the team members are pretty straightforward. The cardiac surgeons, our perfusionists, our anesthesiologists, our clinical laboratory service, which oversees, and then obviously the hospital administrator who gets to write the checks. So the keys to success in our institution have been having the tag in the operating room for a real-time assessment. I mean, I'm not kidding you. They walk out of one room, they walk around the corner, and they're in our operating room. So it's very, very, very easy, very fast. It doesn't mean it can't be at the lab, but it's just got to be done with some degree of urgency. It can't sit on a lab desk for half an hour, 45 minutes. The physicians have to believe in it. And sometimes that's a difficult thing to do for surgeons. We tend to be a little bit egotistical occasionally, and I think that once you show them once or twice that this really works, you know, we gave another 100 of protamine, which we never would have given before, and they stopped bleeding, or we gave one platelet and it stopped. That's it. That's what's important. You have to have a well-trained staff to operate and interpret the tag. Tag is not hard to interpret, but you got to make sure you do it right. Obviously, you got to work closely with the lab, and you got to perform QCs, and our QCs are still done every day. This was a paper that we published in the Annals of Thoracic Surgery in 2019, and it's a little bit of a complicated study that I want to explain to you folks and show you some of the basic results. We called it our complex cases. They were complex cardiac surgical patients who underwent procedures at Toledo Hospital. They included multiple valve procedures, valve cabbage procedures, aortic root, and aortic arch replacements. It was a retrospective analysis of 681 patients. In the pre-TAG era, 2008, 2009, 367 patients were included. And in the full implementation of TAG, when we had buy-in, 311 patients were included. Minimally invasive and circ arrest cases were excluded. So we had the same 3 experienced surgeons doing these cases. We had the same 6 experienced perfusionists. Transfusion triggers, for the most part, were identical throughout the entire study. Perfusion equipment, oxygenators, pump circuits were all identical. So we looked at the comparison of specific perioperative blood use and product consumption, length of stay, re-exploration, readmission, and overall 6-month mortality, and then some basic hospital costs for this study. So when we looked at the blood product use, FFP, RBCs, and cryoprecipitate were all statistically reduced compared to the pre-TAG period, and it was highly statistically significant. Platelet use was also reduced, but to a much lesser degree and not statistically significant. Overall blood product use was significantly reduced by 40% in the perioperative period and for the entire hospitalization. Again, highly statistically significant. And allogenic transfusions were significantly reduced, again, statistically very significant. When we looked at reoperation, length of stay, and readmission mortality, re-exploration for bleeding was cut in half. And this is a group of patients who you'd expect to have more bleeding because they're big cases. Length of stay, we lost about a day, day and a half. Highly statistically significant. Readmissions were not statistically significant. And overall 6-month mortality was also statistically significant. Again, TEG itself didn't do that. TEG reduced the transfusions, which contributed to the mortality and morbidity. Then we looked at the financial aspects of it, and we did this in a number of different ways. And for this talk, we're going to talk specifically about blood costs and blood charges. We didn't get into we did get into reoperations, and we did get into hospital length of stay, but for this specific talk, I'm just going to talk about charges. So for costs, I mean, that's the cost of a hospital buying the blood, we save $700 per patient. If you extrapolate that out to the 680 patients in the group, we save $360,000. These are hospital costs. And if you extrapolate that out through 2019, we save $1.6 million. And these are just the complex cases, which make up approximately 20% of our overall cases. Now, if you look at the charges, now we're talking a couple $1 million. Average blood saving in charges was $4,000. And this is what the insurance company sees, charges. Total blood product for the charges in this study group for those 2 years, each year, $1.5 million. Extrapolated out over to 2019, $11 million, $12 million. So we saved a lot of money here. And believe me, our administrators noticed this very quickly. Recently, we've done a study, and it's being revised for the Annals of Surgery, on our longitudinal impact of TEG throughout the entire 10-year period. Did we continue to use TEG effectively over this period? Did we demonstrate continued improvement, or did we slip? And what was the projected cost savings over this 10-year period with the use of TEG? So the study cohort was 1,049 patients pre-TEG and 4,500 patients post-TEG. And this is what they were made up of. Complex cases were 33%, isolated valves 17%, and straightforward coronaries were 50%, a total of 5,500 patients. We have almost 7,000 patients in our TEG database, so we've gotten a lot of data out. This again excluded minimally invasive, circulatory arrest, and off-pump cases. So we looked at blood product exposure over the course of the 10-year period. It went down statistically significantly, highly statistically significantly. When we looked at perioperative transfusions for each component, red blood cells went from 2 to 0.5 units. Platelets decreased significantly. FFP decreased significantly. And cryo was almost non-existently used in our hospital at this time. All of them highly statistically significant in the decrease. Then we looked at reoperations. And I'm sure all of us can appreciate this at 2 o'clock in the morning. We looked at it, and it went significantly down and stayed down. Our current reoperation rate for last year was 1.8% for all comers. National average is 5%. So when we look at the impact in a tabloid form, allogenic transfusions were decreased by 28%, packed red blood cell use by 74%, FFP by 83%, cryo by 92%, platelets by 24%, all highly statistically significant. And reoperations decreased from 6.1 to 2.5% overall for the entire group. Again, highly statistically significant. So some general conclusions here, both on this big study and the first one where we did the complex cases. It's a global, TEG provides a global coagulation overview. It directs specific blood component therapy, which is what we were looking for, and secondary protamine requirements, which are really critical. Our most common intervention, without a doubt, is additional protamine. So the keys to success in our institution, located in the OR and performed by an expert staff and physician buy-in. We've demonstrated significant reduction in overall blood product transfusions and exposure, reduction in reoperations, length of stay, and 6-month mortality, significant cost and charges savings from blood product acquisition, reoperations, and reduction in length of stay. And we estimate over the last 9 years, we've saved $45 million in charges to Toledo Hospital, from Toledo Hospital. That to me is serious money. We basically have continued to show improvement in our transfusion rates and reoperation for exposure and reoperation and exposure rates. And the role of TEG in this has really been a cornerstone. So when you really come down to it, the question is why isn't everyone not using TEG? So related to the question we answered earlier, the biggest thing that can happen in market share is more surgeons accepting it. Before I finish, I want to do another little quick thing here on TEG and platelet mapping, which has been a great, we had time for that? We're okay for time, aren't we? Yeah. So platelet mapping overcomes the limitations of just thrombin-generated viscoelastic testing, and it measures the ability of the platelet to specifically participate in the clot. And it can be affected, obviously, by antiplatelet therapy, and that's what's important. When we use the platelet mapping, we're looking at this, how well is our platelet function responding to their antiplatelet drugs, what's their effect on overall coagulation, and what is their risk of bleeding during surgery. So the TEG platelet mapping basically is 4 separate assays. A little bit complicated here. The first one is a thrombin assay, this MA assay, and produces a thrombin response that's activate the platelets and cleave available fibrinogen. The next assay blocks all the thrombin and uses a special activator to demonstrate clot strength coming from fibrin. And then finally, the MAADP and MAA are used to determine how much there is of inhibition. Really, the only one that's important to me, for the most part, is the MAADP, because that's the one that deals with Plavix. Everyone's on aspirin, so we just go with aspirin. Aspirin's not a problem. It's Plavix that's a problem. We looked at the effect of TEG on platelet mapping on the timing of surgical intervention for patients requiring urgent coronary bypass surgery who were on dual antiplatelet therapy. Dual antiplatelet therapy is kind of a mainstay. Aspirin and Plavix after every stent. Aspirin is 75 to 325 milligrams, and Plavix routinely is a load of 600 and then 75 milligrams every day. These drugs are irreversible, and it has been recommended that Plavix be discontinued 5 days prior to the institution of a major operation to avoid perioperative bleeding. It's actually a malpractice question, to be perfectly frank with you. The individual responses to Plavix suggest that about 30% of patients are non-responders, but you really don't know who they are until you test them. We retrospectively reviewed a number of patients from over 7 years treated with aspirin and platelets, aspirin and Plavix, dual antiplatelet therapy, had required urgent coronary bypass surgery, and looked at their platelet function and inhibition. Urgent was defined as a need for surgery during the initial hospitalization for an NSTEMI, unstable angina, or critical coronary anatomy. Basically, the patients could not be discharged to home. 4 surgeons, 7 perfusionists, 2 institution, and the TEG 5000 was utilized. Characteristics of length of stay, complications, reoperation, blood product use were evaluated as a function of the discontinuation of dual antiplatelet therapy. 226 patients we found were eligible. 152, or 70%, had an initial MAADP of greater than 50, which allowed us to participate and go to surgery earlier than 5 days. 30%, or 64 patients, had an MAADP of less than 50, which demonstrated marked platelet inhibition. So these were our indications and parameters for early CABG. MAADP of greater than 50, serial TEG platelet mappings that demonstrated daily improvement, or patient-specific clinical indications. Now, once the TEG platelet mapping identified patients with minimal inhibition, we were able to reduce preoperative length of stay by 3.5 days and total length of stay by 3.6 days. Again, both were highly statistically significant. So we did a little quick dirty study on the hospital cost, the effect on that, the impact on that. 226 days, we figured 16 patients of the 70% that were allowed to go early. A conservative $750 a day was estimated as the cost, not charges. Charges would be more like $3,000, $4,000. We figured just for this one group of patients, 200 patients, we saved approximately $600,000. Again, a lot of money. So there was no difference in perioperative complications, no difference in perioperative blood product administration, no reoperations for, excuse me, there were reoperations, I'm sorry, in 5 patients, total of 2.2%. 3 reoperations were done for surgical bleeding and 2 were done for coagulopathic bleeding. So we thought that platelet mapping could safely guide individual patient wait times after discontinuation of dual antiplatelet therapy for patients prior to coronary surgery. More than 66% of patients were able to proceed with surgery sooner than standard recommendations without impacting complications, perioperative bleeding, or transfusions. And tailoring the surgical wait times based upon TEG platelet mapping can positively impact hospital costs. Again, I'd like to thank the society here for the opportunity to be here, and also Haemonetics for the opportunity to talk again. Thank you all very much for your attention. Are there any questions?
Hi, Luke Buys from Iowa City. Thank you for a very nice presentation. I have a question about the cost calculations. Did you implement the cost of the TEG itself? And then my second question, you know, you had to buy the TEG machines and you have to buy the disposables. Did you put that into the account? And then my second question is, in your elective, non-risk, lower risk surgeon patients, could you pick out a profile of patients that probably don't need TEG?
Okay. So to answer your first question, I'm in a ballpark figure. I think each individual TEG costs us approximately $60 to $80 a TEG, a run. I'm not certain what the original machines cost, but I'm certain they weren't cheap, but they more than paid for themselves within the first year. With regards to, say, patients that would not require a TEG, we're surprised all the time. You know, I have a partner who performs platelet mappings on every single patient of his, and he's surprised. And sometimes we do find patients that have markedly abnormal MAs, or Rs are way out, even though they're PT, PTT, which is the other standard laboratory test they get, are not out. Now, I think the importance of the baseline is to know where you are for following surgery. So, you know, if I have a patient that, say, has a platelet count of, say, 300, good platelet count, going to undergo a coronary bypass operation, and post-operatively that patient's very oozy, and we do another TEG, all right, and the MA, to say initially, the initial MA was like 50, even though the platelet count was good, that patient's going to bleed most likely post-op. So we know that the platelet isn't just a pure number; it's a matter of the quality of the platelets, and more than likely the MA would come back less than 50. It never gets better on bypass; it always gets worse. I hope that answers your question.
Great presentation, Dr. Martin. I'm Dr. Miller, perfusionist and cardiologist. I work in Costa Rica. I've been using we talked a little bit earlier today. I've been using the 5,000 since '95 with Dr. Ellie Cohn. Before that, 3,000 with liver transplants. Really been impressed, you know, the fact that you're taking on this because it's so difficult for any cardiac surgeon I've ever worked with to ever switch over these. My first question is, have you ever used the HMS with this?
Yes, we have. We've used the HMS. We actually have done some work with Medtronic specifically on the HMS. You know, it's funny when you have the HMS and the TEG sitting on the same shelf and you use them both simultaneously on the same patient. And for the most part, they agree, but they agree differently. Yeah. You know, we're probably given too much heparin to start with on some of our patients, so we got to give more protamine than we expect, and yet the TEG tells us we need more protamine when we're finished. So I think they're very complementary technologies. The HMS obviously does not do anything to address platelets or fibrinogen. It just addresses the heparin assay itself, and it titrates specifically the protamine required and the heparin required.
My second question, in California, I saw many patients who had factor deficiencies, and especially Assyrian, like factor 5 and factor 7 deficiencies. And some of them were hypercoagulable and the others were hypocoagulable. Have you seen that in Ohio, where you're at now?
So we're about 40 miles from Detroit, and the largest Arabic population in the United States lives there. So we have a large population of Arabic people and Mediterranean people from in Toledo. So we have seen this to some degree. It really doesn't scare us to have a factor 5 Leiden deficiency or anything like that on our patients. We take care of them regularly. I can't say that I've seen their TEGs be significantly abnormal pre-op or post-op. But unquestionably, they tend to be hypercoagulable than hypocoagulable, in my experience.
So that was the other thing. So a lot of oncologists are catching this. So that I don't know if you guys know the G value. That's a term they use with TEGs, you know, and some people don't know that. But the TEGs were elevated, and they found them to have factor deficiencies, and their G values were really high, and their MAs were really high. So, and it was actually a precursor. They were finding people had cancer as well with the TEG.
Yeah. I was not aware of that. I'm not aware of any of that. G value?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And my last question is, I guess, probably for Carla, and because I'm not familiar with the new TEG, is Haemonetics interested in going further and actually testing for factor deficiencies so that we can catch this stuff before? Because a lot of the surgeons I work with, the first thing they do is want to give factor 7, factor 9, and which are killing patients afterwards. You know, on a cabbage, you know, we're seeing that.
Pat, you want to?
Yeah, I guess I can't speak specifically about any R&D types of efforts. That's all I can say at this point.
So, yes, no, yes, maybe?
Maybe.
Okay.
I have to say, I don't know that, you know, I've done taking care of a lot of heart patients in the last 30 years. I don't know that an individual factor assay would be all that helpful. And I used to know how to do all those factor assays when I was a lab tech at Georgetown a million years ago. In all the time, I don't know that I've ever had a hematologist come in and order, say, a factor 5 or a factor 7 level. Okay. And quite frankly, I've always found personally, you know, when you get the hematologist involved with a bleeding patient, you know, they'll come by and they'll just go crazy. Give 1 unit of cryo.
Right.
1 whole unit? You know, I mean, just nothing. You know, and we've already poured 4 FFP and 20 of cryo into the patient. So I don't know that a factor assay. Now, I will tell you that we do, one of our backup medicines to go to is Nova 7.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sorry, this is way too short. Jason Penn, Kalamazoo, Michigan, currently at Sarasota Memorial Hospital. We had instituted a TEG program back in 2011 in Kalamazoo, and very similar results. And 2 questions. The first question is, because a TEG doesn't have a direct result on how much red blood cells you give, did you guys take a shotgun approach to that, as well as maybe smaller circuits? Maybe you knew the TEG would show that you need to, use different or so better, if you will, why would your red blood cell count go down? And the other thing is, now that I've been at several hospitals, it's very interesting because you have huge buy-in, and we had extraordinarily similar results to you. With when I left, we transfused all CABG patients, all blood, about 10.9%. So we had great success with it. And now at other institutions, they think it's like voodoo, and how do we get past that?
Right. So, I don't know that we've changed our circuits dramatically. We were wrapping then. We've used autologous prime. We go on with dry venous lines. Nothing's really changed in that respect. I think a huge amount of our red blood cell decrement is a consequence of just less bleeding, purely less bleeding. We just don't sit in the OR for 3 hours trying to correct a coagulopathy as we did in the past. And then subsequently, they're not as hemodiluted because they haven't received 4 units of FFP and 4 units of, or 10 units of platelets, what have you. So I think that's a lot of it. The buy-in component is gigantic. And like I said, that's the greatest growth opportunity, in my opinion, for hemonetics and the TAG in this country, in cardiac surgery, is to get the surgeons to buy in. I'm sorry, your last question again? I apologize.
That was it. It was a buy-in, and how we got the TAG in was physicians that were over in Iraq, and they wanted it in a trauma care, and so they're the ones who brought it in. Never made it to trauma care. They said we had to try it in cardiac first because a perfusionist ran it. So we ran it, and they were kind of annoyed, or very annoyed. And we had one cardiac surgeon buy in, one we didn't, but then he ended up buying in as well. And then it just exploded. Trauma care, cardiac, OB, neuro, and eventually it got taken away from perfusion because it just got too big.
Yeah, I mean, the first words out of my mouth when protamine's been in for 5 or 10 minutes, or say 10 or 15 minutes, I'm not seeing any clot, is what's the TEG show? I don't really care what the ACT shows. What's the TEG show? And and we get out 10 or 15 minutes, and a lot of times I can tell the R hasn't, the graft hasn't split, the R hasn't split yet. And then so when that happens, we immediately start another TEG. We don't know if it's a bad sample, what have you. We just start a second TEG right then and go for it.
Thank you, Dr. Moran. It's Bill Harris. There's so many, every week I get to display some of my ignorance in the field of medicine or acting or life, So I'm going to do it now today since, for those of you that missed it earlier. In school, 20, 30 years ago, we were told that protamine was an anticoagulant on its own. We know that. What ratio, was it 4-to-1, 7-to-1 that protamine would have to be above the heparin level? And if that have you ever seen that? And would it show on a TEG if you had a protamine heparin mismatch where you've given an overdose of protamine? Again, I'm just displaying some ignorance here, and I just wanted to see if your comment on it.
Well, I'm going to share mine real clearly here because I don't know what the ratio is, but there's no question we were told that protamine in and of itself could be an anticoagulant. And I was in residency training. Like I said, given 50 was walking out on the edge of the limb and listen to it creak, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, that was a lot of protamine. But I don't know what the ratio is, and to my knowledge, we have never ever seen a protamine reaction. I don't think we've ever given maybe more than 100, 150 at the most. And then, as some of you may know, if we end up giving specifically FFP, we have to give more protamine behind it, because it gives a little more anticoagulation to it. So we've not had a protamine-induced coagulopathy that I'm aware of, and I wouldn't even know how to measure it. And I'm certain, I don't know if the TEG would measure it. Would it? I don't think so. I don't think you'd invert your heparinase Kalin very much, Yeah. Other questions?
There's a couple of questions from the webinar participants, and they've been using, some of them had asked if they're using it in the neuro procedures anymore. And if they do, who would run the TEG? Is the perfusion department there? Do they come back in and run it, or who does it there?
To my knowledge, and I'm not 100% certain, I think the neurosurgeons primarily use it on patients who've been on blood thinning medicines of some kind, Eliquis, Plavix, what have you, and they've had some kind of intracerebral bleed, and they want to know when it's safe to operate. So that I don't think they're necessarily using it intra-op as they are preoperative to determine when to operate. And our perfusionists run it for the whole hospital. We have 6 perfusionists. We have also, I think, 3 or 4, 3.5 nurses that also run TAG for us and are very, very good, RNs that are very good at it. Was there any other questions?
I have one more for you from the webinar participants. Michael wanted to know, what about the protocols for TEG? You know, you read that the TEG comes out, and are people actually following the protocols on the doses for TEG?
I mean, we've been using it for so long and have had so much experience with it that, you know, it's very common. Patient a little bit wet, not perfect. My perfusionists will come back in the room with me and they'll talk to me. They say, you know, the MA's 52. The platelet count was, you know, maybe 160 to start with. We did a moderate size operation. Why don't we start with 1 platelet? That's what I do. I start with 1 platelet. We don't have a hard and fixed protocol at all. And that's worked well for us, I think. Thank you all very much for your attention, and thanks again to Haemonetics. Pat.
Okay, thank you very much for attending this session. We do have a workshop with TEG in the Gardens Ballroom to follow here with some light hors d'oeuvres and some cocktails. So please join us in there. And thank everybody for our speakers today. I think we had a great turnout. And thank you very much.